Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Coming through clear. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Excellent. Excellent. No, that's okay. I'm glad that's resolved. Now, what's the login for that one? Yeah, I'll set up the charger so it stays juiced.
Just going to 10.
Underway here at day 3 of the Austral Wheel Race Carnival. 3-lap team sprint here between a squad starting in the front straight. That's Mengler, Moore, McCaig and Stevens. And they'll be up against Olivia Wright, Ella Liang and Hope Harnetti. So both sides containing 2 Queenslanders and a Victorian. As they're through the first lap here, a minor lead for the younger squad there of Wright, Liang and Harnetti. As it's now Ella Liang going head-to-head against yesterday's sprint gold medalist Alessia McCaig. Bell rings there. Alessia McCaig hands it over to Emma Stevens as it's now Hope Harnetti in the Victorian blue taking it over for the team who started in the back straight. Just half a lap left now. Emma Stevens has pulled out a good lead here over the Victorian Hope Harnetti, coming up towards the line to stop the clock. 50.325. A victory of 1.3 seconds there for the Team 1, who started in the home straight. So that was our first heat in our women's and para team sprints. We'll have 5 heats for our women and para riders, 5 heats for our men's riders. As the riders for our second heat are now starting to get themselves ready, starting in the front straight. Will be a team containing Maya Dillon. She's in the yellow of the WAIS. She'll be partnered by Danica Blinko in the maroon of QAS and Chloe Moran in the blue and white of the Australian Endurance Track Team. And then in the back straight, a team of 3 para riders, Erin Rowell, Matthew Gray and Corey Boddington, all world champions in their respective disciplines. And Corey Boddington, rider number 24 in the back straight, recently crowned AusCycling Hubert Opperman medalist for 2025 as Cyclist of the Year.
Of course it did.
So the team of Dillon, Blinko and Moran in the home straight. The para team of Erin Roll, Matthew Gray and Corey Boddington in the back straight. Often going here. So the team of Maya Dillon, Danica Blinko and Chloe Moran up against the para team Erin Rowell, Matthew Gray and Corey Boddington. You'll notice that both Rowell and Boddington wearing the rainbow stripes around their jerseys. Oh, a fall there for Chloe Moran. A fall in the back straight. The whistle blows. Hopefully she's okay. She climbed sliding down on her hip at the entrance to turn 3. The bell rings. Corey Boddington going to finish off his effort here for the para team who started in the back straight. So Boddington with the rainbow stripes around his torso, powering through to come up and finish his team's time trial effort. The clock failed to stop there as Corey Boddington finished his 3rd lap. I think it was somewhere in the 53-second range. So our next heat of team sprints, we'll see a team in the home straight comprising 2 riders from the WAIS. That's Christine Perkins and yesterday's sprint silver medalist Lilia Tartarinov. They will be partnered by Sophie Watts. And in the back straight, we'll have a team comprising Molly McGill, Christina Clonan and Bree Hargrave. So Perkins, Tartarinov and Watts, 2 Western Australians and a Queenslander starting in the home straight. McGill, Clonan and Hargrave, 2 riders in the Aussie green and gold, and Hargrave in the red of Sassy, starting from the back straight. Often going in this third heat of our women's and para team sprint competition. So the squad of the 2 Western Australians and the Queenslander, Perkins, Tartarinov and Watts, off to a good start here. They're slightly behind after the first 125 metres as it's Molly McGill from the team in the green and gold. She now hands over to Christina Clonan in the Australian team kit against yesterday's sprint second place winner Lilia Tartarinov. So bell just about to be rung for our 2 riders here so far. So both teams lapping in very similar times here. Fastest time so far at 2 laps in for team number 1. Coming up and stopping the clock, the team of Perkins, Tartarinov and Watts. Still with 125 metres to go. Coming up, stopping the clock now. A new fastest time for the squad of Perkins, Tartarinov and Watts, 48.810. Second fastest time for the squad who started in the back straight, McGill, Clonan and Hargrave, 49.262. So the team of Perkins, Tartarinov and Watts, team number 5, taking the fastest time of our team sprints so far by 1.5 seconds. So our next pair of team sprinting squads getting ready to go now. Team 7 starting from the home straight comprises April Cat in the red of Sassy, Emily Watch in the royal blue of the ACT Academy of Sport, and Paige Squire, the rider from Norwood, who's in the all black. And then just getting sorted in the back straight, they'll be up against Team 8, Milan Bradshaw from Queensland, Alana Lake from Blackburn, and Maddie Pitt from X-Speed in WA. So off they go now, teams 7 and 8. The time of 48.810 from Team 5. That's Perkins, Tartarinov and Watts, the mark to beat, as it's April Cat in the red on the front for Team 7. Milan Bradshaw in the black for Team 8. Bradshaw about to hand it over to Alana Lake in the Victorian blue, as in the royal blue, Emily Watch for Team 7 now takes over. So Team 7 heading down the back straight there. Half distance, teams clocking 4th and 5th and 5th fastest so far. Coming up towards the bell now. Bell rings almost simultaneously there as Emily Watch hands it over to Paige Squire, and it's now Maddie Pitt in the black, white and red of X-Speed for team number 8. Half a lap left for both of these squads now. Paige Squire, the rider from Norwood, looking strong as she comes up to the home straight. She will stop the clock. 5th fastest time, 52.186. And team 8, the squad of Bradshaw, Lake and Pitt, finishing in 53.030. So our last heat for our women's and para team sprint coming up now. Starting from the home straight, team 9 will comprise Sophie Backer in the black, April Patty and Alexis Phillips. And in the back straight, a trio of riders, Madison Smith from Gold Coast Cycling Club, Addison Torr from Bendigo and District in Victoria, and Michaela Tobin from Geelong, also of Victoria. Off they go now. Team 9 starting from the home straight, Team 10 from the back straight. Looks like Team 10 will only be 2 riders, so it looks like that is going to be Madison Smith and Michaela Tobin for team number 10. As Team 9 now well and truly into their work. Sophie Backer in the black with the white helmet leading them out. She'll shortly hand over to Alexis Phillips, the rider from Canberra, who's in the navy blue. So Alexis Phillips now driving for Team 9 as it's Michaela Tobin from Geelong out front for team number 10. Michaela Tobin in the white there. Alexis Phillips now coming up towards the bell for team number 9. She hands it over to the rider from Balmoral Cycling Club. That's April Patty. So all of the riders in this heat among the women's under-19 field, if memory serves. So Michaela Tobin has gone through a 2-lap sprint in 42.350. And Team 9 clocking the 8th fastest time across 3 laps, 55.475. So Team 10 there showing with the fastest time, but they did only have 2 riders out of the block, so it's not really an apples to apples comparison. So that concludes our women's and para team sprint heats for this morning. We're now going to move into our men's team sprint heats. 5 heats total. The machine's getting moved into position here. So Team 1, starting from the home straight, will comprise Max Lieberknecht from the South Australian Sports Institute, as well as Ryan Elliott and Daniel Barber, 2 of the Australian men who were part of the team that won Team Sprint Bronze at the World Championships in Santiago de Chile a couple of months ago. They'll be going up against team number 2, starting in the back straight. 2 South Australians and 1 man from WA. So the 2 South Australians, James Brister and yesterday's sprint gold medalist Tate Ryan. And then the WA rider joining them, and starting from the start gate will be Finn Carpenter. So the clock just having to be reset. Team 1 in the home straight, not quite ready to go. So Team 1 starting from the home straight, Max Lieberknecht in the red, along with Ryan Elliott and Daniel Barber. In the back straight, Finn Carpenter, Tate Ryan and James Brister. Off they go now. I'm expecting this to be an absolutely blistering heat in terms of speed. So it's Lieberknecht on the front for Team 1 in the red, as Finn Carpenter leads in the yellow for Team number 2. So as they approach half distance, Team 1 with a good little lead here. Lieberknecht hands it over to one of his Australian teammates. That looks like it might be Ryan Elliott there, as it's Tate Ryan, yesterday's sprint gold medalist, leading for Team number 2. He'll shortly hand it over to James Brister. Bell goes here, the Australian team of Team 1, well and truly ahead now, almost a second's advantage. James Brister, the rider from the South Australian Sports Institute, will try and bring it back over this last lap. Team 1 coming up towards the finish line to stop the clock, 43.691. As Team number 2 clocked 44.504, 0.8 of a second down. So teams 3 and 4 starting to get themselves set up. Team 3 starting from the home straight will comprise Xavier Bland. He's in the light blue sleeves of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Mitchell Louis in the maroon of QAS and Patrick May in the black. He's from Lidcombe Auburn in Sydney. They'll be going up against the Team 4 starting from the back straight. Daniel Power in the orange and purple of Brunswick. Nick Papadakis in the black and red of Blackburn. And Jade Madden in the yellow of Castlemaine. So all 3 riders in the back straight from Victoria. Off they go now. So Team 3 starting from the home straight. Xavier Bland in the colours of New South Wales that will be leading them out, as it's Daniel Power in the orange and purple for Team number 4. Very close indeed at halfway. 3rd and 4th fastest times for those 2 so far. So Xavier Bland in the blue about to hand over to Mitchell Louis in the maroon of Queensland, as it's now Nick Papadakis for Team 4 in the red and yellow of Blackburn. So he was second in the Victorian State Sprint Championships. The man who beat him, Jade Madden, now taking over for Team 4. The bell rings and it's Patrick May for Team 3 in the black now taking up the mantle. He'll be going up against Jade Madden, the rider in the yellow of Team number 4. So as they come in to finish their efforts now, Patrick May drives all the way to the line. And there was an explosion of a tyre at almost exactly the same time as a rider finished there. Oh, and Jade Madden goes down. So a quick thumbs up there from Jade Madden. He appears to not be too badly injured, which is good. I was hoping that the flat tyre and the finishing of Jade Madden's sprint effort were purely coincidental, but it sounds like the two were linked, judging by the fact that the Castlemaine rider has just been on the deck. He's quickly up and walking away, so hopefully it's just the machine that is damaged and that can be a quick fix. So Team 3 clocking the third fastest time, a 46.204. Team 4 just under half a second behind them. So we've now got Team 5 up against Team 6 here. Team 5 comprised of the South Australian Luca Pyatt, the rider from the ACT, in the Royal Blue, Angus Withington, and in the Victorian Blue and White, Ben Woods. And they're up against team number 6, starting from the back straight, Max Woodruff from Tasmania, Mitchell Stevens from Adelaide Hills, and Seb Topping from Queensland Academy of Sport. So Team 5 up against Team 6 here. Luca Pyatt in the red of Sassy it will be. Oh, and there's a mishap for team number 6 in the back straight. Not sure if that was a flat tyre or a foot pulled out of the pedal. But all riders kicking in the clutch, and I think we'll have a restart here. So Mitchell Stevens just looking at his rear tyre there. He's walking his bike back into the infield, so I think some mechanical help might be needed to get him ready to go. So some running repairs being done on the machine of Mitchell Stevens. He's now wheeling it out trackside. So I think that is going to be good news for his ability to restart. Though you'd have to say, if given the choice, you would rather have a flat tyre at the start of your flying team sprint effort rather than at the end, as Jade Madden did. So all 6 of our riders in teams 5 and 6 just about ready to go now. Hopefully the second time's the charm. So 2 under-19 squads. Team 5 of Luca Pyatt, Angus Withington and Ben Woods starting from the home straight. Team 6 of Max Woodruff, Mitchell Stevens and Seb Topping starting from the back straight. So it's the Tasmanian Woodruff up against the South Australian Pyatt at the moment. So as team number 5 hand over, Luca Pyatt hands over to Angus Withington. Ben Woods, the Victorian, is out of the slipstream of the ACT rider. So he's going to have to do quite a bit of work to get back in. Team number 6 a little bit more cohesive. Mitchell Stevens about to hand it over to Seb Topping. Angus Withington finished his effort, but Ben Woods was another 20 metres back behind him. So this might actually be quite close on the line, as Ben Woods now is going head-to-head with Seb Topping. Coming into the final bend for both team sprint squads, coming up towards the line. And it is Team 5, the team of Pyatt, Withington and Woods, taking the victory by half a second. So a 48.3 for team number 5 there. Team 6 clocking at 48.711. So all of those riders from teams 5 and 6 from our under-19 ranks, and Angus Withington, the rider from the ACT who really opened up a gap on his teammate Ben Woods there, the gold medalist of our under-19 sprints from day 1 of our Austral Wheel Race Carnival. If you want to go back and check out the action from that day's racing, and indeed all of the racing over the course of this week, head to the AusCycling YouTube page. We've got our live streams up there from past days. We've also got today's live stream up as well. Fantastic to hear where folks are listening from. We had messages from a couple of sets of grandparents yesterday that they were watching their loved ones go out on track and give it their best. As we now have Team 7 and Team 8. So Team 7 starting in the home straight, Chris Mullins, Ravi Hermkins and Isaac Byrne. Team 8, Lachlan Trenton, Cooper Dunlop and Riley Boyd. So both teams out of the start house now. So Chris Mullins going up against the Western Australian Cooper Dunlop. Dunlop in the grey jersey there. About 125 metres away from handing over to his 2 Victorian teammates. As it is now Ravi Hermkins from Team 7 in the orange of Central Coast Cycling Club taking up the mantle. So at half distance now, riders absolutely thrashing themselves, as it looks like Lachlan Trenton just about to hand over to Riley Boyd. A good change over there between Ravi Hermkins and Isaac Byrne. So Byrne now heading down the back straight for team number 7. Riley Boyd trying to put in a strong finishing effort here for team number 8. They come through to stop the clock. 5th fastest time for team 7, 48.503. And almost precisely a second behind. Team number 8 finishing in 49.065. So in our 5th and final heat for our men's team sprint heats, just one team starting from the front straight, team number 9. That will be Ewan Grierson. He's in the colours of the South Australian state team, just getting into position at the bottom of the track. And joining him in that team, Noah Brooks in the red of Blackburn and Ben Holmes in the black and orange of Brunswick. So Team 9 looking to challenge the mark of some of the other under-19 squads from earlier. So Ewan Grierson, the rider from South Australia, getting things fired up. Noah Brooks, the rider from Blackburn, in second wheel. Ben Holmes, the man in black and orange from Brunswick, third wheel at the moment. So Ewan Grierson with a good first lap there. Left a bit of a gap to his teammate Noah Brooks there, but Brooks now looking strong going down the back straight. Ben Holmes, the rider from Brunswick, right on the hammer of the Blackburn man. So coming through, they all do the handover as they get the bell. Handover there from Brooks to Holmes. So Ben Holmes now pushing it down the back straight, trying to challenge the times of some of the earlier marks. So Ben Holmes now keeping the gas on all the way up to the line. He will stop the clock, 52.221. So with our team sprints concluded for now, our next event will be our Under-19 Men's Omnium National Championship qualifying heat. So we've got lots and lots of riders wanting to take part in the Under-19 Men's Omnium National Championship. We've actually got too many, so we need to narrow down the field. So we'll have two heats that will consist of a 10-kilometre 40-lap points race. So the last riders in each of our two heats will go through to contest a B-grade Omnium, and all other riders will be in the main field that will contest the Omnium National Championship. So our riders just getting ready to come onto the track for this first heat of two. So taking part in this one, Lockie Stewart from Alpine Cycling Club, Zach Douglas Savage from Balmoral, Max Nussman from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. The first of our New Zealanders, Riley Crampton from Canterbury Track Cycling, Ollie Jirovic from Brunswick Cycling Club, Oliver Clark, another rider from Canterbury Track Cycling in Aotearoa. Two more riders from counties Manukau Cycling on New Zealand's North Island, Alex Burta and Cole Faringa. Oscar Schoff from Gold Coast Cycling Club, James Maxted from Mornington in Victoria. Two riders from Norwood Cycling Club in South Australia, Liam Underwood and Harrison Lace. And Samuel Hilditch from the University of Queensland Cycling Club.
you'll get him up here as quickly as possible. Thank you.
And Heat 1 of our men's under-19 Omnium National Championship qualifying race is off and going. Just had to wait for Ben Holmes, the rider in the black and orange, who only finished his team sprint effort about 3 minutes ago, to get himself sorted and onto the line. But all is in readiness now. The whistle just about to blow. So a 40-lap race in prospect, with points awarded at 4 sprints, at 30 laps to go, 10 laps to go, 20 laps to go, and the finish. Points awarded at each sprint. 5 points for the first rider across the line in each sprint, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. Riders with the highest point scores will go through to contest the Omnium National Championship. The riders with the 3 lowest scores, or riders tied on the lowest scores who finish in the last 3 places in the final sprint, will head to our B grade Omnium for today. So in the black, red and white of X-Speed Cycling Club, Lockie Stewart on the front of the bunch there. So one of the New Zealanders there in the black helmet, that's Riley Crampton. Riley Crampton putting on a very good display in the under-19 Madison a couple of days ago. So Riley Crampton and his partner in that race, Remy Dalton, who we'll see in the next heat, actually taking the most points in that Madison competition and going out the winners. Obviously, being New Zealanders, not awarded the Australian National Championship. But a mark of just how good the level of talent we can bring to this Austral Wheel Race Carnival is. Not just bringing in the best from Australia, but also overseas as well. So Oliver Clark from Canterbury Track Cycling, the tall figure in the red with the white helmet, just pulling off the front of the bunch there, as it's Stewart again who takes up the pacemaking. So this is now Liam Underwood in the navy blue colours of Guest Picks Racing, one of the teams based out of South Australia. So Liam Underwood just looks down the track at his teammate Harrison Lace. He's got the teal sleeves on, also from Norwood Cycling Club. As one of the Kiwis there, that's Alex Burta from Counties Manukau Cycling just south of Auckland in the traditional New Zealand black. So 1 lap until the next sprint. Max Nussbaum, it is, of Butterfields Racing, leading them down the back straight. Oscar Schoff is there in the light blue. Lockie Stewart challenging Schoff around the outside. Nussbaum holding strong on the inside. Ollie Jirovec also there for the Victorian Institute of Sport in the navy. I think it might have been Jirovec, the rider who represented Australia at the Junior World Championships, who won that one. We'll leave it to the decision of the commissaires to work out the exact placings. as it's now Cole Faringa, another of the riders from Counties Manukau Cycling. Had a brief turn on the front, so 4 New Zealanders in this opening heat. 2 from the North Island, 2 from the South Island. Lockie Stewart back on the front on a brand new track machine, which is actually from New Zealand, a new brand in the world of track cycling. So good to see technological development in the field of track cycling coming out of Australasia. Underwood, the South Australian from Guest Picks, coming up towards the line. One of a number of Underwood riders who compete for the Guest Picks team. So Liam just checking over his shoulder there. I think we'll see his brother Ryan in action later this weekend. So results after that first sprint. 5 points went to Ollie Jirovec in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport. He's just coming through on the front of the bunch now. 3 points to Oscar Schoff, who's just on the back of the bunch in the light blue. 2 points to Lockie Stewart, who's wearing the green helmet paired with the white, red and black skin suit. And 1 point to Max Nussbaum, the rider who's just at the top of the track now in the red helmet and the navy blue kit of Butterfield Zip Track Racing. So Max Nussbaum was really one of the stars of the men's under-19 Omnium National Championship last year, finding himself well down in the standings going into the final points race. Max Nussbaum gained 2 laps on the field and got most of the way to gaining a third that would have seen him take the overall win, but was overhauled by a charging main field in the final few moments in a race that saw Toby Jones from Queensland take home the national title. So Lockie Stewart now just checking over his shoulder on the front of the bunch. 2 laps until our next sprint, as it is now one of the New Zealanders, that is Riley Crampton, now putting in a dig, deciding he likes his chances of scoring some points if he goes from long range. Lockie Stewart now into second place, Max Nussbaum in third. Samuel Hilditch, the highest finisher from last year's Omnium National Championships for under-19s who's competing this year, is in 4th place. So Crampton and Stewart side by side coming out of turn 4. So Stewart takes the 5 points there. Second it might well have been for Max Nussbaum. As it's now a counter move from Zach Douglas Savage. He's in the kit of the new team McCarthy Homes QCF. Team just formed. You'll notice the maroon shape of Queensland on the back of that white jersey. So he's being chased down by one of the riders from Counties Manukau in New Zealand. That is number 71, Alex Borta. Max Nussbaum also in amongst the mix there in the navy blue. So after 2 out of our 4 sprints, Lockie Stewart is leading the overall points standings with 7 points. Ollie Jirovec still has 5 from winning that first sprint. Max Nussbaum has 4. Oscar Schoff with 3. Samuel Hilditch with 2. And the New Zealander Riley Crampton has 1. So more than halfway through our 40-lap Omnium qualifying race for this first heat. As Ollie Jirovec swings up the track, and as we're 5 wide as we come around into the home straight now, that's generally an indication that the pace is off. Liam Underwood doesn't like that state of affairs, so the South Australian goes to the front of the bunch, has a check over his shoulder to see if anyone wants to come with him. No one seems that keen, at least for the moment. So another attack there from Liam Underwood, a check over the shoulder. He's getting some good encouragement from the infield. The rider from South Australia perhaps recognising that this might be his best chance to get on the point scoring and guarantee his spot in the national championship field for the men's under-19 Omnium. He's got his head bowed there, does the South Australian. And the move starting to come from behind now from Riley Crampton. He's got his fellow New Zealander Alex Borta there in the black just ahead of Ollie Jirovic. It's still a lead of 100 metres for Liam Underwood. He's really having to push himself here, is Liam Underwood. You can tell the effort is really testing the young South Australian. The head's going up, it's going down. The pedalling stroke seems a lot less fluid than it did a few moments ago, but he's got one lap left to go to hold off this main field and try and take 5 points to win the sprint. As further behind, Zach Douglas-Savage from McCarthy Homes up to second place. Samuel Hilditch from QAS in third. That looks like Borta, the New Zealander, up to fourth spot. Underwood trying to hold on, holding off the field, pedaling squares, but he will get there. 5 points for Liam Underwood. 3 points for Zach Douglas-Savage, who led the field across in second place. 2 points for Samuel Hilditch there, the rider from QAS in third. And it might well have been one of the New Zealanders who got fourth place there. It was indeed, it was Alex Borta. So Liam Underwood getting some richly deserved applause after clocking himself 5 points in that last sprint. So 8 laps left to go in our qualifying race here. And it's now Oliver Clark, number 69 from Canterbury Track Cycling. No, that's Riley Crampton actually. Riley Crampton's wearing a black helmet. His teammate Clark is in the main bunch in a white helmet. So Crampton it is. Oscar Schoff in the light blue. Starts to lead the field across but then swings up the track. Oliver Clark says, well, he's wearing the same coloured jersey as me. I'm not going to chase him down. So Max Nussbaum comes through. Oliver Clark now changes his mind and is on the charge. So Riley Crampton it is who will lead this field down the back straight. And as Clark and Nussbaum, the riders in second and third, sit up, he's now got almost half a lap, the New Zealander. So Riley Crampton already has 1 point to his name. And with 4.5 laps to go, I like his chances of adding to that tally. As further back, Samuel Hilditch and Lockie Stewart now chasing from the main bunch. So 4 laps to go in this first men's under-19 Omnium National Championship qualifying heat. So Lockie Stewart and Samuel Hilditch there having what almost seems like a casual conversation in second and third. It's a full half lap now, the lead for Riley Crampton. If this main bunch aren't careful, he might actually catch them for a whole lap here and get himself 20 points, not just the 5 for taking the final sprint win. So Crampton continuing to look good on the front of this race. He's just gone through 2 laps to go now. As it is Lockie Stewart and Samuel Hilditch coming from just behind. 1 lap left to go for our leader, Riley Crampton, the New Zealander. So he's not going to catch the tail end of this main field and get 20 points, but he will lead the bunch home and get 5. As further back, our main peloton now being led through by Cole Faringa from Counties Manukau Cycling. He's got his clubmate Alex Borta on his wheel. Max Nussbaum is also there. So as Crampton finishes and gets 5 points in that final sprint, there'll be 2 more New Zealanders grabbing second and third. And Oliver Clark it is making it a New Zealand clean sweep in that final sprint. So 4 Kiwis in the field taking all 4 of the point scoring placings in that final sprint. And our first heat for our under-19 Men's Omnium National Championship qualifying is done and dusted. So riders in our second qualifying points race heat for the men's under-19 Omnium National Championships now coming on the track. So in this event we'll have Felix Crossman from Balmoral Cycling Club, Alasdair Norris from Blackburn in Victoria, Sam Hudson from Brunswick Cycling Club, also of Victoria, Oliver Keast from Canterbury Track Cycling in New Zealand, Remy Dalton from Counties Manukau, also of New Zealand, a third New Zealander, Daniel Grieve from Cycling Otago, then the Queenslander Lockie Walters from Hamilton Wheelers, Angus Gullick, our sole Tasmanian, from Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils, three riders from Norwood Cycling Club, Oliver Ward, Alec Guglielmucci and Billy Van Hout, Cooper Dunlop in the mix for Peel District Cycling Club in Western Australia, William Brown from Port Adelaide and Benjamin Cade from Whyalla in country South Australia. So as the whistle blows there, it's number 84 in the light blue, Cooper Dunlop, who decides to lift the pace early on. It looks like it will be Remy Dalton in the colours of Counties Manukau, the all black there. Partner of Riley Crampton, the team that won the under-19 men's Madison race 2 days ago. So this field with a bit between their teeth early on as it's rider number 63, Felix Crossman, in the colours of the new team McCarthy Homes QCF. The white with the maroon silhouette of the Sunshine State on his back. Oh, I heard a puncture there, and that was the rider from Cycling Otago. Daniel Grieve, I think, might have dropped his chain. So the New Zealander coasting to a stop, but able to hold it up safely. He was very quick to communicate his mechanical efforts to his fellow riders in that bunch, which I'm sure they would have appreciated. So with no brakes on the track bike and no ability to stop yourself, there's not really much left to do for Daniel Grieve but to let his bike coast to a stop. So 2 laps now until our first point sprint. Oliver Keast, as it is Alec Guglielmucci now in the white helmet and black socks from Sassy. He checks over his shoulder. That's Oliver Ward, his fellow rider in the Sassy red, coming through. Bell rings for our first sprint. It's Billy Van Hout, his fellow South Australian, in the white, black and red of Villawood in second wheel. We've also got Lockie Walters in the colours of QAS in third wheel at the moment, but they've really got a turn of pace on as they come up towards the line. So Ward will take 5 points for the first sprint. I think it might have been Van Hout there in second. Guglielmucci also towards the front. As thankfully Daniel Grieve from Cycling Otago has reshipped his chain and is on the chase back onto this main field. So Cooper Dunlop, the Western Australian, now driving at the front. He's got 2 New Zealanders in his wheel, Remy Dalton and Hamish Keast. So Oliver Keast, I should say. as the rider in the all black there, Benjamin Cade from Whyalla Cycling Club. So 2 South Australians, 2 New Zealanders and a Western Australian in our leading group of 5 at the moment. They've got a gap of, I would say, 30 metres over the chasing peloton, as Daniel Grieve continues his lonely road back onto the main bunch after that mechanical issue. Hopefully he'll be able to get back across and contest some of these later sprints. It would be a real shame to see his hopes scuppered by an unfortunate mechanical incident. So Benjamin Cade, the rider in the all black from Whyalla. Cooper Dunlop there. And it is Remy Dalton in the black. He hands it over to Oliver Keast in the green. As 3 South Australians coming up to our leading 5 from behind. So Benjamin Cade hands it back to Cooper Dunlop. And it looks as though our main bunch will regroup. That will be very good news for Daniel Grieve. With the bunch regrouping at the moment, the pace is likely to slow a little bit, and that might increase his chances of coming all the way back across the gap. 3 laps until our next point sprint. As it is Cooper Dunlop, the Western Australian. Happy to lead from the front is Cooper Dunlop, a rider who competes in just about every cycling discipline you care to name, whether that's mountain bike, road or track or cyclocross. So Felix Crossman now giving it a go down the front of the bunch. Sam Hudson in the orange and purple of Brunswick also coming across his. There's 1 lap to go until this next sprint. So Felix Crossman leading from first place, Sam Hudson in second. A couple of the riders from Sassy also moving themselves forward. So Felix Crossman leading them up towards the line. He'll be overhauled right at the end by William Brown of Port Adelaide Cycling Club, one of the recently crowned under-19 Madison National Championships, along with Oliver Ward. They took second place in the Madison a couple of nights ago, but because the team that won, Riley Crampton and Remy Dalton, were from New Zealand, they were the first Australian finishers and thus the Australian champions. So just waiting for confirmation of the results of that last sprint. So it was William Brown taking 5 points, 3 points for second place for Felix Crossman. Sam Hudson, the Brunswick rider, got 2 points for third. And Lockie Walters from the Queensland Academy of Sport in the maroon got himself 1 point. So it means that the 2 Madison partners who won green and gold the other night, William Brown and Oliver Ward, currently leading the standings after 2 sprints out of 4. 3 riders tied on 3 points. Felix Crossman, Lockie Walters and Billy Van Hout. 2 points to Sam Hudson and 1 to Alec Guglielmucci. So the Tasmanian rider Angus Gullick there, easily spotted in the traditional Tassie green torso and red sleeves. Slotting himself now into the middle of the pack, finding some shelter from the wind. Conditions here at Disc Velodrome a little bit more friendly than they were yesterday. Still on the low end of 30 degrees centigrade at the moment, just over 25 in fact. So a nice contrast to the 35 or 36 that it was in here yesterday, though the temperature is projected to pick up as the day goes on. So Daniel Grieve, the rider who was off the back with that chain drop, now proving that his chain works just fine by going off the front of this main bunch. He flicks the elbow. Cooper Dunlop, the rider from WA, is the man who's come across to join him. So Dunlop and Grieve there, now out the front of this race, as it's Alasdair Norris, the Victorian in the grey colours of Team Royal Bikes, who's chasing from behind. So coming in towards 2 laps to go until our penultimate sprint in this men's under-19 Omnium National Championship qualifying heat. So Dunlop and Grieve, neither of whom have scored any points so far, currently out the front. They've got a gap of 70 metres, I would say, on the main bunch. as they come through 1 lap to go. Daniel Grieve has been off the back with a drop chain. He's now off the front, and he's got Cooper Dunlop with him. The move coming from one of the sassy riders from behind. I think that might be William Brown. So coming in towards the penultimate sprint, Grieve, the New Zealander, gets on the board. Second place for Cooper Dunlop. It was Alec Guglielmucci of Norwood in the white helmet and black socks from Sassy who got third. As a counter move now comes from Remy Dalton from Counties Manukau Cycling, based just south of Auckland. Results of that last sprint, Daniel Grieve getting 5 points there. Cooper Dunlop it was getting 3 points. So this bunch breaking up a little bit as we're now 7.5 laps to go. So the leader on the track just coming out of turn 4 and up towards the finish line now. That is Remy Dalton in the black, the New Zealander. Chasing him hard from behind in the grey of Royal Bikes is Alasdair Norris, recent men's under-19 1 kilometre time trial state champion. Lockie Walters in the maroon of QAS. Also chasing across, as is Sam Hudson in the orange and purple of Brunswick. So riders spread all over the track here so far. So one rider solo going through 5 laps to go. A gap of maybe 20 metres to Alasdair Norris. Norris just checking over his shoulder there to see where the chasing trio of Walters, Hudson and one of the South Australian riders. That looks like William Brown there in the black and red helmet with the black socks. So our trio who were in the middle there have now been caught by the main field. So 3 laps to go for our leading pair. That's Alasdair Norris in the grey, Remy Dalton in the black. As the pace starting to increase from behind. That's Oliver Ward in the colours of Sassy, the black helmet with the white socks and red jersey. He's got his fellow South Australian Benjamin Cade from Whyalla in the all black just behind him. Cooper Dunlop also there. William Brown, the rider in the black and red helmet, also moving up for Sassy. So coming in towards the bell, Remy Dalton will lead them through the Kiwi. Alasdair Norris suffering in second place, but hanging on so far. Oliver Ward in third place in front of the main bunch, and Cooper Dunlop wants that 4th and final placing point, and the last point available for himself. Coming up towards the line, Remy Dalton takes first place in that final sprint. Alasdair Norris second. Oliver Ward third. And I think it was Cooper Dunlop from the main fields coming across to score the final point in this men's under-19 Omnium National Championship qualifying race. So the last 3 riders in the standings in this heat will progress to the B-grade Omnium. The rest of the field will continue to compete for the under-19 Omnium National Championship later in the day. So our riders in the first heat for the Elite Women's Omnium National Championship qualifying race rolling off the start. Bunch being led at the moment by last year's Austral wheel race winner Claudia Marks. She's in the Royal Blue of the ACT Academy of Sport. I saw legendary ACT coach Sian Mulholland helping her teammates take their bikes to the bike check earlier. So also in this field, the winner of the women's points race yesterday, Liane van der Berg. She is in the black and red helmet and red jersey of the South Australian Sports Institute, currently in third wheel. We've got a number of riders from overseas as well, both from New Zealand and Japan. Maya Wolfenden and Amelia Sykes from Canterbury Track Cycling on the South Island of New Zealand. Tegan Faringa from Counties Manukau Cycling. Hannah Payne from Tawamutu Sports Cycling Club from the North Island. And two riders taking to the start line from Japan with the red sun on her back and the white skin suit there. That's Mizuki Ikeda. And good to see towards the back of the field, the mostly white jersey with the red stripe around the bottom. That's Suyaka Uchino. Uchino was riding very well in the points race yesterday before a late fall saw her take a tumble, as did Ikeda, the other Japanese rider who is in this field. So both the Japanese riders in this race getting a little bit too acquainted with the track here at Disc yesterday, but good to see that they've taken to the start this morning. They might not have had the most comfortable night's sleep, but good to see that they are in the mix, as is now rider number 55 in the yellow of WAIS. That's Isla Carr, recent women's A-grade points jersey winner at the Tour of Bright, a cradle of Australian cycling talent for many years gone by, and an event where this year the overall title was won by Brodie Chapman. So the same format for this race as the previous race for the under-19 men, a 40-lap, 10-kilometre qualifying race with points at 30 to go, 20 to go, 10 to go, and the finish. 5 points for winning a sprint, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. And there will be two riders from this heat who will not qualify to take part in the Elite Women's Omnium National Championship. So for some riders, it will be about riding well, scoring some points, getting the legs feeling good for later in the day. And for some other riders, it will just be about avoiding finishing in the last two and possibly saving their biscuits for a little later on. So coming into our first sprint now. Some contact at the front of the bunch. That looks like Claudia Marks, our reigning Austral champion. Her traditional flat back style, challenging around the outside there as it's one of the Tasmanians, I think, going up against her. I think that might well have been Georgia Baker from Northern District Cycling Club challenging for the victory there. It was indeed Georgia Baker, a very accomplished cyclist both on the track and the road. So Georgia Baker taking 5 points for the sprint win in that first sprint of four. Claudia Marks 3 points for second. Nicole Duncan, the former junior world champion, taking 2 points for third. And Tegan Faringa from New Zealand grabbing 1 point for fourth. So rider number 50 now from Sassy, that's Maddie Wasserback in the all-black helmet. Current under-19 gravel racing national champion and a former under-19 cyclocross national champion. as well as a very accomplished rider on the road and the track. Her fellow South Australian in this field just going through and flicking the elbow there. That's Liani van der Berg. Van der Berg had an excellent points race yesterday, going out the overall winner, even though she is quite some years the junior of a few of her rivals. Tsuyaka Uchino, the Japanese champion, comes through and swings up the track. One of the riders of the carnival here at the Austral last year, Tsuyaka Uchino. Her fellow Japanese rider in this race, Mizuki Ikeda, partnered with her in the Madison, where the Japanese pair actually went out the winners. But as with the Kiwi duo in the under-19 men's Madison the other day, they were obviously not eligible to win the Australian National Championship, which instead went to Kira Will, who is in this field, and Keely Bennett. So Claudia Marks now on the front of the field. She swings away and lets Maya Wolfenden in the light blue jersey with the white stripe around the centre come through for a brief turn. And with the next sprint 2.5 laps away, there's a fair bit of looking around. Hannah Payne, this is from Tawamutu Sports in New Zealand, now at the front. The distinctive black jersey with the blue, green and gold. Tsuyaka Uchino in good position in second place. Isla Carr, the Western Australian, now coming around her outside as they come in towards the bell. So Tsuyaka Uchino will lead them in. Payne in second place. Amelia Sykes also towards the front there. Both Berg and Wasserback, the two riders from Sassy, sitting in third and fourth. Uchino will take the win. Carr in second, Maddie Wasserback in third, and Liani van der Berg getting 1 point there for fourth place. So after two sprints, 5 points each for Tsuyaka Uchino and Georgia Baker. So those two riders, both very accomplished track cyclists on the world stage, leading at the moment on 5 points. 3 points each for Claudia Marks and Isla Carr. Two points each for Nicole Duncan and Maddie Wasserback, and 1 point each for Liani van der Berg and Tegan Faringa. So all 8 of the available points slots so far have gone to different riders, so no rider has scored more than once. But it looks like Mizuki Ikeda and Nicole Duncan now starting to move off the front of the field. So it's Kira Will actually partnering Mizuki Ikeda. Nicole Duncan now coming up from behind to make it 2 New South Wales Institute of Sport riders in our leading 3. Maya Wolfenden in what I would say is more of a royal blue with the white band around the centre, trying to come across. The rider from Canterbury Track Cycling in New Zealand. She just checks over her shoulder as Tsuyaka Uchino and Isla Carr are leading the main bunch across. So still 2 sprints left in this qualifying race, as it is the 2 riders from New South Wales, Kira Will and Nicole Duncan, out the front along with the Japanese rider Mizuki Ikeda. Then a gap of, I would say that's 70 metres or so to the main field. Some very short turns, and riders not seeming too interested in coming across, as it's now Georgia Baker, the rider in the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, coming through for a turn, but not a whole lot of progress being made on our leading trio, it must be said. Tsuyaka Uchino getting into her aero tuck there. She cedes the lead of this main bunch to Maddie Wasserback, the rider from Sassy with the all-black helmet. So 1 lap until our penultimate sprint, and it is Mizuki Ikeda, the Japanese rider, just ahead of Kira Will and Nicole Duncan. 1 point will be available for the first finisher from our main bunch, so there's still a reason to sprint from behind, as it's Maya Wolfen who opens that one up. Ooh, close on the line there. But it was Nicole Duncan getting 5 points for New South Wales Institute of Sport ahead of Kira Will and Mizuki Ikeda. And two New Zealanders fighting it out for the final point there. I think that was the rider in the blue, Maya Wolfenden, who ended up getting the final point available. So results of that sprint: Nicole Duncan 5, Kira Will 3, Mizuki Ikeda 2, and Maya Wolfenden 1. So after 3 sprints of 4, Nicole Duncan scoring twice. She's on 7 points. Tsuyaka Uchino and Georgia Baker both on 5 points each. Kira Will and Claudia Marks currently tied on equal third with 3 points. And at the moment, only 2 riders have not scored. Amelia Sykes and Hannah Payne, 2 of the New Zealanders who are in that main bunch. So if things were to remain as they currently are, it would be the 2 New Zealanders who would miss out on competing in this main Women's Omnium National Championship for the rest of the day. But of course there is still 1 sprint left, 1 chance for our 2 riders who have yet to score to get on the board. So our leading trio of Duncan, Will and Ikeda still rotating smoothly as Ikeda swings up the track. So Nicole Duncan, rider number 39. She's the rider in the New South Wales Institute of Sport with the yellow decal on her wheel, or rear disc wheel. Kira Will, Madison National Champion last year, with the white decal on her rear wheel. Coming through for a turn. So 3.5 laps to go for our leaders, 4 to go for our main field. And all riders seemingly fairly happy with the status quo at the moment. The bunch knows that they probably don't have enough track left in front of them to catch our leading trio. Our leading trio also happy to maintain their pace there and not push themselves too hard right now. They need to save some of their energy for the Omnium National Championships later today. So coming up towards the bell, our 3 leaders in this first heat for our Elite Women's Omnium National Championship qualifying. Will, Ikeda and Duncan go through. As leading the bunch from behind, it is Amelia Sykes, one of the riders who has not scored yet. Needs to get herself on the board, and there's only 1 slot available from riders from the bunch behind. So coming into the home straight. So our leading trio comes across. Sykes does do well enough, gets herself the final point there. So she should go through to our Elite Women's Omnium National Championship based on a countback. She will be level on points with Mayan Wolfenden and Tegan Faringa and Liani van der Berg, but she'll go ahead based on her results in that sprint, being so far forward. So confirmation of the results of that final sprint. Kira Will getting 5 points for first place. Mizuki Ikeda 3 points for second. Nicole Duncan 2 points for third. And 1 point going to Amelia Sykes for taking 4th place from the bunch. So the overall results of that qualifying race. Nicole Duncan the winner with 9 points. Eight points for Kira Will, 5 each for Mizuki Ikeda, Georgia Baker and Tsuyaka Uchino, 3 points each for Isla Carr and Claudia Marks, 2 for Maddie Wasserback from Port Adelaide. 1 each for Amelia Sykes, Leonie van der Berg, Maya Wolfenden and Tegan Feringa. Hannah Payne, the only rider to miss out. So the two New Zealanders, Feringa and Payne, will not progress to the main Women's Omnium Elite National Championship. As our second heat of riders coming up to the start line now. So this second heat comprising Sophie Edwards from Adelaide University Cycling Club, Lucy Reeve from Canterbury Track Cycling in New Zealand, Alyssa Pilates from Carnegie Caulfield in Melbourne, Elena Worrell from Counties Manukau Cycling, also of New Zealand, Emily Sanders from Gold Coast Cycling Club, she's in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport, Maho Kakita of Japan, the rider on the back with the distinctive red sun on her back, Junior Points Race World Champion Anna Dubier is here for Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club. Odette Lynch is wearing number 49 for Norwood. Two riders from Port Adelaide Cycling Club. Ali Anderson is in the red of Sassy. Maeve Plouffe just on the front of the bunch in all black with the white helmet. Ava Schmidtke in here, number 53 for South Coast Cycling Club. Riley McMullen wearing 56. She was in all black yesterday, and I suspect she will be again today. And Sarah Berger in the white and red for Viking Cycling Club from Canberra. So Sophie Edwards in the blue with the white stripe across the shoulders of the Australian Track Endurance National Team. One of a couple of Olympians in this field, along with Maeve Plouffe. Odette Lynch with the red helmet and white socks swings up the track there and casts her eye down at the rest of this field. As with our previous Omnium National Championship qualifiers, this will be a 40-lap race with 4 sprints available at 30 laps to go, 20 laps to go, 10 laps to go, and the finish. 5 points for winning the first sprint, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. So rider number 51 there, Ali Anderson, Australia's under-23 time trial champion on the road, and one of the riders in this field who competed at the UCI Road World Championships in the Rwandan capital of Kigali earlier this year. So coming into 2 laps to go until our opening sprint, and almost by accident there, rider number 40, Elena Worrell in the black of Counties Manukau, finds herself with a bit of space. She decides she doesn't want to be quite that far out front quite that soon, but the pace now really starting to pick up as we shape up for our opening sprint of 4. So Worrell, the Kiwi, who will lead them in. Odette Lynch in second wheel in the red helmet with the red jersey of the South Australian Sports Institute there. Maeve Plouffe and Sophie Edwards also moving up the outside of the track. Sophie Edwards now challenging Odette Lynch. As they come up towards the line, it will be Edwards who gets the first sprint. Lynch in second. Plouffe in third. Be interested to see who got 4th place there. It may well have been Ali Anderson. As things really on a roll now as rider number 46, Anna Dubia. She's in the light blue sleeves of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Confirmation of the results of that first sprint, 5 points and first place to Sophie Edwards, 3 points for Odette Lynch in second, 2 points for Maeve Plouffe in third, and 1 for Ali Anderson of Sassy, who finished fourth. So Alyssa Pilates, the rider in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport, coming through for a turn there. One of the riders who was featured in the action of the Victorian State Track Championships, which were held here at Disc last weekend. So it's been a very big week of racing action here at Joe Ciavola Velodrome, here at the Darebin International Sports Centre. So the rider from Canberra in the white and red, Sarah Berger from Viking Cycling Club. The Vikings originally are people from a very cold part of the world, so it makes sense that the Viking Cycling Club in Australia would be based in Canberra. It does get very chilly there in the winter. But the Viking Cycling Club, based in Tuggeranong in Canberra's southern suburbs, a powerhouse club, not just in cycling, but in rugby as well. So an attack now being wound up as it's 2 laps to go. This is Lucy Reeve from Canterbury Track Cycling. She finished second in the Elite Women's Points race yesterday, behind Liane van der Berg. As further back now, it looks like this is a move from Alyssa Pilates in the navy blue of the VIS coming around the outside. She's got Maeve Plouffe on her shoulder and moving up quickly. Ava Schmidtke it is from Sassy on the inside there, and the Japanese rider Maho Kakita now coming down the back straight there, trying to close in on Maeve Plouffe. Coming up towards the line for our second sprint. It looks like it will be Plouffe who will take it. Kakita in second, Alyssa Pilates in third, and then I think it was one of the riders from New Zealand in fourth place. It actually may have been Riley McMullen. So confirmation of the results of that last sprint. Maeve Plouffe with 5 points for first. Maho Kakita, the Japanese rider, getting 3 points for second. 2 points for Alyssa Pilates in third, and 1 for Riley McMullen in fourth. So the pace just easing a little bit here as we're now in the post-sprint lull. And that is so typical of riding not just on the track but in the road as well. Youngsters often taught that one of the best times to attack is shortly after an intermediate sprint. All the rivals who might chase you down are a bit exhausted from the sprint they've just done, so they're a lot less interested in getting you back in a hurry. So Amelie Sanders, the rider in the maroon of QAS, double under-19 national champion. On the road, I think in the criterium and the time trial, if memory serves. So Ali Anderson from Sassy now on the front of this field. 2 sprints left now. Maeve Plouffe currently leading overall with 7 points. Sophie Edwards in second place with 5. And then Odette Lynch and Mahu Kakita currently tied in third place with 3 points each. 2 points for Alyssa Polides in the navy blue, and 1 point each for Ali Anderson and Riley McMullen. So coming up to 2 points until our next sprint. Lucy Reeve, the Kiwi, taking the lead of this field on the inside of the track. Sophie Edwards, the rider in the blue of the Australian Track Endurance National Team, on her wheel. Alyssa Polides has been active early on and is keen to get among the action. So 1 lap to go until our penultimate sprint, as Sophie Edwards now moves past Lucy Reeve. Alyssa Polides coming onto the back wheel of Edwards as they go down the back straight. Looks like Riley McMullen there is chasing in third place. Maeve Plouffe also there and thereabouts. So as they come up to the line, it was Edwards getting the 5 points there ahead of Polides. I think that was Riley McMullen taking 2 points for third place, and it may well have been Amelie Sanders getting herself on the board. So results of that sprint: Sophie Edwards takes 5 points for first, Alyssa Polides 3 points for second, 2 for Riley McMullen for third place, and it was indeed the rider in the maroon of QAS, Amelie Sanders, getting fourth spot. So 8 riders currently on the board with 1 sprint left. A reminder that 2 riders from this qualifying heat will not take part in the Elite Women's Omnium National Championship. So it's alarm bell time for Lucy Reeve and Eleanor Worrell, the 2 Kiwis, as well as junior points race world champion Anna Dubir and Ava Schmidtke, who's one of the riders in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute. So the gas just going off slightly. After that last sprint, riders gathering themselves for one last effort before this qualifying points race concludes. We will also have 2 qualifying heats for the Men's Omnium Elite National Championship. They will be up next. So 4 laps to go, as it is the Olympian Maeve Plouffe ahead of her fellow Olympian Sophie Edwards. Both of those riders have represented Australia in the team pursuit. So 2 laps to go now, as it is rider number 46, Anna Dubir, junior points race world champion, but not on the board so far. She will need to place well in this final sprint to ensure her participation in the Omnium National Championships later today, as there's an attack from a rider from Sassy. Would not be surprised if this is Ava Schmidtke, another rider who needs to get on the board. It's actually Ali Anderson. So Ali Anderson there, as further back it is Dubir and Elena Worrell, another of the riders currently needing to get on the board. So coming up to the home straight now, Ali Anderson from Sassy there. Worrell it will be who will close her down. So Worrell will ensure her progression through to the Omnium National Championship by taking 5 points for the win there. Second and third shared between Alyssa Pilates and Ali Anderson. And I think Anna Dubia might have just snuck in for fourth. We will wait confirmation. So excellent racing from our elite women's Omnium National Championship qualifying heats. We will see most of these riders in action in the first of the Omnium races a little later today. If you've not watched much track cycling before, or you're not familiar with how an Omnium works, the Omnium is split across 4 races. The first of that is a straight-up scratch race. First rider over the line on the last lap wins. Then there's a tempo race, where after a certain period there is 1 point awarded for the first rider in the race over the line every single lap subsequently. The elimination race, which is sort of a spiritual pair and opposite to the tempo race, where the last rider across the line on alternating laps is eliminated from the field until only 1 rider remains. And then the points race is the final event of the Omnium. So riders will receive points for their relative placings in the field across those first 3 events. You get 40 points for first place, and then it's on a sliding scale down from there, so in the high 30s for second, and then a little bit less and a little bit less. So then the points race is the final event on the program. Rider with the most points at the end of the points race wins the Omnium overall. So our elite men's Omnium qualifying race for the National Championships getting ready to go now. So a 60-lap race for the competitors in this one, with sprints at 50 laps to go, 40 laps to go, 30 laps to go, 20 laps to go, 10 laps to go, and double points at the finish. So ordinarily, these sprints are worth 5 points for first, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. The last sprint in this race will be double that, so 10 points for first place, 6 points for second, 4 points for third, 2 points for fourth. And the last 4 riders in each of these heats will go through to our men's Omnium B grade final. So the field in this one absolutely stacked. We've got our defending Omnium National Champion sitting towards the back of the bunch there in the maroon of QAS. That's Liam Walsh from Balmoral Cycling Club in Queensland. Also in the field here, Blake Quick from Balmoral, Joshua Clark from Bendigo and District, Oscar Gallagher from Blackburn Cycling Club in Victoria, Hamish Keast from the Canterbury Time Trial Association on New Zealand's South Island, Joshua Grieve from Cycling Otago, Kurt Ether from Dubbo Cycling Club in New South Wales, Noah Blannon, last year's Austral wheel race champion from Gold Coast Cycling Club. He will also be in the colours of QAS. If you need to tell the difference between Noah Blannon and Liam Walsh, they're wearing the same coloured helmet and socks, but Noah Blannon has some bandages on his right leg from a fall yesterday. One Japanese rider in this field, that's Kazushige Kuboki, who was second overall, winner of the silver medal at the World Championships this year in this event, the Omnium. Joshua Duffy from Launceston City Cycling Club is representing Tasmania. Connor Leahy, the tall figure, is also in this field, winner of an Olympic gold medal in Paris last year in the team's pursuit. Oliver Watson-Palmer also in this field for Tawamutu Sports Cycling Club from just south of Auckland. He's on the high side of the track there in the black jersey with the blue, green and gold. And then rounding out the field, rider number 29, Bryce Nichols from Castlemaine. So coming up to 3 laps to go until our first sprint. Joshua Grieve from Cycling Otago flicks the elbow. A very brief turn from his fellow New Zealander there, Oliver Watson-Palmer. No one seeming all that keen to lead the bunch with 2 laps to go. Perhaps thinking that might not be tactically advisable. Bryce Nichols in the Victorian Navy with the blue sleeves comes through for a quick turn and then swings away. So coming into the bell before our first sprint. So Noah Blannon there. Leading them down the back straight, last year's Austral champion. Oscar Gallagher in the navy blue of the VIS. And coming up quickly around the outside, that looks like the tall figure of Connor Leahy. That might actually have been Joshua Duffy there, number 21, who got the win. And as we saw in our last race, as soon as that first sprint goes, the pace is really on. So winners of that first sprint, Joshua Duffy in first place. The battered and bruised Liam Walsh with the bandages on his legs in second. So good to see his legs aren't feeling too bad after his fall yesterday. Noah Blannon, his fellow Queenslander, got 2 points for third, and the Victorian Oscar Gallagher 1 point for fourth. So Joshua Duffy in the blue and white of the Australian Endurance Track Team. So Duffy, our current leader after the first sprint. Walsh in second place with 3 points, 2 points for Noah Blannon and 1 for Oscar Gallagher. So a quarter of the way through our first qualifying race for our Elite Men's Omnium National Championships. The bunch holding good speed at the moment, rotating fairly smoothly at this stage. Samuel Washington, the rider in the bright yellow sleeves of the WA Institute of Sport. Quite easy to spot from a distance. So Noah Blannon just swings off the front there. The rider wearing number 15 from Gold Coast Cycling Club. Had a very, very impressive points race yesterday, did Noah Blannon. Went out the overall winner. He had a fantastic seesawing battle with the Japanese rider Shunsuke Imamura, where both riders were alternating, taking laps on the field. One rider would go and take a lap on the field. As soon as they got across to the bunch, the other one would attack. Back and forth it went. And unfortunately, the fun came to an end with 15 laps to go when Shunsuke Imamura was involved in the same crash that brought down Liam Walsh. So Sam Washington, the Western Australian, going for a long-range attack here. Oscar Gallagher, the Victorian from VIS, chasing hard from behind. Bryce Nichols also there. Blake Quick, the rider in the blue with the red sleeves from Ruhai Insurance, also challenging. So Washington it will be, getting 5 points there. 3 points for Oscar Gallagher. 2 points, I think, there for Bryce Nichols and 1 for Blake Quick. And we're starting to see some counter moves here as riders consider trying to break away from the main bunch. So Samuel Washington taking 5 points for that sprint. Oscar Gallagher 3. It was actually Logan Taplin in the colours of the Victorian team getting 2 points, the rider from Hawthorn. And then Blake Quick it was getting 1. So the two Queenslanders, Walsh and Blannon now at the front. Walsh, our defending Omnium national champion. Liam Walsh just had absolute magic in his legs when he rode the Omnium last year. Things a little more stacked against him this time around, especially because he had that fall yesterday. As it's now the Olympic champion in the team pursuit, Connor Leahy, at the front of the field. He's got Kurt Ether, his Caish body wrap teammate, out the front with him. Lay in the white helmet, Ether in the black and green. So both riders heavily involved in the sprint train for the Caish body wrap squad. Connor Lay as one of the lead-out men. Kurt Ether as the sprinter of choice. Kurt Ether, the elimination race national champion of Australia for each of the past 2 years and a recent winner of the criterium at the Tour of Bright. So 3 laps to go until our next intermediate sprint for our 2 leaders, both of Caish body wrap. They've got the tail end of the main peloton in their sights now. They're probably only 50 or 60 metres behind. So if those 2 riders were to get across, they would gain a lap on the field and be given 20 bonus points. And safe to say that that amount would be more than enough to see them safely through to the Elite Omnium National Championship proper. 1 lap until the next sprint. Ether it is who is leading the Caish body wrap duo at the moment. Swings up the track to let Connor Lay through. As a bit further back, it is one of the riders from Tawamutu Sports. That's Oliver Watson-Palmer, the Kiwi, who is in 3rd spot at the moment. So Ether takes 5 points from the break for winning that sprint. 3 points for second to Connor Lay. Then it is the Japanese rider, Kazushige Kuboki, getting 2 points for third. And I think it may well have been Oliver Watson-Palmer getting the last of the available points in 4th spot. So confirmation of the results of that last sprint. Kurt Ether taking the win and 5 points. Connor Lay 3 points for second. Kazushige Kuboki in third. And Oliver Watson-Palmer in fourth, as Kurt Ether and Connor Lay deemed to have gained a lap on the main field. As we have a new rider laying down an attack at the front. This looks like the shape of Noah Blannon, and indeed it is. So last year's men's Austral winner off a handicap of 210 metres. The handicaps for the race were published yesterday, and I would be very surprised indeed if Noah Blannon were given that sort of handicap again. He might be lucky to have half that much of a handicap this time around, as the Queenslander is looking in ominous form. And he's only a few metres away from gaining a lap on this field and the 20 points that come with it. So Noah Blannon makes contact with the back of the main field. 20 points in the bank for him. So that lifts him up to 22 points into 3rd place, just behind the Caish body wrap duo of Kurt Ether and Connor Lay. So 2 laps until our next sprint now. Now 1 lap indeed it is, as our solo leader, Hamish Keast, in the red of the Canterbury Time Trial Association, is very nearly across to catching this main bunch. Joshua Grieve from Cycling Otago attacking from behind now, as it is the Japanese rider Kazushige Kuboki, who was second in the Elite World Championships in this Omnium discipline, coming through. He will take 3 points for winning the bunch sprint for second. Oscar Gallagher crossing in third and getting 2 points. 1 point there for defending national champion Liam Walsh in fourth. As it is now Blake Quick in the colours of the Dutch team Ruhai Insurance, who's trying his luck off the front of the field. So results of that last sprint: Keast 5, Kuboki 3, Gallagher 2 and Walsh 1. So after 4 of our 6 total sprints, Kurt Ether leading with 25 points, Connor Lay 23, Noah Blannon 22. And it is Oscar Gallagher on 6, Hamish Keast on 5, Duffy also on 5, as is Sam Washington. 4 for Walsh, 2 for Taplin, and 1 each for Blake Quick and Oliver Watson-Palmer. So Blake Quick only with 1 point to his name currently, but if he can hold this effort for the next 5 laps, he will get at least 5 points. He may even potentially get 20 if this field aren't all that interested in chasing him down. Noah Blannon doesn't look terribly interested on the front of the main bunch, as it's now Liam Walsh doing the chasing. A small factor, I presume, is that Walsh and Blake Quick are from the same club in Queensland, Balmoral. And Blake Quick now just about to come up and make the junction with the back of the field. Still deemed to be at the front of the race by the commissaires at that passage through. But as he makes contact with the back of the bunch, he has gained a lap and 20 points. So that will boost Blake Quick from a tie for 11th all the way up to 5th spot. He's now got 21. 1 lap until our next sprint. Liam Walsh, bandaged right leg and all, now making an attack down the back straight, trying to get 5 more points and ensure his participation in the Omnium National Championship. He checks over his shoulder. It looks like the Queenslander will get a chance to defend his title. So he leads Joshua Duffy over. Oliver Watson-Palmer getting 2 points for 3rd place. I think 4th there went to Samuel Washington, the rider with the yellow on his sleeves from WA. So Walsh it was winning that last sprint and getting 5 points, 3 for Duffy, 2 for Watson-Palmer and 1 for Samuel Washington. And the updated standings now have Hamish Keast and Kurt Ether on 25 points each. Connor Lay in 3rd with 22, with 23. Noah Blannon 4th with 22. Blake Quick got there in the end with 21. So with the last 4 riders in each heat to miss out on participating in the Omnium National Championship and instead go to the B final, the 4 riders currently in the drop zone are Oliver Watson-Palmer, Logan Taplin, Joshua Clark and Joshua Grieve. So those are the 4 riders currently in the drop zone. There's only 1 sprint, but remember this last one is worth double points. So 10 points for the winner, 6 points for 2nd, 4 points for 3rd, 2 points for 4th. So a slight easing of the pace before things ratchet up again for this final sprint. There'll be a couple of riders there, including Joshua Clark, who just came through to the front in the black helmet and navy blue jersey, who will be looking to put forward a good sprint here, maximise their chances of earning some points that will see them participate in the main event of the Omnium National Championship a bit later. The big figure of Connor Lay, the Olympic gold medalist in the team pursuit, now leading the bunch. Perhaps unsurprising that a team pursuiter would be so happy to lead others around on his wheel. 2 laps to go until our final sprint. And an attack now coming from Hamish Keast. He's in a share of the lead at the moment. But Joshua Grieve, who's on his wheel, is one of the riders in the drop zone, so he will need to score the rider who's currently in 2nd wheel. Joshua Duffy also in 3rd place there, as Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider, now up to 3rd. So going down the back straight, Joshua Grieve is giving himself the best chance of progressing here. Oscar Gallagher in the blue of the VIS also there. Joshua Duffy there and Kazushige Kuboki. So the win in the final sprint there going to Joshua Grieve from Cycling Otago. Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese world champion silver medalist in the Omnium discipline earlier this year, getting himself a few points as well. That will keep him out of the drop zone. So as our riders cool down, and the riders for our second Elite Men's Omnium National Championship qualifying points race get ready to go, we await the results of the final sprint. Confirmation there, Joshua Grieve getting the win and 10 points for that final sprint. Kazushige Kuboki from Japan, second with 6 points. Oscar Gallagher, 4 points for third. Joshua Duffy, 2 points for fourth. So the final results there, Hamish Keast going out the winner, a tie on 25 points with Kurt Ether, but Keast finishing better in that final sprint. Connor Lay in third with 23 points. Noah Blannon fourth with 22. Blake Quick with 21. In sixth place, Kazushige Kuboki from Japan. Joshua Grieve from Otago and Oscar Gallagher both with 10, so they will safely progress. Joshua Duffy and Liam Walsh on 10 points and 9. Samuel Washington also making it through. So it means the 4 riders who we will see in the Omnium B grade final a little later on will be Joshua Clark, Logan Taplin, Oliver Watson-Palmer, and Sam Washington. So Heat 2 of our qualifiers for the Men's Elite Omnium National Championship coming up to the starting area now. Same format as the last race, 60 laps, sprints every 10 laps, double points for the last sprint, and then the last 4 riders in each heat, including this one, will miss out on the action of the Elite Men's Omnium National Championship, and we'll see them in the B grade Omnium a bit later. So riders are all together. They will shortly get the whistle for their rolling start. And there's the whistle. So leading them out in the colours of QAS, the maroon long sleeves, that's Rowan Hayden-Smith from Balmoral. He took, I believe, 3rd place yesterday in the points race. Also in this field, James Moriarty of Balmoral, Emerson Julian of Bendigo and District Cycling Club, Edward Marks from Canberra, James Folaccio from Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club in Melbourne, Magnus Jamison from Cycling Southland, Alex Hughes from Gold Coast Cycling Club. He's only just come up from the junior ranks. He finished, I believe, 2nd overall in a thrilling men's under-19 Omnium National Championship last year. In the colours of Israel Premier Tech, the New Zealander Kian Karai-Watts. Jonas Shelverton, the Tasmanian, is here in the colours of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. Shunsuke Imamura is our one Japanese rider in this field with a distinctive red sun on his back. He was involved in a crash in the points race yesterday with Liam Walsh, which was a spoiler to what had been a really fun battle between Imamura and Noah Blannon for the lead of that points race. So good to see the Japanese rider well enough to take the start today, though I imagine his night's sleep last night might have been a bit less comfortable than some of his rivals. Andre Dubia is just coming through to the lead of the field now. He's in the light blue sleeves of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Tom Cornish also in the mix here. So he's the rider in the Aussie Track Endurance National Team kit. The blue jersey with the white shoulders. Bailey McDonald also in this field representing Viking Cycling Club in the Australian Capital Territory. Jack Dola from X-Speed Cycling Club in WA. He'll be the rider with the WAIS yellow on his sleeves. And rounding out the field, the rider who's just swinging up the track now in the red of Sassy, that's Will Holmes. So this looks like Emerson Julian, the rider from Bendigo and District Cycling Club, who's being given a little bit of space out the front of the field. Julian just checking down the shoulder and deciding he wants to be a little bit further back in the field than he currently is, as there's now an attack going from one of the Queensland riders. Looks like that might be Alex Hughes. Shunsuke Imamura looks like his legs aren't troubling him too much, as he's the first rider to respond. 1 lap until the first sprint. So Alex Hughes, the under-19 road race national champion, trying to set a good mark here on the track in the early going. Shunsuke Imamura there, and Rowan Hayden-Smith closing at a rate of knots there. So first and second look like they're going to go to the QAS riders in maroon. So 5 points there for Rowan Hayden-Smith, who's in the white helmet. 3 points and second place for Alex Hughes, who's in the black helmet. And then third and fourth shared between Shunsuke Imamura. Imamura was getting third, and Andre Dubia, the rider in the light blue sleeves of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. We saw his sister Anna taking part in the women's event a little earlier. So 48 laps to go, as it is Will Holmes from the South Australian Sports Institute. Looked like he was trying an attack there, then swung up the track. And as with all of our previous races, once that first intermediate sprint goes, things really start to heat up. So number 4 in the Aussie team kit with the black helmet, that's James Moriarty. A bit of a void forms as they come around turn 3. No one's super keen to take up the pacemaking. Kian Watts, the New Zealander, in the colours of Israel Premier Tech. So he's on the Israel Premier Tech development squad, that team shortly to become NSN, Never Say Never Cycling. And their kit going to look quite a bit different this year rather than the blue and white of the current outfit. It's a mix of some bright orange, blue patches. It's quite a sight to behold. So Tom Cornish, the rider in the black and green helmet and the Aussie kit, coming through for a quick turn. The distinctive red and yellow shorts of Magnus Jamison from Cycling Southland staying high on the track there. There's a couple of riders now give it a nudge down the inside. That looks like number 18, Jonas Shelverton, in the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. That looks like Edward Marks, the tall figure from Canberra Cycling Club, in the colours of Caiche body wrap on the front now. Shunsuke Imamura keen to test out his legs. They were very good yesterday until his fall. They look to be all right today. Jack Dola in the yellow of the WA Institute of Sport now trying to track down our leading trio. 2 laps to go until our next point sprint, as it is Imamura leading Shelverton, with Marks in the mix there. The main bunch coming up quickly from behind, led by Kian Watts. James Moriarty in the black helmet and the Aussie team kit. So the bunch making the catch with 1 lap to go. They're 3 wide going out of turn 2 there, with Shelverton doing battle with Dola and now Will Holmes, the rider from the South Australian Sports Institute, making a quick run on the outside. So Holmes it will be who takes the sprint win there. Moriarty grabs second place and 3 points. I think it may have been Kian Watts, the New Zealander, who got in the points as well in third. We will await confirmation. So, results of that sprint there. William Holmes taking 5 points, James Moriarty 3, Jack Dola 2, and Kian Watts grabbing 1 point. So, of the 8-point slots available, they've all gone to 8 different riders so far. No rider has scored points more than once. So the lead currently being shared by the 2 riders who have won the sprint so far, Rowan Hayden-Smith from QAS and Will Holmes from Sassy. Andre Dubia now leading them as they go down the back straight. The New South Welshman just checks over his shoulder to see if he's got any company. He does indeed. Shunsuke Imamura, the Japanese rider. He's riding very well here. For those who aren't familiar with cycling, you normally feel pretty rubbish the day after a crash, but clearly it's not affecting Shunsuke Imamura too badly, as it's now the Tasmanian rider Jonas Shelverton at the front of the bunch. He's got Magnus Jamison in the white, red and yellow of Cycling Southland right on his hammer. Then Rowan Hayden-Smith from QAS in third wheel, just checking over his shoulder there. All riders staying extremely high up on the banking, almost daring someone to come from behind and assume the pacemaking. No one really keen, so Jonas Shelverton drops down to the bottom, then goes back up to the top again, and everyone's just playing follow the leader for the moment. Imamura has now had enough of that game. He wants to play a different game at the moment. So he comes forward, then swings off. Quite an indecisive peloton in the last couple of minutes. Folks not sure if they want to be attacking, defending, or coasting along in the bunch. Two and a half laps to our next point sprint at the halfway mark of this 60-lap race. As it's now Rowan Hayden-Smith, the Queenslander, taking up first position, but still riding quite high on the track, leaving plenty of space for someone to give it a run down the inside if they so desire. Will Holmes decides that that man is going to be him, so the rider in red comes to the front of our main group. Kian Watts, the rider in the Israel Premier Tech colours, in second wheel, as it is Tom Cornish there, and Imamura, the Japanese rider, moving beautifully through the field. Smooth as you like from Imamura. He's up to second now, but he won't catch Cornish. So Cornish grabs 5 points there. Second and third shared between Imamura and Holmes. I think it may have been Kian Watts getting fourth. Imamura and Holmes very close together in second and third place, so we'll await confirmation from the commissaires on their exact finish. So riders still following each other around, a bit of looking around and some, let's say it's not exactly furious pacemaking at the moment. Riders getting a chance to recover after that last sprint effort. Alex Hughes, the youngster, just checks over his shoulder as he finds himself on the front of the field. Leads everybody up the garden path, up the banking. Andre Dubier, the rider from the New South Wales Institute of Sport, does a brief turn and swings up the track. Gives way to Rowan Hayden-Smith, who looked to have very good form yesterday in the points race, taking third overall as the man who was in second place until he crashed out, Shinsuke Imamura, right on his wheel. So Hayden-Smith and Imamura sometimes seeming serious about leading this field, sometimes not all that concerned. 3 laps now until our next point sprint. As the standings currently being led by Will Holmes, the rider in the red of Sassy. Then Rowan Hayden-Smith, Imamura and Tom Cornish all level on 5 points in equal second. James Moriarty and Alex Hughes equal fifth with 3 points each. So a lap and a half to go until our next point sprint, as it is Kian Watts now coming to the front of the field. An attack being wound up from a way back. That's one of the riders from Caish Body Wrap who's got a good mark coming out. That's Edward Marks it is. He's got a good gap over the field, 2 or 3 lengths at least for the rider from Canberra. He checks over his shoulder. It's Kian Watts leading the bunch from behind. Jonas Shelverton is in there as well, as is Rowan Hayden-Smith. But Edward Marks checks over his shoulder. He'll grab himself another 5 points for his pocket. The minor placings there shared between Jonas Shelverton, Kian Watts. I think maybe Andre Dubier got in the mix as well. Oh, and a fall for Andre Dubier there. Just a moment of inattention. I think that might have been an overlapped wheel for the rider from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. A slide down along the track. He's quick to pop back up, which is always a good sign. We'll give a moment to check over both rider and bike and make sure that everything's okay. He certainly seems very keen to get back in the mix. Gives the wheels a quick spin and just make sure that nothing is out of true. So Andre Dubier with the devil's own job of chasing back on, but he looks to be back on his bike and relatively unharmed. As one of the helpers carrying a pair of spare wheels has waved away. So the New South Welshman now back up to speed, and he's going to join in with this main bunch. He won't be docked a lap for the time that he was on the ground, which is a small mercy for those who have just fallen and potentially lost some skin. While Andre Dubier has been righting himself, 3 riders are now out the front of this field, coming into 14 laps to go. That's James Moriarty on the front in the black helmet. He's also got Alex Hughes there and Shunsuke Imamura. Magnus Jamison, the New Zealander in the colours of Cycling Southland, is also there in the white, yellow and red. Not a combination you tend to see too often in cycling kits, and it's certainly very easy to spot from a distance. Jonas Shelverton, the rider from the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, leading the chase from behind. So a lap and a half to go to our next sprint, with 4 riders in a break out the front and 4 point scoring slots available. And looks very likely that the 4 available points are going to go to the 4 riders currently out in front. One of the reasons why there's always very good cooperations in track racing between groups of 4, because everybody will get a little bit of something if you continue to work together. As it is Tom Cornish who leads that group over, so he'll get 5 points, 3 for Jamison, the New Zealand rider from Cycling Southland, 2 for Alex Hughes, the rider from QAS, and 1 from Shunsuke Imamura, the Japanese rider. So yes, as I was saying, there's a tendency when you have a group of 4 like this out the front, everyone has a very good incentive to work together, because you will all benefit if you keep going. If you ever see breaks in the Olympics where there are precisely 3 riders out front and 3 medals to share between them, generally they will cooperate quite well together, because even if you don't win, you will walk away with something. So our leading quartet very nearly about to catch the main field for a lap here. So that would reset things at the moment. So of the riders left in this field, there are 4 riders who won't progress. I think we've lost a couple of starters though. So at the moment it is Andre Dubier, our fallen rider from 5 minutes ago, now currently leading the field. He has 1 point to his name. Everybody else has at least 2. And the current leader overall, James Moriarty, has 8 points after 5 out of our 6 sprints. But remember, our last sprint is worth double points. So our leading rider only has 8 points, but you can get 10 for winning this last sprint. As all of our 12 riders currently in this field have scored at least once, which you don't often see in points racing of this type. So the tall figure from Case Body Wrap, Edward Marks, now making a move off the front. Andre Dubier recognising that he's in the drop zone, keen to get himself out the front if he can. Jack Dola, another man in the drop zone, the rider in the yellow sleeves of the WA Institute of Sport, keen to get across to the action. Rowan Hayden Smith, the Queenslander in the maroon, leading a group across containing Kian Watts, Jonas Shelverton, Tom Cornish and Will Holmes. So what seemed like it might potentially work out quite well for Andre Duby is going to be a little bit harder now. So 1 lap to go, as it is Cornish leading them down the back straight. Will Holmes on his wheel. Rowan Hayden-Smith, the Queenslander, has slotted into 3rd place. Kian Watts, the New Zealander, in 4th at the moment, coming up towards the line. The race will conclude. Tom Cornish wins the final sprint. Will Holmes will take 3 points for 2nd place. 2 points there for Rowan Hayden-Smith. And I think it may well have been 1 point for Kian Watts, the Kiwi. So that's our qualifying races for our Omnium National Championships all done now. We'll now move back to the team sprints. So all of our teams who put in team sprint efforts earlier this morning to start off proceedings are going to have another crack. So our team sprint riders are getting ready to go. So team one starting from the home straight. Brianna Hargrave, Jackie Mengler-Moore, and it should be Moran, but she crashed earlier, so I think she might be a DNS. So they'll be up against the team of Olivia Wright, Hope Harnetti and Ella Liang. So Olivia Wright, the Queenslander for Team 2, setting a good strong mark early on. Hope Harnetti, the Victorian, soon coming through to take over the mantle. As Mengler-Moore, the Queenslander for Team 1, has now let Brianna Hargrave loose. So Hope Harnetti pedaling strongly here. Just about to hand over to Ella Liang as Team 1 clock 35.323 for their 2-lap effort. Ella Liang still pushing hard, finishing off her effort here with her teammates. They clocked a 51.606 this morning. They've gone 2 thousandths of a second faster in their second crack at it. So a very, very marginal improvement for team number 2, but improvement is improvement. So our next heat will pit Team 3, starting in the home straight. That is Emma Stevens, Maya Dillon and Danica Blinko. So Emma Stevens just getting her bike slotted into the pneumatic gate there. Maya Dillon, the Western Australia, next to her, and Danica Blinko, the Queenslander, in the black helmet at the top of the track. Meanwhile, Team 4 in the back straight. All para riders, including 2 world champions in this mixed team sprint, Erin Rowell and Corey Boddington, along with former double Paralympic champion Matthew Gray. He's just about to come up into position now, I think. Off and going now, team number 3, starting from the home straight, 2 Queenslanders and a Western Australian up against our para trio. So Erin Rowell on the front there in the all-black helmet, wearing the rainbow bands as a world champion, a title that she and Corey Boddington won in Rio de Janeiro earlier this year. So coming through to the end of lap 1, Emma Stevens now hands it over to Maya Dillon for team number 3, as our para team has now had Erin Rowell pass the baton to Matthew Gray. Matthew Gray in the black has Corey Boddington, Australian Cyclist of the Year, on his wheel, as Dillon now hands it over to Danica Blinko. So Danica Blinko in the maroon of the QAS up against Corey Boddington, a fellow Queenslander, in the rainbow bands of the world champion. So coming up towards the line, they will come through and stop the clock. Danica Blinko clocks 49.441. And Team 4... 57.770. I don't know if Team 4's clock stopped where it should have there, because the Team 4, the para squad, clocked 51.154 this morning, which would be roughly the time it would take a rider of the calibre of Corey Boddington to ride half a lap. So our third heat is going to pit Team 5, comprised of Christine Perkins, Lilia Tartarinov and Sophie Watts. And they're going to be up against Molly McGill, Christina Clonan and Sophie Watts. So Team 5 starting from the home straight, containing 3 of the 4 riders who won Team Sprint Bronze for Australia at the UCI World Championships in Santiago a couple of months ago. I would expect their time to be very quick. Up against a team comprising Molly McGill, Christina Clonan and Sophie Watts. So as the handover is made between Christine Perkins and Lilia Tartarinov. So Tartarinov now leading with Alessia McCaig, yesterday's sprint gold medal winner, heading up the back straight. Fast times from both sets of riders here. The bell now goes. So Sophie Watts it will be against Alessia McCaig. Alessia McCaig, our gold medal winner in the sprint yesterday. So half a lap left now. Sophie Watts, the rider from the QAS, trying to measure up against the rider in the Australian green and gold. They come through and stop the clock. Just 0.5 of a second. The win going to Team 6, who started in the back straight of Clonan, McGill and Watts. A little bit of an upset there, getting the better of Tartarinov, Perkins and McCaig. So our 4th of 5 team sprint heats getting ready to go now in the home straight, just adjusting her shoes there at the bottom of the track. That's April Catt. No, that's Paige Squire, sorry, from Norwood. Her clubmate April Catt is just next to her in the orange and navy blue of Sassy. And then at the top of the track in the royal blue of the ACT Academy of Sport, that's Emily Watch. They'll be up against a trio of youngsters in the back straight, Milan Bradshaw, Alana Lake and Maddie Pitt. Off they go here. Team 7 versus Team 8. Paige Squire leading Team 7. Maddie Pitt in the black, white and red of X-Speed Cycling Club from WA, leading team number 8. So a West Australian and a South Australian in front at the moment. So as they come through for the first changeovers, in the home straight, Squire hands it over to her clubmate Kat, whereas for Team 8 in the black, that's Milan Bradshaw. She has Alana Lake on her wheel. So April Catt just about to hand it over to Emily Watch as they come through the bell. So the ACT rider now coming through. She'll be going head-to-head with Alana Lake, the women's under-19 sprint champion. So half a lap left now. Emily Watch and Team 7 with a little bit of a gap here, about half a second's worth. Coming up towards the line. Let's see how they stack up. Emily Watch finishes 6th fastest so far, 52.161. And then the team of Bradshaw, Lake and Pitt about half a second behind. So our last of our women's and para team sprint heats getting ready to go now. In the home straight, Team 9, Sophie Backer is in the pneumatic gate at the bottom of the back. Alexis Phillips in the navy blue in the centre. And April Patty, the rider in the blue jersey with the white sleeves. That's the Balmoral Cycling Club jersey. And then in the back straight, that's Madison Smith in the black from Gold Coast Cycling Club, partnered by Michaela Tobin from Geelong. Trying to display them all at once trying to put them all on at once would be a bit of a mess. Often going in our final heat for this women's team sprint. So 2 riders for a 2-lap effort from the back straight. That's Maddie Dillon and Michaela Tobin. And then Team 9 with 3 riders. All riders here part of our under-19 junior ranks. As Team 9 is being led strongly here by Sophie Backer. She's just about to head over to Alexis Phillips. Alexis Phillips, the rider from Canberra, has April Patty on her wheel. As for Team 10, Michaela Tobin now taking up the charge. So coming into the last lap now for team number 9. Phillips swings away and hands it over to April Patty, the rider from Balmoral. Michaela Tobin's just come through and finished her effort for Team 10, 43.235 for them. Michaela Tobin just getting a friendly word, perhaps, from April Patty, just to shift out of the way and make sure that the Balmoral rider could come through, but everyone's through safely. And that will conclude our women's and para team sprints. We'll now have some team sprinting for the men. So our first 2 men's teams getting ready to go. In the home straight, we have Max Lieberknecht, Ryan Elliott and Daniel Barber. Lieberknecht, the rider, just shaking out his visor there at the bottom of the track. They'll be going up against a powerhouse trio in the back straight. Finn Carpenter, the Western Australian, and 2 South Australians, Tate Ryan and James Brister. All right, they're off and going now. Our first 2 teams off in the team sprint. So Maxwell Lieberknecht will be leading Team 1. Finn Carpenter, the Western Australia, leading Team 2. With yesterday's sprint gold medalist Tate Ryan in second wheel and James Brister on the back of that train. So Team 1 now coming in. It will be Lieberknecht handing off to, that looks like Barber. So he's going to lead them down the back straight as Tate Ryan puts in a flying effort here. He's halfway through his sprint lap. James Brister looking well positioned on his wheel. The handover now for Team 1. Team 2 looking very good. They're just ahead of them, I would say. So half a lap left for both riders. The gap's coming back now. This will be close on the line. They come up, they see the white line in front of them. Brister crosses the line first, 43.644. 0.6 of a second ahead of team number 2. So 0.5 of a second quicker than their first effort for team number 1. And 1/4 of a second faster than the morning effort for team 2. So both teams doing an improvement on time over their previous team sprints. And sometimes that's what it's all about, just getting a little bit better effort to effort. So teams 3 and 4 getting ready to go. So team 3 in the home straight getting ready. I can see rider number 48. Oh, that's Daniel Barber. I think there's been a bit of a reshuffling of some of the teams. So Barber it is in the Australian kit. He's got Mitchell Louis in the QAS Maroon and Ravi Hermkins in the blue and orange of Central Coast in his squad now. As in the back straight, it will be a trio of Victorians. Jade Madden is the rider in yellow who's in the start gate. Just above him on the track, Daniel Barber from Brunswick. And at the top of the track from Blackburn, Nick Papadakis. So the trio of Barber, Louis and Hermkins in the front straight, Madden, Power and Papadakis in the back straight. So off they go here. Daniel Barber leading team 3 out of the blocks. Jade Madden starting his sprint effort for team number 4. Madden was the last rider for team 4 the first time around, but he also had a puncture and a crash at the end of his effort. So we're hoping things will be a little different this time. As Barber now hands it over to Mitchell Louis with Ravi Hermkins quite a long way back. Daniel Power doing a little bit better in terms of cohesion for team number 4 with Nick Papadakis well and truly on his wheel. Mitchell Louis is going to come through. He gets the bell there, hands it over to Ravi Hermkins, but the Central Coast rider has quite a bit of work to do. Nick Papadakis from Blackburn looking strong there. Half a lap left for both riders now. Papadakis and his team 4 are now ahead of team 3, coming up to stop the clock, 47.060. And team 3 finishing in 52.652. So 2 of our 5 heats for our elite men's team sprints now completed. A few riders changing their orders, changing their lineups from their early morning efforts. So Team 5 in the home straight, Ben Woods to start in the Victorian colours. Then it will be Luca Pyatt from South Australia, Angus Withington from the ACT. And in the back straight, starting it out will be Mitchell Stevens of Adelaide Hills Cycling Club, Seb Topping in second position from Queensland, and Max Woodruff from Tasmania. So no riders in any 2 teams from the same state. We'll see how things shake out here as Ben Woods has gotten a good jump here for the Team 5 that started in the home straight. He hands it over to Luca Pyatt now, the South Australian going head-to-head with the Queenslander Seb Topping, but his third man, Max Woodruff, quite a way behind. So Team 5 looking a bit more cohesive as Pyatt now hands it over to Angus Withington, the winner of the Under-19 sprint title from the other day. Max Woodruff, the Tasmanian, pedalling hard, trying to make that gap back up. But Angus Withington looking strong as he comes up towards the line. He will stop the clock, 47.748. And Team 6, 49.021. So Team 5 going nearly 3/4 of a second faster than their effort earlier this morning. I think the change of the chemistry for Team 5 when putting Ben Woods first and Angus Withington last really worked to the team's benefit there. Very cohesive ride between the 3 of them. And a team that works well together and is in each other's slipstreams is always going to do quick times. So the combination of Smith, Byrne and May, 2 Victorians and a New South Welshman for Team 7 from the home straight. They'll be going up against Lockie Trenton, Chris Mullins and Riley Boyd from Team 8. That actually looks like Cooper Dunlop there, rider number 92. Leading them out. No, it is Mullins who now hands it over to Lachlan Trenton. Riley Boyd, the fellow Victorian, with some work to do. Patrick May leading Team 7 down the back straight in the black. The rider from Lidcombe Auburn. He's just about to hand over to his Victorian teammate Isaac Byrne there. So Byrne now giving it a rip. And as we come up, Riley Boyd pedaling strongly. That's actually Lockie Trenton. They've changed the order there. So Team 7, 4th fastest time, 47.256. And Team 8 with the 6th quickest time so far, 48.798. So good to see most of these squads clocking faster times in their second go at a team sprint than in the morning. Sometimes it's a rejigging of riders, sometimes it's reshuffling the start order, and it does seem to be working. So our final team sprint squad, Team 9, getting ready to go, comprised of Ewan Grierson, Noah Brooks and Ben Holmes. Off they go now. So Grierson, the South Australian it is, leading them at the bottom of the track. Noah Brooks in second wheel in the black and red of Blackburn Cycling Club from Melbourne's eastern suburbs. And from Melbourne's inner north, Ben Holmes is in the orange and black in third wheel. So this squad clocked a 52.221 this morning in the same order that they're currently riding. So Grierson hands it over now to Noah Brooks. Noah Brooks with a little bit of a gap there to Ben Holmes. Holmes trying to get across to the slipstream of his teammate. So Noah Brooks keeping the gas on as they come up to the bell now. So Brooks hands it over, and it's now Ben Holmes who has to do the final 250 metres on his own. So looking to beat the time of 52.221 that the squad set this morning. Looks like it will be quite close as Ben Holmes now coming up towards the line. He comes through and he will stop the clock 53.295. So just over a second slower there for Team 9. So we will soon be welcoming our men's B-grade scratch riders for the elites onto the track for their Omnium scratch race. So this will be a combined field of elites and under-19s. So a quality mix of riders in our men's B-grade Omnium scratch race. So starting at the bottom of the track there in the black jersey with the bright, would you call it orange or pink? Up to the eye of the beholder, I'd say. That's Emerson Julian from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. So joining him in this Omnium, Bailey McDonald, Emerson Julian, Joshua Clark. So our men's B-grade Omnium scratch race off and going now. So this is a combined field of our juniors and our elites. So this will be a 30-lap scratch race, 7.5 kilometres total. First rider over the line at the end gets the win. No need to worry about intermediate points or gaining or losing laps. The scratch race is the simplest race of them all. So just going through our start list, number 5, Joshua Clark from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. Number 6, Emerson Julian, also of Bendigo. Number 17, Logan Taplin of Hawthorn. Number 26, Bailey McDonald of Viking Cycling Club. He's in the blue colours of the Caish Body Wrap team. Number 29, Bryce Nichols of Victoria. He's from Castlemaine Cycling Club. Number 69, Oliver Clark. Number 70, Oliver Keast. Both of those Olivers coming to us from over the ditch in New Zealand. Number 77, Angus Gullick from Hobart Wheelers Cycling Club. He's in the Tassie jersey about 2/3 of the way down the field. The green torso with the red sleeves. Number 83, Harrison Lace from Norwood Cycling Club. Number 87, Benjamin Cade. And number 88, Ben Holmes, the rider from the black and orange from Brunswick, who is on the back. We'll forgive Ben Holmes for being a little further back in the field. He's finished a team sprint about 3 minutes ago. So if nothing else, his legs will be warm in the early stages of this men's B-grade Omnium scratch race. So Oliver Keast, the rider from Canterbury Track Cycling Club on New Zealand's South Island, looking for some assistance, and indeed it does come now to the man in green from one of his fellow Kiwis, Oliver Clark in the red there with the white helmet. So a move now going down the inside from one of the riders in the Victorian colours. So that's Logan Taplin, rider number 17. Rides on the road for the Duda squad, a team dedicated to the memory of the late Damien Drapak, who was a pillar of the cycling community here, tragically taken from us too soon as a result of a traffic collision on his way to a race a few years ago. But the Duda squad has been named in his honour, and that squad always attacks every race they're in very hard. So Benjamin Cade, the rider from Whyalla Cycling Club in country South Australia. They do have a velodrome in Whyalla, and not only do they have a velodrome, they also have a double World Championship bronze medalist as of this year in the form of Lee Hoffman, the man from Whyalla, taking bronze at the UCI Track World Championships in Santiago in Chile in both the individual and the team sprint. So Emerson Julian, the rider from Bendigo, just checking to his inside, as it is Oliver Keast from Canterbury Track Cycling Club. I've called him Hamish a couple of times now when his name's Oliver, and I honestly don't know why. It's not like the two names sound all that similar. So Benjamin Cade from Whyalla in the all black, riding out the front of the group but high up the banking, indicating that he's not seriously thinking about an attack. As we're through our first 11 laps now of our 30-lap scratch race. So Logan Taplin in the Victorian navy blue and white. He just flicks the elbow there for Bailey McDonald in the colours of Caish Body Wrap, who quickly defers to Bryce Nichols. He's the Victorian with the black helmet. So Nichols on the front, hands it over to Emerson Julian. So the bunch fairly happy to roll around at a consistent speed thus far. The temperature inside the Velodrome here at Disc, it has to be said, much more comfortable than the same time yesterday when it was heading up towards 35 degrees. You would have to think we're still in the mid to late 20s here so far today. So a good crowd in already for the Under-19 and Elite Omnium National Championships today. Plenty of riders busily chatting away in the infield. Plenty of folks yesterday spent most of the day hiding in the tunnel underneath the Velodrome because that was where the temperature was the coolest. But with the mercury looking a little friendlier today, plenty of folks out and watching the racing, both from the infield and the stands. If you have not secured your tickets for tomorrow's Austral wheel race evening session, they are still available, but they are standing room only. All the seats are sold, so it will now be a case of getting standing room only tickets. We had an absolutely packed house here last year. We had the DJ going, we had plenty of folks cheering on their favourite riders and new favourite riders as well. So Angus Gullick, the rider from Tasmania, the Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils Club in the state's capital. As it is Benjamin Cade now coming through. So Oliver Keast, the New Zealander, in the bright green now coming through as Emerson Julian, who was a lap down before, now coming to the front of the bunch and possibly looking at redressing that deficit. As now the two riders in the Victorian colours, Bailey Nichols and Logan Taplin, coming together in unison at the front of the bunch. Joshua Clark, the rider from Bendigo and District Cycling Club, makes it 3 Victorians in a row at the front of this race. And then it is the first of the Kiwis wearing number 69, Oliver Clark, trying to come across from behind. Logan Taplin it is now, giving it a roll off the front with 5 laps to go in this scratch race. A little bit of hesitation and switching at the front there Oliver Keast and Oliver Clark, the two Kiwi Olivers, trying to lead them back across. Joshua Clark, the rider from Bendigo, now taking up the mantle. So Logan Taplin still out the front, 3 laps to go for the rider from Victoria. He's got most of the home straight as a gap, I'd say maybe 80 metres, as it is Bailey McDonald trying to chase across from behind now, along with the two Kiwi Olivers, Keast and Clark. 2 laps left in the scratch race now for Logan Taplin. He will have been slightly disappointed not to be playing with the big boys for the Elite Men's Omnium National Championship, but he can get himself off to an excellent start in the B-grade Omnium here if he can hold this effort for another lap. The bunch behind look more interested in sprinting among themselves than chasing down Logan Taplin. So the rider from Hawthorn looking as though he will be adding to his tally as the sprint winds up from behind. Benjamin Cade from Whyalla will lead them through. Harrison Lace, his fellow South Australian, in second spot in the main bunch, as Oliver Keast in the green starts coming around. Logan Taplin takes the win to the applause of the crowd. As the sprint is building up from behind, Oliver Keast, the Kiwi, comes through just ahead of the two South Australians, with Harrison Lace finishing just ahead of Benjamin Cade. So our riders for our under-19 men's Omnium getting ready for the first of their 4 events in their national championship program for this year. I think looking down the start list we've got just enough holders, so that's good. So off and rolling now. Riders will soon get the whistle that will start our 30-lap scratch race, the first event of 4 in our men's under-19 Omnium National Championship program. So all riders together and the whistle blows. So 21 riders taking to the start list, 6 Australians and 5 New Zealanders. As winding up an attack very early on. I was just thinking that's the sort of move that Cooper Dunlop would think is a good idea. Indeed it is Cooper Dunlop, the Western Australian, who has wound it up early. It's always nice to feel strong at the early part of a race, and Cooper Dunlop certainly feels that. He's drawn a few riders out. William Brown leading across from the main pack. Liam Underwood of Guest Picks Racing in the Navy also there, along with one of the riders there from QAS. That's number 76. That looks like it might be Oscar Schoff. Was Lockie Walters. So Dunlop brought back William Brown and Lockie Walters there. And our front 5, who tried so hard to get away, changed their minds about it pretty quickly. Liam Underwood in the Navy of Guest Picks Racing, the rider from Adelaide, who also dabbles in road racing and a bit of cyclocross as well. He's got the rider from Otago, Daniel Grieve, in the mix there. Daniel Grieve had quite a torrid qualifying race. He shipped his chain, had to coast for a couple of laps until he came to a full stop, then get back in, then made sure he had enough points to qualify for this race. But he's done that and he's in the mix now. So going off the front now, Lockie Stewart in the white, red and black of X-Speed Racing. I mentioned just before that Lucy Allen won Tour of Bright B grade recently, widely considered the race of the future. Lockie Stewart, the Alpine Cycling Club rider who's currently sitting in second, won the men's equivalent in B grade. So his list is now on the same honour roll as the likes of Cadell Evans, and I believe Michael Matthews also won that title once upon a time. As we now see a couple of the Kiwis in the black colours of Counties Manukau Cycling towards the front. So the 3 lads from Aotearoa staying fairly close together. So Max Nussbaum in the navy blue of Butterfields with his distinctive red and black helmet towards the front. Always wears a red helmet in his races, does Max Nussbaum. He was one of the real stars of the men's under-19 Omnium National Championship here last year, which was one of the most thrilling races I've ever had the pleasure of witnessing. Going into the final sprint in the points race, there were 5 riders who could have won the title. Max Nussbaum would have been a 6th if he'd been able to gain a 3rd lap on the field. He already gained 2 laps in the first 100 laps of the 120-lap race, tried with 6 laps to go, and he got about 2/3 of the way across before eventually being brought back in. So Alistair Norris in the grey of Royal Bikes, a winner last weekend here at Disc of the Victorian State Championship for under-19s in the 1 kilometre time trial. As it's now a couple of South Australians at the front. Number 79, Oliver Ward, swings away as Billy Van Hout, who's in the black jersey with the white shoulders and red stripe. Billy Van Hout riding for Villawood Cycling Club, team based in Adelaide. Billy's the son of Russell Van Hout, who was the Australian road race national champion in, I think, 2004. But a very talented rider in his own right. One of a number of riders in this field who mixes up across disciplines. As it is now Lockie Stewart attacking off the front with Riley Crampton. So Stewart in the green helmet, Crampton in second wheel. And I tell you what, some of these sassy riders in the red from South Australia are looking very, very ominous early on. Rider number 79, Oliver Ward, rode in men's A grade recently at the Tour of Bright and impressed a lot of people. And he got across to that leading group containing Lockie Stewart with almost conspicuous ease. Rider number 76 in the maroon of QAS on the inside of the track, that's Lockie Walters. So Lockie Walters now trying a move off the front as he comes through 12 laps to go. Chasing him from behind is Daniel Grieve, the New Zealander who dropped his chain in the qualifier earlier. Rider number 80 from Sassy with the white helmet there, the only rider of the riders from the South Australian Sports Institute with a white helmet. That's Alec Guglielmucci. So Lockie Walters of QAS putting in a very good effort early on. It looks like he's going to be able to catch the field for a lap here. Excellent work from the man from Queensland. Definitely some warm applause coming from our volunteer camera crew up at the top of the track, most of whom are parents of riders from the Sunshine State. As we now see a couple of Victorians making a move off the front. This is Sam Hudson of Brunswick in the orange and purple. His fellow Victorian Alistair Norris there in the grey of Royal Bikes. As is now Riley Crampton, who played a starring role in the Madison victory in their national championships the day before yesterday. So a group of 6 out the front at the moment, but the field closing quickly from behind. So Oscar Schoff in the light blue. Handing it over to Daniel Grieve, then quickly to Sam Hudson. So 4 laps left now in this under-19 men's scratch race, and the bunch is really strung out. The effort's really starting to tell, the elastic stretching to some of the riders towards the back of the field. It is not easy to hold your spot here. As weaving through the middle of the bunch there, Max Nussbaum now comes to the front of this field. Likes going from long range, does Max Nussbaum. Trusts his 1 minute power, perhaps a little bit more than his 10-second power. And he holds a very aerodynamic position off the front of the bunch. So Max Nussbaum has 2 laps to go as it's Oliver Ward and William Brown chasing across. One lap to go. Max Nussbaum will lead them in. 2 riders from South Australia right on his hammer. The Queensland rider moving up around the outside, and Lockie Stewart making a late charge there. So they're 3 wide coming into the home straight. It's going to be very close on the line. Lockie Stewart it is. So Lockie Stewart wins the scratch race by maybe half a wheel over 2 riders from the South Australian Sports Institute, Oliver Ward and William Brown. So Ward and Brown, the newly crowned under-19 men's Madison national champions from 2 days ago. So Lockie Stewart left his run very late there. But he won the sprint from the field. Lachie Walters, of course, gaining a lap on the field. If you're looking up at the scoreboard, you see a lot of riders with -1 next to their name, because Lachie Walters was the only rider to gain a lap on the field. So the first 2 positions will be going to the Lachies, Lachie Walters and Lachie Stewart. And we await the results of the rest of the placings in the scratch race. So our field for our Women's Elite Omnium National Championship getting into position for their scratch race. A handy batch of helpers and holders ready to support the riders starting from the bottom end of the track. So 22 riders making the start here. 16 Australians, 6 riders from overseas, 2 riders from Japan, Maho Kakita and Suyaka Uchino. 4 New Zealanders, Eleanor Worrell, Amelia Sykes, Maya Wolfenden. Oh, and I've also missed Mizuki Ikeda, so it's actually 3 Japanese riders and 3 New Zealanders. So 40 laps in our elite women's scratch race. So a 10-kilometre race in total. And a very high-quality field assembled. So Ali Anderson, Australian under-23 time trial champion on the road, coming through there. So he's got the Japanese star Suyaka Uchino on her wheel. So Uchino, probably the rider of the Women's Carnival here at the Austral last year. Had a nasty fall when she came together with her teammate Mizuki Ikeda yesterday. But good to see both riders on this start list. And based on the way they were riding in the qualifiers, neither of them feeling too bad. So I make it 4 riders in the colours of the South Australian Institute of Sport at the moment who are in this field. Ali Anderson we have mentioned already, but Maddie Wasserback also there. The rider from Port Adelaide Cycling Club, who is the current gravel national champion for under-19s. She is the second last of the riders in the red. There are actually 5 riders from the South Australian Sports Institute there so far. As at the front, just swinging off the bunch there, one of the riders from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. That's number 39, Nicole Duncan, a former junior world champion on the track. So I started trying to count the number of Olympians in this elite women's field, but I started running out of fingers, honestly. There is such a depth of talent here in this elite women's Omnium field. Not just the stars of the present, but the stars of the future as well. So one of them just coming to the front of the field and swinging away, that's Isla Carr in the yellow colours of the WA Institute of Sport. We mentioned a couple of the juniors having starring roles at the Tour of Bright a couple of weeks ago. Isla Carr went out the overall winner of the women's A-grade sprint classification, racing for her road team Caish Body Wrap, or Nostromo Attacker Caish actually. Caish sponsored 2 teams. Nostromo Attacker Caish are the team in 2-tone green. Caish Body Wrap you will have seen a few times already. Their men's team mostly wear blue. So Maya Wolfenden, one of the Kiwis in the field, just moving to the front of the bunch now, making way for Alyssa Polides. Sophie Edwards, one of the many Olympians in the field, coming through for a turn at the front. As it is now in the royal blue of the ACT Academy of Sport. This is last year's Austral wheel race winner for women, Claudia Marks. So the biggest result of her track career, winning the Austral here last year. She then went on to represent Australia at her first Elite Track World Championships in the Chilean capital of Santiago. That was a couple of months ago. So a rider with a very bright future on the track, and someone who'll be looking to improve on her performance last year. She will have gotten a much less generous handicap this time around, with the handicaps and heat lists for the Austral wheel race being published yesterday. So tomorrow morning we will have qualifiers for the Austral wheel race. It's a 2,000 metre race for the men, 1,500 metres for the women. And because it's a handicap race, riders are given different starting points depending on their handicapper's perceived level of their ability. So your best riders will start off scratch and have to ride the full distance. And then riders given handicaps starting forward of that mark based on where the handicappers believe they sit in terms of their abilities. So a rider of the quality of Tsuyaka Uchino, who's leading the bunch at the moment, very likely to be off scratch or very close to scratch. But the great thing about the Austral is it also lets everyday club riders compete for a chance against the pros and even potentially win. So as the riders come through the finish line there, you might just spot in the background one of our friendly commissaires, Anina Gallagher. She is a former winner of the women's Austral wheel race off a handicap of 230 metres. Anina also a former Paralympian who represented Switzerland. So 3 riders in the light blue sleeves of the New South Wales Institute of Sport in this race. Oh, and there's a fall halfway down. That's Claudia Marks who's come down. She's fallen on top of the bike of one of the riders from Sassy. That can't have been a comfortable landing there for the defending Austral champion. And it might have been Ali Anderson that she fell on top of there. Medical staff quickly on hand to assess riders for their injuries. Claudia Marks has bounced back up pretty quickly, but the rider from Sassy It's number 51. It is Ali Anderson who's fallen. She unfortunately not only fell, but then had Claudia Marks falling down on top of her, not just from higher up on the track, but also landing with her body weight and her bike's weight on top of her as well. So I can't imagine that was a particularly comfortable landing, being sandwiched between the boards of the track and the very hard carbon of Claudia Marks's machine. So the good news for both of these riders is they are not deemed to be losing laps while they're seeking medical assistance. So Ali Anderson quickly bouncing back up and back onto her machine. Good to see, given that she was the slower of the two fallers to get back to her feet. Claudia Marks just doing a last check of her machine, making sure everything's in order. I think some mechanical assistance might potentially be needed. And Tsuyaka Uchino leads the main bunch through 17 laps to go. So just past the halfway point for our 40-lap scratch race here. So Anna Dubir, Junior Points Race World Champion in the colours of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. And a quick turn on the front there. Her brother Andre unfortunately hit the deck in the qualifying race for the Men's Omnium Elite National Championships. But thankfully he was back up and riding in time to compete in the B-grade scratch race, which happened a few moments ago. So Claudia Marks just chatting with the Chief Commissaire there, Erin Criglington from New Zealand. So word from the commissaires that Claudia Marks is withdrawing from the scratch race, but she does intend to start the tempo race, which will be the next event in the Omnium program for the elite women. So a bit of a blow there for our defending women's Austral wheel race champion, but hopefully we see her back in action before too long. Georgia Baker, the sole rider in the colours of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, a rider who has represented Australia many times. Almost more of a shock to see Georgia Baker not in the green and gold, honestly. So inside the last 10 laps of this elite women's scratch race, as it is Anna Dubir of the New South Wales Institute of Sport coming through for a turn. Tsuyaka Uchino consistently in a good position towards the front of the race. She's been shadowed pretty consistently by Georgia Baker, the rider in the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. I would have said those riders were among the favourites for this Omnium title overall. So the first 5 riders in the field now, all from overseas. 3 Kiwis and 2 Japanese riders. And Tsuyaka Uchino swings up the track. That's her teammate. I think that might be Mizuki Ikeda, come through for a turn. It was Maho Kakita who is up amongst them. Mizuki Ikeda tucked towards the back of the main field. So Anna Dubir in the colour of the New South Wales Institute of Sport lifts the tempo again. 5 laps to go now. As Maddie Wasserback from Sassy now towards the front there. Ali Anderson also in the mix. She'll be keen to show that that earlier spill didn't hurt her too badly. While Wolfenden, the Kiwi, also keeping herself a long way forward. Nicole Duncan from Central Coast Cycling Club in the colours of the New South Wales Institute of Sport there as well. Coming down the inside now, Maya Wolfenden, the Kiwi. She's got a fellow rider from Aotearoa, that's Amelia Sykes in her wheel. Nearly are coming together there, but Sykes had quick enough reactions to change direction and avoid running into the back of Wolfenden. So 2 laps to go now, as is Maddie Wasserback of Sassy leading the field. Sophie Edwards also there. The rider in the Australian national team kit coming forward. Georgia Baker, the Tasmanian, making a big move down the outside now. So a bit of body contact there as they come into a lap to go. Sophie Edwards and Georgia Baker it is. Isla Carr in the yellow of WA also in the mix there. Amelie Sanders, the rider in the maroon of QAS, also there. They're 3 wide coming out of turn 4. Will it be Sophie Edwards? Will it be Georgia Baker or Isla Carr? It's Isla Carr. Isla Carr. The West Australian takes the win in our opening event of the scratch race. Seemed to be quite a bit of argy-bargy and body contact in those last couple of laps, but you don't get into elite track racing to make friends. So our 10-kilometre race covered in 12 minutes and 46 seconds there across 40 laps. As the riders will now have a chance to catch their breath before the tempo race. So our elites women's scratch race riders will be making their way off the track. Shortly we'll be welcoming our elite men onto the circuit for their first event of 4 in their Omnium. As Sophie Edwards just has a bit of a chat to her fellow Adelaidean Maddie Wasserback there. So the riders in our elite men's Omnium getting ready to go. Tom Cornish was called for a helper there, and thankfully a volunteer was quickly found. So 21 riders taking to the start list of our men's Elite Omnium National Championship. So the whistle blows and our riders are off. So 15 Australians and 6 riders from overseas. The star among them, Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider who just came off the front there. Oh, that was actually Shunsuke Imamura. So a little bit further back, Kazushige Kuboki was the silver medalist at the UCI Track World Championships this year, finishing second in the final standings to the Spaniard Albert Torres. So on the front now, this is James Moriarty in the black helmet, the tall rider in the colours of the Australian Track Endurance National Team. So plenty of riders keen to come through for a turn at the moment. No one particularly keen to get tactical even with 36 laps to go. They figure that the crucial part of this race is going to be a fair bit later than now. So everyone's seemingly quite happy to roll along in one long line at the moment. As is Rowan Hayden-Smith, the winner of the UCI Men's Elite Scratch race yesterday. Spending a little bit of time on the front. Blake Quick, the rider from the Dutch team of Ruhai Insurance, rider who until this year was riding with the Jaco Alula Men's Pro Squad. Looking for a road contract for next year. A very talented rider, a former Madison World Champion as a junior, a title that he shared alongside Luke Plapp. Number 14 there, Alex Hughes, the under-19 road race national champion, now racing track against the elites. So there'll be some very famous names here, but based on how Alex Hughes has ridden a lot of the races that I've seen him in, not a rider who is easily intimidated or overpowered. And also to his benefit, he has 3 other teammates in the Maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport in this race too. So our bunch continuing to rotate smoothly here. Number 19, Kazushige Kubogi, the Japanese rider and the silver medalist in this event at the World Championships this year. Sure to be a marked man as we go on later in the day. James Moriarty now in the Australian national team colours. He's got the young Tasmanian Jonas Shelverton on his wheel. Right behind him, the Olympic champion in the team pursuit, Connor Leahy. Rider number 1 there, the defending champion in this Omnium discipline, Liam Walsh. Liam Walsh unfortunately coming down in a fall yesterday during the points race, along with the Japanese rider Shunsuke Imamura. So last year Liam Walsh had absolute diamonds in his legs. This year his legs have got bandages on them. Now it's not to say that Liam Walsh could not get up for the win here today. He did win stage 3 of the Czech Tour this year. So international success aplenty for he and his Case Body Wrap teammates this year, but given his fall yesterday, it would be a very impressive effort to do so. One of the Kiwis, Magnus Jamison from Cycling Southland, quite easy to spot from a distance with his white, red and yellow kit. Blake Quick now coming through for another turn. He cedes the lead to the only rider in the colours of South Australia in this field. That's Will Holmes of Norwood Cycling Club. Rides on the road for the Hagens-Berman-Jaco development team. The smooth rotations continue here in this men's elite Omnium National Championship scratch race. Between the hum of the wheels and the consistent movement of the riders, it's almost a soothing experience watching along. Though I have to say it's probably a lot less peaceful if you're actually in the bunch, pedaling as hard as you can, trying to keep up. So more than halfway through our 40-lap scratch race now. As Daniel Grieve so the easy rotation of the bunch now starting to get disrupted as they're about to come through 15 laps to go. That's given an opportunity for last year's Austral winner Noah Blannon to try his luck at the front of the bunch, winner of the points race yesterday. Last year Noah Blannon didn't have an outstanding Austral Carnival until he won the big one himself. This year, he looks like he's got great form. So the Queenslander leading the bunch there. As it is the relatively short figure of Oscar Gallagher in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport. One of the riders quick to bring him back. Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider, starting to keep himself in the front half of this field here. Wants to make sure he's well positioned when the moment is right. It's only a couple of minutes away now, given that we are currently 12 laps to go, as Tom Cornish from the Australian Track National Team comes through for a turn. One of the Kiwis at the front now. This is number 9, Hamish Keast in the red from the Canterbury Time Trial Association. They recently held the Canterbury Track Open on Cambridge Track Open, I should say, in New Zealand last weekend. So quite a few of these riders will have been in action there. I know that from the Aussies, Kira Will in the women's field was over there getting amongst the track racing in New Zealand. Noah Blannon it is in the colours of QAS, back on the front of the bunch now. Hamish Keast, that was a short turn off the front for the rider from the Canterbury Time Trial Association. He won't want to be too far from the action because the whips are going to start cracking very, very soon here. The relatively calm nature of the bunch thus far potentially means that there are going to be real fireworks once things start happening seriously. And the big powerhouse Connor Lay, the team pursuiter, now coming to the front of the field. This looks a bit more of a serious move. as it is Shunsuke Imamura from Japan trying to close down to the big man from Western Australia. So Imamura and Lay leading them at the moment. James Moriarty from Balmoral coming across there. Noah Blannon eases his way onto the wheel of Moriarty, or at least he makes it look easy. Hamish Keast in fifth wheel. And that looks like Joshua Gree from Cycling Otago now up within the front four, the New Zealander. So a solo flyer now going off the front. 4 laps to go. It is Noah Blannon, last year's Austral winner. The man now out in front. Winner of the points race yesterday. Looking to capitalise on his good form early in this Madison National Championship. The Japanese rider Kazushige Kuboki let some of the Australians do the chasing. Kian Watts also there, but there's a lot of looking around at the front of this field. Noah Blannon might have a real chance of bringing this one home as he comes through 2 laps to go. If the main peloton want to get him back, they're going to have to get organised in a hurry. Kian Watts now leading them down the back straight. Liam Walsh is there. Rowan Hayden-Smith is there. So even though there's one man from QAS out the front, there's 3 of his teammates chasing from behind. This could be a brilliant race for the Queenslanders. So Noah Blannon leads solo down the back straight. Liam Walsh, the defending champion from QAS, in second wheel at the moment. Blannon will come through. He will take the win in this scratch race. Walsh will get second. Third for Kazushige Kuboki of Japan. Will Holmes, Tom Cornish and Rowan Hayden-Smith also up near the front. They will find themselves positioned inside the top 10. But a bold move comes away with a sprint win there in the scratch race. A good early move there from the defending Austral champion Noah Blannon. Sees him take first place and maximum available overall points. So a quick break in proceedings at the moment while the track is inspected to make sure it's not damaged after some of those earlier falls. With any luck, it won't be too long until we're seeing our next race, which will be the men's B-grade Omnium tempo race. So with those track repairs completed, won't be too long until we get our men's B-grade Omnium field up to the start line for their tempo race. Always handy to have a hairdryer around a velodrome, not just because track cyclists tend to have good-looking hair, but also just in case you need to do some running repairs. So our men's B-grade Omnium riders getting themselves into position, just about ready to go for our 30-lap tempo race. So they're rolling away now. So this will be a 30-lap race once the whistle for the rolling start is blown. And we'll wait to hear the bell. After the bell rings, it will be 1 point for the first rider in the race across for every subsequent lap. So the whistle blows. 30 laps ahead of our Omnium B-grade riders in the tempo race. So Bryce Nichols, the rider in the black helmet with the Victorian blues on. One of a number of Victorian riders in this bunch. A couple of riders from South Australia as well, and a pair of Kiwis in the mix. The sole Tasmanian in the field coming to the front. That's Angus Gullick from Hobart Wheelers Cycling Club in the traditional Tassie green, red and yellow. So Emerson Julian, the rider from Bendigo and District Cycling Club in the black there, just casting his eyes down. And as is normally the case before we hear the bell ring in the tempo race, no one feeling the need to apply the pressure just yet. There's the bell. So every lap from now on, the first rider over the line will get 1 point. Everyone behind them gets nothing. So if you've got the legs to go on a long breakaway, the tempo race is a good event for you. So as we come through for our first point scoring, that'll be Logan Taplin in the Victorian blues with the white helmet. So he'll be the first man to get himself on the board. He's got his teammate Bryce Nichols there, fellow Victorian from Castlemaine Cycling Club. Taplin just checks over his shoulder. There is a rider coming up quickly. That's Joshua Clark, another of the Victorians in the slightly darker navy blue with the black helmet. So Logan Taplin scoring both points so far and looking good to potentially add to that tally and make it 3. So Taplin now swings up the track a little bit, lets his teammate Bryce Nichols from Castlemaine come through for a turn. Bailey McDonald from Viking Cycling Club moving up the outside there. So the man from Canberra gets himself on the board. So 3 points for Taplin, 1 for McDonald so far, as it's now the Kiwi Oliver Keast in the bright green. Moving to the front, Harrison Lace, the rider in the black jersey with the teal sleeves. From Norwood Cycling Club, Harrison Lace gets himself on the board. Getting your first point in a tempo race is a little bit like getting off a duck in cricket. Doesn't really matter how experienced or confident you are. There's always just a little bit of nerve until you're on the board, as Benjamin Cade now trying a solo move, the rider from Whyalla in country South Australia. For a small town, Whyalla has quite a proud track racing history. Benjamin Cade, quite a talented young rider as well. They also have Lee Hoffman in the club ranks there, winner of bronze medals in both the elite men's individual sprint and team sprint at the Track World Championships this year. So Benjamin Cade makes it 3 points now, so he draws himself level with Logan Taplin. Oliver Keast, the Kiwi, drawing the field across now. I think Benjamin Cade may stay out for one more of the available points, but he won't get too much more than that, I would think. So Benjamin Cade now moves into the solo lead, 4 points to his name. He now moves up the track, concedes that the bunch is going to swallow him up. But a good little move there for the man from Whyalla. He bags 4 points. As it's now Joshua Clark, the man from Bendigo, moving to the front. Logan Taplin, the rider currently in second place, now moving up to the front of affairs. So Taplin in first, Keast, the Kiwi, in second, challenging Taplin up the outside, but the Victorian will hang on. So he will level the lead of Benjamin Cade. Cade has slipped off the back in a group of 4 there, along with Emerson Julian, Harrison Lace and Angus Gullick. Meanwhile, at the front, Joshua Clark, the rider from Bendigo, comes through with a late surge, scores his second point of this tempo race. We're now through 14 laps to go. So every sprint at the end of a lap worth exactly the same, all worth 1 point, no double points for the last one at the end. As Bailey Nichols from Victoria, or Bryce Nichols I should say, gets himself onto the score sheet. He checks over his shoulder. He's still got a gap of 20 metres as he comes into turn 3. So Bryce Nichols from Castlemaine keeps the gas on. So he'll move himself up to 2 points now. That'll put him in a share of third place, along with Joshua Clark. Joshua Clark not from too far away from Bryce Nichols. Bendigo and Castlemaine only being about 20 minutes to half an hour's drive away from each other, depending on where you are. As it is Clark scoring his third point of this tempo race. So 4 points for Taplin, 4 points for Cade, 3 points for Clark so far. As it is Taplin being challenged by Keast. A standing sprint out of the saddle there from Logan Taplin to try and keep the rider from New Zealand at bay. He does manage to do it. So Logan Taplin moves back into the solo lead, as there's now a counter move from the other Kiwi rider in this field. That's Oliver Clark, a tall rider from the Canterbury Track Association. So he hasn't scored until now. So he gets his first point, and based on the size of the lead he has, he's thinking about more than just one. So the big Kiwi just checks over his shoulder. Oliver Clark will bank another point there, so that will make it 2 for him. Encouragement there for Angus Gullick and the 2 South Australians, Benjamin Cade and Harrison Lace. Another point in the bank for Oliver Clark. The other Clark in this field, Joshua, he's a Clark with an E, is trying to get across the gap to Oliver Clark, who's a Clark without an E. The Clark without an E proves that lacking the E makes him a little bit lighter. So he scores another point there. I believe that takes him to 4, as there are now 6 laps to go. So Logan Taplin still leading this tempo race with 5 points. Oliver Clark with 4. Benjamin Cade with 3. Joshua Clark with an E, now challenging Oliver Clark without an E. So Clark with an E getting the win there. So that's another sprint point for him. So both of our Clarks now on 4 points each. Now 1 point behind the leading mark of 5 points, which is Logan Taplin. As Joshua Clark, the rider from Bendigo with an E, comes through with 4 laps to go. So he's now into a share of the lead with Logan Taplin. If he wins this next one, he can take the lead in this tempo race outright. as Oliver Clark, the Kiwi, doing his best to try and hold on to the back wheel of the rider from Bendigo. Joshua Clark continuing to keep the pace on here. 3 laps to go now. So Joshua Clark leading this men's B Omnium tempo race. He's got 6 points. Logan Taplin with 5. Oliver Clark with 4. And Benjamin Cade also with 4, as Clark puts another one in the bank. He seems to have broken the elastic to the tall Oliver Clark without an E riding behind him. So Joshua Clark has 7 points to his name now. He will make it 8 now, and with 1 lap to go, he's got a very, very good chance of making it 9. So the rider from Bendigo going to position himself very nicely in the later stages of this Omnium with a good performance here. So the rider from Bendigo coming up and putting the capper on what's been an excellent tempo race for him. The shoulders sagging, and he's worked very hard, but well and truly worth it as the surge starts to come from behind to determine relative placing for those a bit further down. So Oliver Clark it was ahead of Oliver Keast, then Logan Taplin and Harrison Lace. So the overall results of our men's B-grade Omnium: first place for Joshua Clark from Bendigo with 9 points. Logan Taplin from Hawthorn second with 5 points. Third place after the countback goes to Oliver Clark, the New Zealander from Canterbury Track, with 4, just ahead of Benjamin Cade from Whyalla, also on 4. Bryce Nichols scoring 2 points, and 1 point each for Harrison Lace and Bailey McDonald. So our women's under-19 Omnium National Championship field now coming into the home straight, getting ready to start their tempo race. As with the previous race, 30 laps and 7.5 kilometres. So as they roll away, the 2 riders who finished in first and second place in our opening scratch race, Sienna Monteith and Elsie Apps, leading them out. Monteith from Townsville Cycling Club in the QAS maroon. Elsie Apps in the light blue of ARA Skip Capital in second wheel, with the black helmet. Just behind them in the pink striped jersey, Billy Russell. Billy Russell unfortunately was on the deck in the early stages of that scratch race. Just behind her, her partner in the under-17 Madison National Championship that she won last year. She's in the short sleeves of the purple jerseys of the Balmoral Women's Development Initiative. That's Lavinia Ward. Her teammate in the long sleeves with the purple jersey coming to the front now. That's Bella Potts. In the purple helmet there, number 97, that is Grace Hunter from Hamilton Wheelers. So Neve Parslow is on the front. In second wheel at the moment, our only rider from Tasmania. So Elsie Apps from Goulburn Cycling Club in Country New South Wales hands over to another rider from Country New South Wales in the bright orange. That's Lucy Allen. So the bell rings every lap from now on. There will be 1 point awarded for the first rider over the line, as it's Neve Parslow taking up the lead. Lucy Johnston from Hobart Wheelers in the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport trying to track her down. So Neve Parslow, the first rider to get herself on the board. Then it is the Tasmanian Johnston. And that's Lavinia Ward in the purple jersey in third wheel. Sienna Monteith also lurking there in the maroon of the QAS. So Lucy Johnston, the rider from Hobart Wheelers, the next rider to get on the board. So Lavinia Ward now being challenged around the outside by Sienna Monteith. Monteith gets herself on the board as well now. So 3 sprints so far, all going to 3 separate riders. Neve Parslow, Lucy Johnston and Sienna Monteith. So 2 Queenslanders and a Tasmanian have scored so far. Sienna Monteith looking to be the first rider to make it 2. Coming up to the line, challenged by Billy Russell. Oh, that was a close one. I'll leave that up to the eyes of the commissaires, because I couldn't pick it from here. Billy Russell it was awarded that one. Lucy Allen, the rider in the bright orange of Illawarra, coming down, being challenged by our scratch race winner Elsie Apps in the colours of ARA Skip Capital. A team based on the Sunshine Coast, who have been a great development squad for young riders in Australia. So Lucy Allen now being challenged again by Sienna Monteith. Sienna Monteith good at rolling down the outside of the bunch. So the Queenslander in the long sleeve maroon jersey, the first rider to get a 2nd point to her name. As now the pink stripes on the sleeves of Billy Russell come towards the fore. So Billy Russell, a very accomplished road and track rider as well, an excellent time trialist. The only stage that Lucy Allen did not win in women's B grade at the recent Tour of Bright was the time trial, which was captured by Billy Russell. So between the riders currently in 3rd and 4th wheel in this bunch, all 3 stages of the women's B grade Tour of Bright, one of the avenues for the next generation of cycling stars to come through. They shared all 3 stages, and Lucy Allen won all the jerseys. Neve Parslow comes through to take her 2nd point now, as they have got 17 laps to go. And we saw from a couple of riders in our men's B grade Omnium that a move like this can be quite dangerous if the field doesn't want to chase it down, because Neve Parslow has no one to share all the points with. So as long as she is out the front, she will get every single point that is available, and the rest of the field will get absolutely nothing. So Neve Parslow continuing to rack up the points there. That will take her up to 4, as there are now 15 laps to go. And Bella Potts in the long sleeve jersey of the Balmoral Women's Development Initiative starts to get some cohesion going in the chasing bunch. So not quite half a lap's worth of a lead for Neve Parslow, probably about 100 metres, I would say. But it can be 1 metre or 100 metres. If you're the first rider over the line each lap in the tempo race, you'll keep racking up the points and you'll go straight to the top of the leaderboard. Neve Parslow was also quite well positioned in the sprint at the end of the scratch race first time around. So it's now halfway through our sprints, 13 out of 26 total awarded. Neve Parslow is really stacking up a good pile of points. She's up to 7 now. The next closest riders, Billy Russell and Sienna Monteith, both on 2. Now, if seeing all of this great track racing action has made you a little bit peckish, then Swaggy's food van are out the front of the building here. They've just started serving. They've got a wide variety of available options, including souvlakis, falafel wraps, beef burgers, chicken schnitzel burgers, veggie burgers. If meat's not your thing, you can get a hot dog, a burger and chips, or just chips on their own, including to share. They've got soft drinks as well. So if you are feeling a bit hungry and want some energy either to fuel your racing effort later today or your watching effort, because it takes a lot of effort to sit here and cheer for your favourite riders, then head on out in the foyer. You'll see the Swaggies food van set up outside, and they'll be happy to serve you a little something. So Neve Parslow continuing to stack the points on high. 8 laps to go. Neve Parslow's now up to 11 points. Sienna Monteith and Billy Russell both on 2 points each. So with only 8 sprints left, Neve Parslow, if she finishes on the same lap as the field, is now guaranteed to have the most points of anyone here today in this tempo race. Lavinia Ward now on the front of the field, chasing with a little more vigour. And the gap opening up. Lucy Allen lets it go. She switches up the track. Perhaps not a surprise to see Elsie Apps leading back up to Lavinia Ward here, given that she is the teammate of Neve Parslow. Almost as soon as Elsie Apps comes to the front of the main field, she checks over her shoulder and swings up the track, as if to say, well, you're not going to get my help to bring back my teammate. So Neve Parslow, a little bit more of a rock and roll in those shoulders now, but she's continuing to build her lead of points. She's up to 14. Russell 2, Monteith 2, Bella Potts 1 and Elsie Apps 1. And 1 also for Lucy Johnston from Hobart Wheelers. The effort really starting to tell on the face of Neve Parslow. The bunch behind, I think, can start to smell blood in the water. They can see the gap is shrinking to Neve Parslow out the front. Parslow still has probably 50 metres or so, I would say. She's through 3 laps to go, but even if they were to catch her now, Parslow's move has been well and truly worth the effort. A big stack of points now. She's up to 16, and I don't think she will be adding to that now. So coming up towards the line, this is Bella Potts from Balmoral. So she will get herself a 2nd point. That will bring her up to a share of 2nd with Monteith and Russell. So 3 riders of our leading 4 currently with 2 points. Sienna Monteith going to add to her tally as they go through 1 lap to go. Billy Russell in 2nd wheel. Bella Potts also there, and Elsie Apps now moving down the outside, looking to make it a fantastic race for the 2 riders from ARA Skip Capital. Elsie Apps is going to come through. She won the scratch race. She's going to take the last point here in the tempo race. So the last point in that race going to Elsie Apps. And Neve Parslow getting warm applause from the crowd. Richly deserved too, as the rider from ARA Skip Capital is going to finish this tempo race with comfortably the most points of any of the riders in this field. So our men's under-19 field coming up to get started for their tempo race, the second event of their Omnium program. So a couple of quick little hops from Lockie Stewart, starting his race from the bottom of the track there as the winner of the scratch race earlier. So as they roll away, Lockie Stewart in first place, Lachlan Walters from Queensland currently in second. A couple of the sassy riders there, Oliver Ward and William Brown in red, positioning themselves well towards the front of the field. And we will shortly get the whistle blown and we'll be underway in our tempo race. So whistle blows, as with the previous two races, 30 laps. Bell will be rung at 26 laps to go, so there will be 26 point sprints in total, 1 point for each one, only going to the first rider from the field across the line. So an attack here from Billy Van Hout. He's decided not to wait until the points start getting scored. He wants a lead as early as he can get it here. Cooper Dunlop, the man who tried a very similar move in the scratch race last time out. Up towards the front there, as is Oscar Schoff and Billy Van Hout's fellow South Australian Liam Underwood. So Schoffert is in the white helmet and light blue jersey leading the field across. Sam Hudson from Brunswick. So Billy Van Hout gets the bell. Every lap from now on, the first rider over the line will get 1 point. So Billy Van Hout looking very good to get at least the first point here. And we saw from Niamh Parslow in the last race how beneficial a long solo break can be if you time it right. So Billy Van Hout calculated that no one from the main field would want to follow him in the early stages before the points started being scored. So he's used that to his advantage here. He's going to be able to score at least 2 points here. Plenty of cheering from the South Australians who are in the crowd, as it is one of the Kiwis chasing him down now. That's Alex Burta. So Burta in second, Lockie Stewart, the scratch race winner, in third. 2 more Kiwis just behind him. So 3 points awarded so far, all going to Billy Van Hout, as it's Alex Burta ahead of Remy Dalton and Thomas Faringa. So Lachlan Stewart, the only Australian in the first 4 wheels of the main bunch. That's 4 points now for Billy Van Hout. This has been a very productive move indeed for the young South Australian from Villawood. And even as Billy Van Hout starts to see his cadence drop a little bit, he's still able to keep the gas on, scores another point there, as a bit further behind, number 74, Daniel Grieve from Otago in New Zealand now trying to come across. Grieve with a bit of an unenforced error in the early going in the qualifying race. He lost his chain, managed to get it back on and then qualify for this elite race. Billy Van Hout scores 1 more point. So all first 6 points of this race going to Billy Van Hout, the rider from South Australia. So a very good start to this tempo race for him, as the first non-Billy Van Hout point goes to Daniel Grieve, the rider from New Zealand. And like Billy Van Hout, he's a solo rider with a gap of, I'd say, about 50 metres. Everyone wants to bring this back, but it looks like Alasdair Norris looks like the man with the most intent to actually put some watts down to do it. Riley Crampton in the red of Canterbury track right on his wheel. Also there, that looks like Samuel Hilditch in the colours of the QAS. So coming up towards the line now, a challenge down the outside. It is Hilditch who gets it in the end. So Hilditch gets off his duck, puts himself on the board. So 6 points to Van Hout, 2 to Grieve, 1 to Hilditch. As is now Oscar Schoff, another of the Queenslanders in the light blue jersey. He comes through and scores his first point. Max Nussbaum loves a solo break like this. So he's looking to score himself at least 1 point here and more if they'll let him have it. So 1 point now for Max Nussbaum from Butterfield Zip Track Racing. The Victorian swings up the track now. Lockie Walters it is from QAS leading them down the back straight. And that looks like William Brown. It might be coming across. Actually, it might be Oliver Ward. It is Oliver Ward. So Oliver Ward now getting himself into the mix. No, it was William Brown. Was right the first time. So Oliver Ward coming through. He'll take another sprint point there. No points scored as yet by the winner of the scratch race, Lockie Stewart. That may be about to change. He's got one of the sassy riders on his outside. This time it is Oliver Ward. So Oliver Ward going down the back straight. Lockie Stewart right on his wheel. Ward, it looks like, is going to be able to come through and score another point here. Stewart looking back across his shoulder to see the relative position of the bunch. Being led across now by Ollie Jirovec, the rider in the blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport. So number 79, Oliver Ward comes through, gets another point for himself. Big surge there from Ollie Jirovec going down the back straight. So Ward still out the front alone, still scoring consistently. Jirovec in the navy blue, one of the riders chasing him down, as is Sam Hudson of Brunswick. So Oliver Ward now up to 5 points. He could level the score of Billy Van Hout if he takes this one, which he will indeed do. Sam Hudson, the young rider from Brunswick, holds a very aerodynamic position. So the rider in the orange and purple just behind, and Ollie Jirovec, who represented Australia at the Junior Track World Championships this year, trying to come across now. So Ward will come through and take the solo lead. Hudson is there, didn't bother challenging Ward around the outside there. Jirovec now taking up the running at the front of this leading trio. So 5 laps to go as Ollie Jirovec, wearing number 67, gets on the board for the first time. So it's still Ward, Hudson and Jirovec as they're coming into turn 3 now. The bunch chasing hard from behind. Another point there for Ward. He's scoring really well now. Just 4 laps to go. And Oliver Ward will have 8 points to his tally as Jirovec now attacking. So Ollie Jirovec on 1 point, comes through and scores himself a second with 3 laps to go. Sam Hudson has put in a gargantuan effort to get across to that leading trio, but now can't hold the wheel. And the only thing worse than not being able to score is putting in a huge effort and still not being able to score. So 2 laps left. Ollie Jirovec now starting to correct the record, getting himself further up the standings. Jirovec now up to 3 points. It looks like 4 points are on the way, and it may well be 5 by the time this tempo race is over. 1 lap left for our leader, Ollie Jirovec. The main bunch jostling for position in the final sprint because the Omnium points will come down to everyone's position in the final sprint, no matter how well they have scored before. So Ollie Jirovec, a very tired Jirovec, comes across. He gets the last point available. As is Lockie Walters, I think, leading that main bunch from behind. So our elite women's competitors getting ready to start their tempo race. So whereas it was 30 laps for each of our under-19 riders, it will be 40 laps for our elite fields. So our bunch rolling around. Just waiting for the clock to be reset on their tempo race. Tsuyaka Uchino, the Japanese champion, keeping herself a long way forward. So Georgia Baker, the rider in the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. One of the real riders to watch in this overall Omnium title. Emily Sanders, one of the bright young talents in Australian cycling, really burst onto the scene earlier this year, winning the titles at the two titles at the Under-19 Road Race National Championships. So the bell has rung, and we will now have 1 point awarded every lap from here on until the finish. And coming up towards the line, taking the first point will be rider number 32, that's Maeve Plouffe. So the rider from South Australia in the all black takes a point, immediately slots back into fourth wheel, as it is last year's Austral winner Claudia Marks now, checking over her shoulder, looking to see if she'll have a gap, the likes of which Billy Van Hout and Niamh Parslow had previously. She's happy enough to take the point there and then swing away and let someone else have a crack. So coming up through the line now, that looks like rider number 56. That's Riley McMullen, who just scored. So 1 point each for Marks, Plouffe and McMullen so far, as it's now one of the riders from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. That is rider number 31, that's Kira Will. The Japanese riders starting to come to the front. Being challenged around the outside here by Maeve Plouffe, and Maeve Plouffe will add to her tally. She'll move up to 2. So Maeve Plouffe, the first rider to get a second point on the board. Kira Will now at the front, being challenged around the outside by one of the Japanese rider. That's number 45, Mizuki Ikeda. And a big solo move now coming from one of the riders from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. I have an inkling this might be Nicole Duncan. So coming through, rider 39, it is indeed Nicole Duncan, getting herself her first point and quickly building up a gap of 60 or 70 metres here. It might even be close to 100 for Nicole Duncan. So that bodes very well for Nicole Duncan's chances early on. She casts an eye all the way across the track as she exits turn 4. Sees that she has the better part of half a lap's lead. So if the rider from Central Coast Cycling, who has previously been a junior world champion on the track, can hold this sort of gap as Niamh Parslow did in the under-19 women's race, she will find herself benefiting greatly. So another check over the shoulder there from Duncan. And before the move came there, that's Maya Wolfenden making the move across. So Maya Wolfenden now chasing down Nicole Duncan. Liane van der Berg currently in third wheel in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute. Meanwhile, out the front, Duncan continues to plough a lonely furrow, a productive furrow though. She's got 5 points so far. And although her legs look like they're starting to tire, she'll get at least 6 here, possibly even 7, depending on how quickly the pair behind are closing. So Liane van der Berg and Maya Wolfenden, one from South Australia, one from New Zealand, chasing down the woman from New South Wales. So we are now a third of the way through our point sprints. And Nicole Duncan, by far and away, the rider having the best race in the early going. 7 points to her name so far. The gap continuing to shrink to the chasing pair of Wolfenden and van der Berg. Nicole Duncan staying on the gas here. 1 more point for her. I think that might be the last point she'll score as she swings up the track. Or at least the last point she will score just for now. So Liane van der Berg in the red of Sassy, just ahead of Maya Wolfenden, the New Zealander from Canterbury Track. So Liane van der Berg from Sassy scores her first point of this event, as behind the bunch is being led by Alyssa Polides, the rider in the navy blue. Oh, a close one there. We'll see who the commissaires give that one to. Nicole Duncan is awarded that point there, just ahead of Maya Wolfenden. So that takes Duncan up to 9 points. Maeve Plouffe, the next best rider, with 2. And given that Plouffe is tucked into the main bunch, you'd have to think that a number of the remaining points are going to go to the 3 riders out in front, as Liane van der Berg grabs another one for herself. Van der Berg had an excellent women's points race yesterday, gaining a lap on the field and winning comfortably. Van der Berg challenged on the line there. I think the South Australian might have held on. No, Nicole Duncan got there. Pipped her just at the end. So that's 10 points now for the rider from New South Wales, who seems to have a strategy if she's going to be in this trio of trying to pip riders right at the line rather than coming around and doing work in the wind. So Liane van der Berg gets her 3rd point, I think that is. It is our 3rd point for Liane van der Berg. So she's now up to 2nd place in the standings here. Nicole Duncan leading into the home straight, being challenged by Maya Wolfenden, but Wolfenden can't get past. So Liane van der Berg grabs another point there. So in amongst this group, van der Berg and Duncan have divvied all the points up among themselves. Despite the fact that Maya Wolfenden's been out in front with them for the past 5 laps, the Kiwi still has not managed to get on the scoreboard. Duncan will grab another point here as they go through 14 laps to go. So our breakaway proving very profitable indeed for our 3 riders out front. They still have half a lap's advantage. Some fairly frank conversation being had between Maya Wolfenden and Nicole Duncan, with Wolfenden subtly suggesting that Nicole Duncan might be able to do a bit more work pulling back Liane van der Berg. Duncan closing late there on van der Berg. I don't think she quite got there for that one. Another point going the way of the South Australian van der Berg. So Duncan now on 12, van der Berg on 6. Maya Wolfenden suffering hard in the wheels in that leading trio. Still somehow has not managed to get into the points, and it looks like the elastic is starting to stretch to the leading 2. You really have to feel for Maya Wolfenden. She's tried really hard. She's made a huge effort to come out of the peloton and join this leading trio, but hasn't been able to get any of the points to show for it. Van der Berg comes through and gets another point for herself, as behind there's a big rush coming on now from Georgia Baker, the Tasmanian in the navy blue of the TIS, the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. She's got Alyssa Polides in the slightly darker navy blue of Victoria. Polides challenging Baker on the line. I think Baker might have just gotten that one. Close on the line, and Polides was closing all the way. It was Georgia Baker awarded that last one, but Alyssa Polides will get the sprint with 8 laps to go now. As behind Kira Will leading what's left of the main bunch, a few gaps starting to form. So 3 riders out in front. Georgia Baker is in first place with the lighter blue sleeves. Tsuyaka Uchino, the Japanese champion, currently in second wheel. Alyssa Polides in the Victorian navy blue with the yellow around the centre. So Tsuyaka Uchino, I think that will be her first point that she's just scored. 6 laps to go now for our riders, and our 3 leaders still have a gap of half a lap here on the main field. So as we've seen in some of the previous races, the main field might just be sprinting out amongst themselves to get themselves the best possible finish in the final sprint and give themselves a good placing based on countback. So 10 riders of our field of 22 have scored points so far. The leader among them is Nicole Duncan, who has 13. Liani van der Berg has 7. Georgia Baker now up to 3. Alyssa Polides 2, Maeve Plouffe 2. Tsuyaka Uchino just about to join that group of riders with 2 points. So the Japanese champion, who had a fall late yesterday, certainly doesn't seem to be too badly impeded today. She's now up to a share of 4th, as it is Alyssa Polides now leading that trio. 2 laps to go now. Polides will flick the elbow there for Georgia Baker, as Polides has just scored. Baker leads them down the back straight, but Uchino quick to come past her. So the Japanese champion now deciding that it's time for her to start moving forward. Tsuyaka Uchino will get the bell first. So the Japanese champ gets the penultimate point on offer. Alyssa Polides will try and offer some resistance and get around her at the end. Tsuyaka Uchino will lead them out of turn 4, coming up to the home straight now. A late charge by Polides is not quite going to be enough. So Tsuyaka Uchino leads them across. Polides second. Georgia Baker third. And then winning the sprint behind, Isla Carr just ahead of Sophie Edwards. And one of the Japanese riders there. I think that may have been Mizuki Ikeda winning 4th or 5th place from the chasing field. So with our women's elite tempo race now concluded, the last event before our halfway break of 30 minutes will be the elite men's tempo race. As with the women, 40 laps, 36 sprints, each worth 1 point. Rider with the most points at the end will go out the winner. So our elite men's field getting ready to go. 2 riders in the maroon of QAS at the front of the field. At the top of the track, the winner of the scratch race, Noah Blannon, last year's Austral wheel race champion. At the bottom of the track, last year's Omnium national champion. And defending his title here today, or at least attempting to, that's Liam Walsh. So riders will have a couple of laps to settle in before the point scoring starts. So the whistle blows as the bunch is all together and our 40 laps have begun. So we saw in the under-19 men's race that Billy Van Hout attacked before the points started being scored, so that by the time the bell rang and points were available, he had a lead of 50 or 100 metres and no one to challenge him. Given the number of riders in this field and the quality they're in, it would be interesting to see if anyone wants to make the race similarly aggressive early on, or if they want to just wait until the bell rings to start throwing attacks all over the track. So Kian Watts, the Kiwi of the Israel Premier Tech Academy squad, now gives way. Another one of the Kiwis there comes through. That's number 9, Hamish Keast. So the bell has rung. Every lap from here on in will be awarding a point for the first rider over the line. And Blake Quick wants the first one to go to him. So Blake Quick gets on the board. The rider from Balmoral is the first man to open his account in this elite men's Omnium tempo race. And based on the way he's committing to this attack, it looks like he's keen to get more than one. He's challenged late there by Will Holmes, and Will Holmes does indeed get past. So 1 to Blake Quick, 1 to Will Holmes so far. James Moriarty, the tall figure there in the black helmet and Aussie Track National Team blue kit. As out front, Blake Quick grabs a point, flicks his elbow, and Will Holmes comes through. If there's good cooperation between 2 riders, can pay great dividends. Not this season, but last season, Blake Quick and Will Holmes will have been part of the same general organisation. Blake Quick racing for the Jayco Alula men's pro team, Will Holmes riding for the Huggins Berman Jayco development team, even though they're now on different squads. So another point in the bank there for Will Holmes. No one in the bunch seems all that interested in chasing them down just yet, as it is Shinsuke Imamura, the Japanese rider, who has a very short turn on the front before he flicks his elbow. Meanwhile, our 2 leaders, Blake Quick and Will Holmes, are out the front. So sharing is caring, and the 2 riders out the front have shared 4 points each so far. They are not too far away from catching up to the back of the main field here, as Quick comes through and takes another point. The 2 riders in the lead are changing over like clockwork through turn 2 just about every lap, as behind a move to chase them down is coming. That's Edward Marks from Canberra, the tall figure, number 8. He's got Shinsuke Imamura on his wheel as Will Holmes bags another point. So 5 each now as Imamura and Marks really lifting the tempo in this main field, which was in danger of being caught by our leading duo of Quick and Holmes. as Holmes and Blake Quick continue to swap places so consistently and so smoothly. You'd think it was a club ride. Further back, a couple of the Kiwis, Joshua Grieve and Kean Watts, chasing hard across. But still no inroads being made. Oh, a fall. Oh, a nasty fall there. Oh, one of the Queensland riders went down. And Rowan Hayden-Smith, who was coming from behind, had nowhere to go as his QAS teammate was sliding down the track. That was a nasty one. Medical staff quickly jogging over, as are the team mechanics. So we already had one of the Queensland riders fall yesterday. That was Liam Walsh. And as Quick and Holmes go around, Noah Blannon is okay. He's not the rider who's fallen, neither is Liam Walsh. So by process of elimination, Rowan Hayden-Smith is one of the riders who has fallen there. Riders being directed away from the outside of turn 4. As it'll be Alex Hughes, the first rider who went down. Thankfully, he's back up on his feet, the youngster, who wears the under-19 Road Race Champions colours. All right, so the yellow neutral flag has been extended. So the neutral flag is extended. Riders told to drop their effort and just form one big bunch. We'll make sure that our fallen riders get the attention that they need. This would be such a shame if Rowan Hayden-Smith had to pull out of this national championship, because he looked to have absolutely fabulous legs in the points and scratch race that we held here yesterday. He was, I think, third in the points race and won the scratch race. So good to see Alex Hughes at least back up on his feet and riding. Rowan Hayden-Smith went straight over the bars as he had no way to avoid the bike of Alex Hughes as it slid down the track. I think Hughes might potentially have overlapped a wheel and gone down. Rowan Hayden-Smith, coming from behind, had nothing to do and nowhere to go. So very unfortunate there for Rowan Hayden-Smith from Balmoral. He's still on the ground, but we've got paramedics there. Thankfully, so far, the crashes this week haven't been too serious, as Rowan Hayden-Smith is at least now standing up. So he's on his feet and standing over his own power, but given the way that some of our previous riders have bounced back up off the track and looked keen to resume, I think Rowan Smith might be done at the very least for this tempo race, if not for today. That's a real shame for the rider from the Queensland Academy of Sport. So a ruling from the commissaires. The flag has been withdrawn. There will be 4 non-scoring laps. So the next 4 laps will not score points, and then we'll be scoring every lap from 19 to go onwards. So the next 4 laps will not be scored. And then from 19 onwards, we'll have the bell ring, and then we'll be back to regular business. So even though there are no points available to be scored on these laps, The pace is still very high at the front. So far, all of our points have been shared between Blake Quick and Will Holmes, 8 points each. So the bell rings, back to normal service now. 1 point for the first rider across from the bunch every lap from now on. So Noah Blannon scoring the first of the points after the resumption. So even by scoring 1 point, he's got himself up to third, as it's now the Japanese riders, Kuboki and Imamura. Kuboki, the first rider to score there. Imamura now on the front of the field. And a real turn of speed now. They're shifting along here, as it is Shunsuke Imamura coming through for a turn now. Connor Lay choosing not to go through at the front of the bunch, instead deferring to his Case Body Wrap teammate. So that's Kurt Ether, who has just scored there, the rider from Dubbo Cycling Club. Currently it's Oscar Gallagher in the colours of the Victorian Institute of Sport, being challenged by one of the Japanese riders down the outside. That was Kazushige Kuboki. So Kuboki up to 2, the second place finisher in the World Omnium Championships earlier this year. 14 laps to go as Oscar Gallagher, the young Victorian, gets on the board. And then coming through now, Kuboki grabs another point, as it's now Will Holmes, Kazushige Kuboki, Oscar Gallagher, and one of the riders from Queensland. I suspect that might be Noah Blannon. No, it's actually our rider who was down on the deck just before, Alex Hughes. So Alex Hughes has gone from being sprawled on the track to leading here, and it looks like he's going to come through and score his first point. So an excellent comeback there from the youngster from Queensland. Takes real grit and determination to literally pick yourself up off the floor and go again. And he's got some good company here between the Japanese rider Kazushige Kuboki, Oscar Gallagher and Will Holmes. So Kuboki, the rider in the white, just slotting into 4th place in that main bunch. So Oscar Gallagher flicks the elbow there as he comes through and scores another point. Will Holmes, Alex Hughes, Kazushige Kuboki and Oscar Gallagher, I think, are going to gain a lap here, as they have now rejoined the back end of the main field. So up 1 lap, the call comes through. Kazushige Kuboki, Oscar Gallagher, Alex Hughes and Will Holmes, as is now the defending Omnium champion, Liam Walsh. Another of the QAS riders who have had a fall in this carnival. He fell yesterday afternoon in the points race. You'll see the bandages on his right side. But he's got good enough legs that he's got 2 points to his name so far. That's good enough for 6th up to now. And he's got 100 metres worth of a gap, as it is now one of the riders from Case Body Wrap. It looks like it might be Kurt Ether trying to come across. It is Kurt Ether. Oscar Gallagher starting to feel good here. So the youngster from Victoria getting into the ample draft of Kurt Ether there, the big powerful sprinter from Case Body Wrap. So another point there for Liam Walsh. He checks over his shoulder and eases off the pedals a little bit, realising that he may potentially get the point on this lap, but probably no more than that. Still a good little move here from Liam Walsh. That's going to move him quite a way up the standings, as is now Kurt Ether and Oscar Gallagher with 2.5 laps to go. So Ether on the front with the green helmet, Gallagher in second place with the blue helmet. Gallagher just sneaking past Kurt Ether there. Very cheeky little move by the young Victorian. I think a couple of words exchanged between Gallagher and Ether there. So coming in towards the bell now. Gallagher will come across. He'll get the second last point. Ether right there. Noah Blannon and Connor Leahy chasing from behind, trying to get the final point on offer for themselves. Oscar Gallagher holding strong as he comes around turn 4 and into the home straight. Blannon closing quickly, but he's not going to get across to Gallagher. So Gallagher scores the last point. So Oscar Gallagher will finish in second place in this men's Elite Omnium tempo race with 24 points. No, 25 points actually. He won the last one. So Will Holmes will go out, the victor of this Elite Omnium tempo race, with 30 points. Gallagher with 25. Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider, finishes with 24. And Alex Hughes went from sprawled on the deck to fourth place in that race. He finishes with 21 points. So with the conclusion of our men's Elite Omnium tempo race, we will now have a half-hour break in the action. So an excellent chance to maybe head outside and get some coffee from Swaggy's food van, or indeed from Volk's Coffee in the back straight. And we'll be back with you very soon for some more scintillating track cycling action. Underway. 77, the first rider eliminated, Angus Gullick from Hobart Wheelers. Angus Gullick eliminated first. Coming into the home straight again, bit of a surge from the field. 87, Benjamin Cade of Whyalla, the next rider to be eliminated. So Benjamin Cade of Whyalla, the second rider out the back of the race, as our field is rapidly whittling down in size. Bit of a surge up the outside. 29, Bryce Nichols from Castlemaine. Bryce Nichols eliminated that time through. The second of the two riders in the Victorian state colours. So just 5 riders left now. 83, Harrison Lace from Norwood Cycling Club. The rider with the teal sleeves will have to make way as Harrison Lace is eliminated. So 4 riders left now, will soon be 3. 69, Oliver Clark, the New Zealander from Canterbury Track. That leaves just 3 riders left. Bailey McDonald, Joshua Clark and Logan Taplin. As Oliver Clark from Canterbury Track eliminated that time through. 26, Bailey McDonald. 26, Bailey McDonald eliminated. There's 2 riders left. Joshua Clark with the dark sleeves ahead of Logan Taplin. These are our last 2 riders in our B-grade Omnium elimination race. So Clark leading them down the back straight. Logan Taplin closing quickly. So the rider in the white helmet, will he be able to come around at the last and take the win? No, he will not. So Joshua Clark it is taking the victory.
That's just for that one.
Only for the B. It's 3:30 every crack. It was 22.
They're always quite demanding, the elimination races, when they happen every lap. So for all of our remaining races, our men's under 19, women's under 19, elite men and elite women, all those races will be the standard elimination format with 1 rider eliminated every second lap. So our women's under-19 field coming up to the starting area now. So our 11 riders in this field getting ready to go. So one rider to be eliminated every second lap once we're all formed up. Oh, we need one more holder for Lucy Allen. If there's a spare set of hands, there we go, someone's coming and helping. I've always found a conspicuous correlation between people who help out at bike races and people who meet cool dogs and find $20 cash in their jeans. All right, they're off now. So our 11 riders in our women's under-19 Omnium. They are off and going. It's Sienna Monteith from the Queensland Academy of Sport leading them out. Our fellow Queenslander Ava Robbins in the long purple sleeves of the Balmoral Women's Development Initiative coming through to the front now. Neve Parslow in the light blue jersey with the pink shoulders. The star of the tempo race, Neve Parslow. A long solo move from Parslow meant that she picks up the vast majority of the available points in that race. So one lap to go until our first elimination. So riders are now going to be eliminated every second lap from here on in, as Ava Robbins and Sienna Monteith moving themselves forward down the outside of the bunch to try and keep themselves safe. Rider 100, Isabel Prince from Lidcombe Auburn, the first rider eliminated. Isabel Prince, the first rider who has to pull the colours in. So Neve Parslow, Sienna Monteith, Ava Robbins keeping themselves very safe up the front, as is Billy Russell there. A couple of riders needing to accelerate a little bit down the back, Lucy Allen and Nina Worrell. Lucy Allen from Illawarra, Nina Worrell in the black there from New Zealand. They'll try and accelerate up and around the outside of the bunch to try and gain some late ground. 97, Grace Hunter from Hamilton Wheelers. So Grace Hunter, our second rider to be crossed off. Grace Hunter it was, eliminated that time through. She now slows her effort. Some more movement around the outside. That's Allen and the Kiwi Worrell trying to keep themselves out of danger. 94, Nina Worrell, the Kiwi rider there from Counties Manukau Cycling. So with her eliminated, that leaves just the Aussies to complete the rest of this elimination race. There's a big surge coming on the front now from Lavinia Ward. She's also in the colours of the Balmoral Women's Development Initiative. Sienna Monteith moving up there, moving up the outside of the navy blue. That's Lucy Johnston from the Hobart Wheelers Club. 99, Lucy Allen from Illawarra Cycling Club, the rider in the bright orange. So as she is eliminated, that leaves us with 7 riders at the front of this race. Only temporarily, of course, as is the nature of an elimination. So the 2 riders in the purple, Lavinia Ward and Ava Robbins, Isabella Potts, I should say, keeping themselves forward. Sienna Monteith, the rider from Townsville, on the front of the field at the moment, as the chaos tends to be high and at the back. Riders moving themselves forward. 92, Lavinia Ward of Blackburn Cycling Club. So the first of our riders in the purple jerseys has to stop her race. 6 riders left now. 2 riders left from ARA Skip Capital, and everyone else a solo rider with no team support. So Neve Parslow it is leading them down the back straight. Her ARA Skip Capital teammate Elsie Apps on the back of the bunch at the moment. We need to make some movement forward to survive and carry on. 98, Lucy Johnston from Hobart Wheelers, eliminated that time through. Lucy Johnston from Hobart Wheelers eliminated. How's he going now? Five riders left now. Sienna Monteith, Bella Potts, Billy Russell, Neve Parslow and Elsie Apps. As in the centre of the field, Billy Russell starting to move forward. The maroon of Sienna Monteith also getting herself towards the front of the field. 95, Elsie Apps from Goulburn, our winner of the scratch race, which was the first event in this Omnium. She has to make way now, so 4 riders left, all in different colours, all from different teams. So Neve Parslow, Sienna Monteith, Billy Russell and Ava Robbins. Sorry, Isabella Potts. Keep mixing her up with her clubmate there. So Isabella Potts now moving up around the outside. 3 Queenslanders and a Victorian left in this elimination race. And Sienna Monteith continues to lead from the front here. 96, Neve Parslow, the second of the ARA Skip Capital riders, is eliminated, leaving us with just 3 out the front. Sienna Monteith is in the maroon. Billy Russell in second has barely sniffed the wind throughout this race. And then Bella Potts is on the back. So the Victorian in between the 2 Queenslanders here as the bell rings once more. Sienna Monteith lifting the tempo as they go down the back straight. Billy Russell coming level with her hip as they come around the corner. A little bit of a gap forming to Bella Potts at the back. Bella Potts bows the head, concedes she's not going to get across. So she will content herself with 3rd place in this elimination, as 91, Isabella Potts is the next rider to go. So just 2 riders left now. Sienna Monteith in the maroon from the Queensland Academy of Sport against Billy Russell from Watersley R&D team, a European-based team. So Monteith versus Russell here. A 1-lap sprint to decide this elimination race. Monteith starting from behind, Billy Russell out of the saddle as they go down the back straight. The Victorian leading ahead of the Queenslander as they go into turn 3. Monteith will have to challenge later, she wants to come by. Billy Russell looking good as they come up towards the line, checks over her shoulder. Billy Russell is our winner. Billy Russell takes the victory there. 2nd place in the end for Sienna Monteith. Bella Potts 3rd, Neve Parslow 4th, Elsie Apps 5th, Lucy Johnson 6th, Lavinia Ward 7th. Lucy Allen 8th, Nina Worrell 9th, Grace Hunter 10th, and Isabel Prince finishing in 11th place. So our under-19 men's Omnium National Championship field sorting themselves out at the moment. Good to see a nice crowd of helpers willing to lend assistance to those that need it. coming to lend assistance to Ollie Jurek there. Just reshuffling our riders starting in their overall standings order based on points. The more points you have, the further towards the front you start. So 21 riders taking to the start list, a rider to be eliminated every second lap once we begin. Bunch not fully formed yet. We need to wait for rider number 63, Felix Crossman from Balmoral, wearing the new jersey of the McCarthy QCF Homes Foundation. The whistle blows. Every second lap from here on, we'll be eliminating one rider until only one remains. A big surge on the front here from Liam Underwood of Guest Picks Racing, the rider from South Australia, figuring the best chance of avoiding being last is to be first. So the pace already very high in this under-19 men's Omnium. Bit of switching around in the back of that field there as riders jostle for position. 63, Felix Crossman from Balmoral, the first rider who has to withdraw. As at the front, a couple of the riders from QAS lifting the tempo, keeping things nice and fast here. That's Lockie Walters just ahead of Samuel Hilditch. As already there is a real battle on at the back for some of the riders trying to stave off elimination for as long as they can. Riley Crampton, the rider from Canterbury Cycling in New Zealand, are trying to move up the outside. 68, Riley Crampton. So the young man who shared the top step of the podium in the Madison a couple of days ago has to withdraw quite early from this elimination race. You could see the disappointment as he heard his name called over the loudspeaker. So plenty of movement around the top side of that field. Sam Hudson of Brunswick, the rider in the orange and purple, trying to come up around and get some space. 66, Sam Hudson of Brunswick, can't quite get there in the end. So the Brunswick rider, the third rider to go down. This is now one of the Kiwis driving at the front. That is number 73, Thomas Faringa from Counties Manukau at the bottom of the track in the black. As at the back, the grey jersey of Alasdair Norris from Royal Bike starting to make a move. A couple of the riders from Sassy caught quite a way back here. 72, number 72, Remy Dalton, Riley Crampton's partner in that Madison victory 2 days ago, also has to retire quite early. So that would be a bit disappointing to the Kiwi squad, especially after they started their Austral Carnival so promisingly. At the front now, Ollie Jurek in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport. The colours of South Australia and Queensland also represented towards the front end. 65, Alasdair Norris of Blackburn, the recently crowned Victorian champion in the 1 kilometre time trial, won't be riding on any further in this elimination. So our field has already reduced in size by about a quarter, as a good little save there from Lockie Walters right on the back of the field. That gave me a scare even down here. So Oscar Schoff of Gold Coast Cycling Club in the light blue, leading the field. He will be well and truly safe here. 81, Liam Underwood of Norwood. In the navy blue jersey of Guest Picks Racing, bows his head in recognition that he has been eliminated this time. The call comes for Billy Van Hout to move up, the rider in the Villawood colours at the black. Rather than going around the high side, he chooses to move up the low side. Can be dangerous to go down the low side because it gives you nowhere to move if others move around on the high side. We've got 3 sassy riders attacking around the top side. 74, Daniel Grieve from Otago there, and looks almost certain that one of the 3 riders from the South Australian Sports Institute was going to get eliminated there, but somehow they all survived. And the pace and the tension staying high here. A couple of the Queenslanders towards the back, as are a couple of the riders in the black from counties Manukau and New Zealand. Number 73, Thomas Faringa, trying to accelerate around the top end of the bunch. 61, Lockie Stewart. Lockie Stewart, the winner of the scratch race, is eliminated. So the young man from Alpine would have been expecting to be in at least the final 5 here. Has to retire quite early. That may open the door for some of his rivals. Thomas Faringa, the rider on the back there from counties Manukau in the black. He's been living dangerously at the back of the bunch for a while. He's now making some space as he goes up around the outside. 75, Oscar Schoff. Oscar Schoff, the rider eliminated that time through. So like Lockie Stewart, a man who might have expected to be in a bunch smaller than this one if the bell eventually came for him. So all 3 of our South Australian Sports Institute riders still there. Oh, a good save there from Alec Guglielmucci in the white helmet. His tyre skipped out there. 73. 73, Thomas Faringa from counties Manukau eliminated. So Alec Guglielmucci, despite his rear wheel skipping away on him there in that last lap, still in the hunt for now. So 2 QAS riders still in the mix, 3 from Sassy, 1 from the Victorian Institute of Sport, and a smattering of riders from elsewhere around the map. Number 80, Alec Guglielmucci from Norwood, this time has to make way. He did a very good job about 5 laps ago to prevent himself from not only crashing, but crashing potentially into some other riders in the bunch. So we're down to about 10 riders now. 2 riders from Sassy still in there, 2 from QAS, Ollie Jirovic still in there from Victorian Institute of Sport. '84, Cooper Dunlop, the Western Australian from Peel District in the light blue jersey, has to make way. As now it is the navy blue of Butterfield Zip Track Racing, the colours of Max Nussbaum, moving up to the front. Samuel Hilditch on his inside in the QAS, maroon. Oliver Ward and William Brown still in there for Sassy. Billy Van Hout has been living dangerously at the back. 62, Zach Douglas Savage from Balmoral. So Zach Douglas Savage makes way now. 8 riders left. Just 8 riders left, and a very high quality 8 they are too. 1 New Zealander still in the mix. That's Alex Borta from counties Manukau. He's in the black. As Ollie Jirovic it is in the navy blue on the inside leading them down. Max Nussbaum on his shoulder, the 2 QAS riders to his outside. Surely one of the South Australians about to go. 79, Oliver Ward from Norwood. He has to retire. So that leaves just William Brown, number 85 there in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute. There is one other South Australian in this mix, Billy Van Hout, who's in the white, red and black. Billy Van Houten has been living dangerously, been spending most of his time at the back of the field, but he's managed to survive down into the last 7 now. So coming in towards the next elimination, 82, Billy Van Hout. The rider from Norwood in the colours of Villawood Racing, son of former Australian road race national champion Russell, who's spectating from the home straight. Down to 6 riders now. The 2 riders from QAS, Samuel Hilditch and Lockie Walters. 1 rider from the South Australian Sports Institute, that's William Brown. Max Nussbaum also there, the Victorian in the navy blue. The other man in navy blue, Ollie Jirovec, also in there. 67, 6-7 is the cry, as it is Ollie Jirovec who was eliminated that time. That one was for the youths. So 5 riders left. Max Nussbaum now winding up a big attack. The Victorian likes his chances of being the only home rider left. So the man from Bendigo now in front of Samuel Hilditch. And it is Brown, Borta, and then on the back that looks like it'll be Lockie Walters. Whoa! A big fall there from Lockie Walters. Oh, and a fall as well from Borta, who went straight over the fallen rider. 71, Alex Borta, the rider eliminated, but of greater concern to him will be the fact that he fell. So down to 3 riders left. Max Nussbaum is still in there. Lockie Walters is still in there. And William Brown is still in there. Max Nussbaum is going long. Wants to make sure he makes it to at least the last 2. It looks like he will. 76 eliminated that time, Lockie Walters. Lockie Walters has to make way. So just 2 riders left now. Two riders left. Max Nussbaum squaring off now against number 85, William Brown. So the Victorian in front of the South Australian. It'll be up to William Brown to try and come around Max Nussbaum at the end here. Max Nussbaum has put in some heroic rides at this. This might be his best win yet. William Brown swings up the track and it will be Max Nussbaum taking the win in the elimination. A fabulous elimination race. Hopefully our 2 fallen riders aren't too badly damaged. I can see Alex Borta is now walking away from his crash, which is always a good sign. So a quick pause in the program while we inspect the track after those falls.
down to 4, there's no neutral.
Okay.
So fifth rider got eliminated.
Yep.
Crashes happened immediately after.
Inside
Yeah.
the kilometre.
Yeah. Okay. So in case you were wondering why the race continued after that crash there are no neutralisations in the elimination race inside the last 1,000 metres. So as we were down to our last 4 riders, well, down to our last 4 riders, not 1,000 metres, I should say last 4 riders. That's why the race continued apace with no pause for neutralisation after the crash. Yep. Slow down. Okay. So another announcement from the commissaires, an official warning for rider number 76. An A9 warning for crowding their opponent with the intention of causing them to slow down. So a warning for rider number 76. So some running repairs being carried out on the track. So some crucial gaffer taping and sanding being done.
Where they were, boss.
So once our track repairs are completed, which should be the matter of a few moments, our next event up will be our elimination race for our women's elite Omnium field. So this is the third of the 4 Omnium events for our riders out there today. After this is completed, it will just be the points race to go. So our elite women's field now coming onto the track, getting ready to start their Omnium. Mr. Pilates just waving to some loved ones in the crowd. Always nice to see friendly, familiar faces watching on. And it's going to be an absolutely packed house here tomorrow night for our Austral wheel race final. We'll also have the Elite Madison National Championships and some UCI Kierans as well. So all these seated tickets have been sold for tomorrow night, but you can still get a standing room only ticket. And I would thoroughly recommend picking one up if you haven't already. It's going to be absolutely fantastic racing. Off we go, and we are rolling away. That sounded like an unfortunate noise. Drop the chain, that's right at number 53, who's had that unfortunate mechanical incident, Ava Schmidtke.
Going to get them to line back up and restart.
All right, so a full restart in prospect. So everyone will wind down their effort and we'll do a full restart. Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah, someone's got a wheel. So as we are going to have to restart this women's elimination race, our very own troll DJ Stephen Nickel gives a bit of oops, I did it again. Just waiting for Eva Schmidtke to receive some mechanical assistance. I think I see her climbing back onto her bike in the back straight now. So some quick work with the spanner and the sassy rider should be back in the line shortly. All right, off and rolling now. Hopefully the second time's the charm. The helpers scurry out of the way. And the last rider to set off there, rider number 34, Claudia Marks, who had to withdraw from the tempo race earlier after a crash. So she was given the last place in that event, and starting from the back in this one. Whistle blows, so we'll be eliminating one rider every 2 laps from here on until only one is left. One of my personal favourites on track racing, the elimination, also known as the missing out or the devil take the hindmost. So 1 lap until our first elimination, and there's a lot of riders trying to move around and not a whole lot of space to move in at the moment. Claudia Marks pinned at the back there, dives down the track to try and stay alive. Number 50, Maddie Wasserback from Port Adelaide Cycling Club, the sassy rider, the first one to have to be cut. As on the front of the field now, that's Mizuki Ikeda of Japan, keeping herself very safe by consistently being 10 metres in front of everyone else. 53, Ava Schmidtke, the rider who had that issue with the chain. Unfortunately, can only put it to so much use. The second rider eliminated. And Sassy have lost the first two riders in this women's elimination race. So Sassy lost the first two riders. They still have three amongst this main bunch.
Rider.
37, Amelia Sykes, the first of our international riders to be eliminated. The rider from Canterbury Track Association in New Zealand has to make way. Pedaling on the back there, Elena Worrell in the black. She had quite a good race earlier on in the tempo. 4-0, Elena Worrell of Counties Manukau. So that's two New Zealanders eliminated in a row. So that still leaves Maya Wolfenden from New Zealand in the mix, as well as our three Japanese riders, Mizuki Ikeda, Marco Kakita, and Tsuyaka Uchino. .32 eliminated that time. Rider number 32, Leonie van der Berg. So that's three Sassy riders down and only two still going. So Odette Lynch and Ali Anderson still in the mix, but Ali Anderson, along with Claudia Martins, was one of the fallers earlier. You'll notice the bandage on her left arm. I think I heard a little bit of contact between wheels there. Thankfully, everyone's okay. Rider number 44, Maho Kakita, the first of the Japanese riders who has to make way. A number of riders trying to keep themselves in the top few names here. Alyssa Polides keeping herself well forward, as are Kira Will and Nicole Duncan. The two riders with the light blue sleeves of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. 51-5-1, Ali Anderson, the rider with the bandage on her arm who fell earlier, has been eliminated. So now only one rider from Sassy left. They started with 5, only one is left now, as the field is down to around about 15. So riders seriously moving. Odette Lynch pins herself to the front of the bunch. 46, Anna Dubia, the first of the three riders from the New South Wales Institute of Sport to be eliminated. Our sole rider in the maroon of the QAS, Emily Sanders, the youngster, goes off the front now in maroon. Georgia Baker in the dark blue of the TIS, Tasmanian Institute of Sport, close at hand, as is Maeve Plouffe. .39, Nicole Duncan. Nicole Duncan of the New South Wales Institute of Sport eliminated that time through. So Nicole Duncan, the rider, eliminated that time.
39, no.
Nicole Duncan, rider number 39, the last rider to be eliminated. She is now swinging up to the top of the track. After a pass through on that lap, we've delayed the next elimination by 1 lap just to make sure everyone's safe. The two Japanese riders remaining, Tsuyaka Uchino and Mizuki Ikeda, staying right at the front of the field here. 35, Maya Wolfenden, the last of the New Zealanders from Canterbury Track Association, now eliminated. So 12 riders left by my count, and some extremely class acts among that field too, as it's now Sophie Edwards moving down the outside and Isla Carr in the yellow of the WA Institute of Sport, whose name I've barely called all race, now finding herself in the right place at the right time. 34, Claudia Marks. So last year's women's Austral winner has to make way. So she'll finish just outside the top 10 after crashing earlier. A little bit of daylight opening up to Mizuki Ikeda, the Japanese rider at the back of the field. Really starting to tell the effort on some of these riders. There's some shoulders that are really starting to rock and roll here. Heads bobbing side to side. 55, Isla Carr, the Western Australian, eliminated that time through. So the recent A-grade women's points classification winner at the Tour of Bright has to end her elimination race a bit early. Maeve Plouffe hasn't been caught out of position much today, but the rider in the black is at the back of the field, having to make quite a hard acceleration around the top end of turn 3 to keep herself safe. .56, Riley McMullen. Riley McMullen eliminated that time through. So less than 10 riders left now. 2 Japanese riders, Tsuyaka Uchino and Mizuki Ikeda, still in the mix, though Ikeda looking a little isolated at the back of the field. Georgia Baker on the inside as well will be looking to improve her position. 45, Mizuki Ikeda, the Japanese rider, does have to make way that time. So it's 7 Australians and the Japanese star Tsuyaka Uchino left in this race. Uchino in the white jersey in the centre of the field. And nothing but class acts all around. Everyone left in this race has been some sort of champion of something or another. Many have been national champions. Some have been world champions. Who will be the champion of this elimination race here this afternoon? .42. That is Amelie Sanders from Gold Coast Cycling Club, so the maroon jersey of QAS has to pull the colours in. As Georgia Baker from the Tasmanian Institute of Sport keeping herself safe at the front of the field. Odette Lynch, the one remaining sassy rider, has seen all of her teammates eliminated quite early on, but has kept herself in good position. Kira Will, the one remaining New South Wales Institute of Sport rider, trying to come up the high side now. 49, Odette Lynch, that's the commentator's curse there. As soon as I said she was doing well, the last sassy rider has to withdraw. So 6 riders left. From a big starting field, we've shrunk it all the way down. 6 riders remaining now. A bit of looking around there at the front between Alyssa Pilates and Maeve Plouffe. Georgia Baker also in there, as is Kira Will, Tsuyaka Uchino, Sophie Edwards on the back at the moment. Uchino and Edwards trying to go up the high side. 52, Maeve Plouffe. Maeve Plouffe, the next rider who has to withdraw. 5 riders left. So our 5 riders left. At the front, Alyssa Pilates, just coming up on her right-hand side in the white jersey. That's the Japanese champion, Tsuyaka Uchino. In the middle of the bunch in the navy blue long sleeves, that's Georgia Baker. Kira Will in the bright blue sleeves of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. And on the back at the moment, that's Sophie Edwards from South Australia. So a big sprint happening here. Georgia Baker, Tsuyaka Uchino and Alyssa Pilates leading them through that last corner. Pilates just checking over her shoulder 33, Sophie Edwards, the Olympian from the team pursuit in Paris last year, the rider who has to make way. So 4 riders left, 3 of them are in various shades of blue, and there's also Tsuyaka Uchino. So the Japanese rider are now having to contend with Alyssa Polides, Georgia Baker and Kira Will. So Uchino and Polides shoulder to shoulder as they go down the back straight. Baker just behind them. Kira Will on the back of the bunch so far. She'll have to come up around the high side if she wants to survive. 31, Kira Will it is who has to make way. So just 3 riders left in our elite women's elimination race at this Omnium National Championships. The tension has been building consistently here. It's reaching a crescendo now. 3 riders looking at each other. Alyssa Polides has been comfortable in front all race so far. Georgia Baker now comes down the inside, and Tsuyaka Uchino very watchful at the back of this trio. So Georgia Baker looking strong, and looks like it will be one of Polides or Uchino who gets eliminated here. 43, Tsuyaka Uchino. So the Japanese rider will content herself with 3rd place. And that means that our elimination race will come down to a battle between Alyssa Polides and Georgia Baker. Polides in front in the navy blue with the yellow stripe around the middle, Victorian Institute of Sport. Georgia Baker in the back with the long sleeves, Tasmanian Institute of Sport. So Victoria versus Tassie here, 1 lap to go. Watching each other carefully as Baker comes down the inside of Polides, narrowly avoids a crash there. Alyssa Polides now a full sprint out of the saddle from both riders as they go up the back straight. Alyssa Polides holding on strong. Georgia Baker charging late. Baker's making ground. Will she be able to get there on the line? Georgia Baker. Georgia Baker takes the win. Alyssa Polides in 2nd place in the end. Tsuyaka Uchino, the Japanese rider, finishing in 3rd. Kira Will 4th. Sophie Edwards 5th. Maeve Kloof 6th. Odette Lynch 7th. Emily Sanders 8th. Mizuki Ikeda 9th. And Riley McMillan rounding up the top 10. So warm applause from the crowd for our winner Georgia Baker and our runner-up there Alyssa Polides. Won't be too long until we have the elite men's elimination race getting started. So our elite men, our elite men's riders just getting ready there. One last helper called for to help Joshua Green from Otago at the back there. Our riders off and rolling in our men's elite elimination race, the 3rd of 4 races in this Omnium National Championship for elite men. So the whistle blows. We'll be eliminating a rider every second lap from now on. 2 non-starters in this event, James Moriarty from Balmoral and Rowan Hayden-Smith, also of Balmoral. Rowan Hayden-Smith, one of the heavy fallers in the earlier crash, so perhaps unsurprising to see that he's not taking the start line. Hopefully he's not too sore tomorrow. As the bell rings and we're getting ready to make our first elimination. Pace is infernal already.
Right up.
23, Connor Leahy. So even an Olympic gold medal can't spare you from being eliminated early on. Connor Leahy has to make way. So the big Western Australian will take no further part in this elimination. He bows the head. I think he's quite disappointed with himself. The race must go on. Oscar Gallagher leading the field at the moment, the young Victorian. 21, rider 21, Josh Duffy from Launceston City Cycling Club, also has to withdraw. So the elimination's going to come thick and fast here. These folks are really moving. Looks like that's Kurt Ether at the front. Number 11, Joshua Grieve from Otago. So the Kiwi, the first of our international riders who has to withdraw.
Sorry, my mistake.
So 1 lap until the next elimination now. Number 8, Edward Marks from Canberra. So another of the men who normally plies his trade for Case Potter has to make way. As on the front, number 15, Noah Blannon, the defending Austral wheel race champion, setting a fast tempo there. His QAS teammates also fairly close at hand. 27 eliminated that time, Samuel Washington from X-Speed. A big sprint required there from Tom Cornish to keep himself alive right at the top of the track. At the front, Kurt Ether and Blake Quick. Jan Watts also staying out of trouble. Number 12, that is Magnus Jamison from Southland Cycling Club, the Kiwi with the distinctive white, orange, or white, red and yellow kit. Jan Watts of the Israel Premier Tech development team still on the front here. Tom Cornish and Jonas Shelverton trying to accelerate up around the high side. Number 18, Jonas Shelverton, the young Tasmanian, the next rider to go. So our 2 Japanese riders safe and sound in the middle at the moment. Kazushige Kuboki and Shunsuke Imamura. Number 9, Hamish Keast, the next of the Kiwis who has to give up the ghost. So our field down to a little more than 10 riders now. Will Holmes, the lone rider from Sassy in the red, making himself known at the front of the race. He's been comfortably tucked in the middle of the pack for most of the proceedings so far. Blake Quick from Real High Insurance having to accelerate rapidly up the high side here. Number 4, James Moriarty from Balmoral. Noah Blannon continuing to lead the field here. Noah Blannon clearly feeling good and happy to drag the other riders along in his wake. Number 13, Kurt Ether, the double national champion in this elimination discipline. Has to withdraw that time through. So moving up around the outside, Tom Cornish in the green and black helmet there, keeping himself nice and safe. Number 20, Shunsuke Imamura, the Japanese rider, the first of the two from his country to be eliminated. So the three QAS riders who started this race, all still in it. They had 4 at the start of the day. Unfortunately, Rowan Hayden Smith had to abandon due to a crash. Number 14, it was too good to last forever. Alexander Hughes, the next to go. So the under-19 national road race champion. Has to withdraw. So down to 8 riders now as Noah Blannon from QAS makes a move up the high side of the field. Tom Cornish low on the bottom of the track there. Kian Watts having some trouble. Blake Quick also needing to move up rapidly. Number 3, Blake Quick, the next rider to have to withdraw. Noah Blannon has been hovering in first position or very close to it for a great majority of this race. At some point you would think he would have to come off the front, but he still looks good at the moment. Number 7, Oscar Gallagher from the Victorian Institute of Sport, the next rider eliminated. So 6 riders left in the field now. The World Championship silver medalist in the Omnium discipline, Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider, at the front there along with Will Holmes. Kian Watts, the lone New Zealander still left in this race. Number 15, Noah Blannon, after such a strong ride, looking good on the front of the field. He falters just outside the top 5. So 1 Kiwi, Kian Watts, he's on the front. 1 Japanese rider, Kazushige Kuboki, he's just behind him. And then 3 Australians, Tom Cornish, Liam Walsh and Will Holmes. The 3 Aussies are at the back at the moment. It looks like one of them might be the one to get the chop. Number 30, Will Holmes, the lone sassy rider in this elite men's field, has to give way. Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider, in first wheel at the moment. Kian Watts in second. A move up the inside and then the outside by Liam Walsh there. So the defending Omnium champion looking to make his mark on this overall event in the elimination race. Number 16. That is Kian Watts. So the Kiwi rider has to yield that time. So our final 3, Kazushige Kuboki in the white from Japan. Our defending Omnium national champion Liam Walsh is in the maroon of the QAS. And Tom Cornish in the black and green helmet is wearing the colours of the Australian Endurance national team. So the bell is rung and Kazushige Kuboki knows that one of the 3 riders will be eliminated. He doesn't want to be that one, so he will be charging, getting across. Number 1, Liam Walsh. So the defending champion in the Omnium falls at the second last hurdle. So now only 2 riders left, Kazushige Kuboki from Japan and Tom Cornish of Australia. A little bit of switching and swapping as it's almost a match sprint here. Cornish leading from the front. He was a track sprinter in his past life. Kazushige Kuboki using that experience that saw him win a silver medal at the World Championships. Cornish accelerates away. Kuboki will not challenge, so Cornish will come away. Tom Cornish, a little fist pump there. He will take the win in our elite men's elimination race. So second on the line for Kazushige Kuboki, third for Liam Walsh, fourth Kian Watts, fifth Will Holmes, sixth it was in the end I think for Noah Blannon. Oscar Gallagher it was in 7th place in the end. That whole elimination race just over 10 minutes from start to finish. Blake Quick in 8th, Alex Hughes, the Queenslander, in 9th, and our second Japanese rider, Shinsuke Imamura, rounding out the top 10. So with our scratch races, our tempo races, and our eliminations now completed, all that remains to finish off our Omniums for today are the points races. Each one the final event of the National Championships. Our first race here for our B grade men, not awarding a National Championship jersey, but doesn't mean that people won't race hard. We might need one more set of hands to help Joshua Clark here at the bottom of the track. So off and rolling now for a 60-lap points race. So a 15-kilometre race, 60 laps of the track total. Sprints every 10 laps. Worth 5 points for first, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth, and double points for the final sprint at the finish. So as we begin our current standings, Logan Taplin is the overall leader at the moment with 116 points. Joshua Clark of Bendigo is second on 112. Two riders tied on 98 points. That's Oliver Clark, the tall figure in the red from New Zealand, and Harrison Lace, the rider who's just in second wheel at the moment with the teal sleeves. Benjamin Cade, the rider in the all black, just coming through at the bottom of the track now, is the rider from Whyalla. He's on 96 points. Bryce Nichols is on 92, Bailey McDonald on 90, and Angus Gullick on 74. So our first point sprint for this race will be held at 50 laps to go. So we should see two intriguing battles here, one between Joshua Clark and Logan Taplin for first place overall, and a very even battle among the remaining riders to see who will take the third step on the podium. It is of course very possible that any of the riders in third or below could even vault themselves up to the win if they were to take a lap on this field. Gaining a lap on the field gives you 20 points. But generally a small field like this, the fewer riders there are you're trying to break away from, the less they will want to let you go. So Bryce Nichols on the front there. Joshua Clark currently sitting in second place. Bailey McDonald of Caish there quickly flicks his elbow. And lets Benjamin Cade in the all black from Whyalla come through. Quite warm in Whyalla. I imagine he probably doesn't wear the all black kit outside all that often. Angus Gullick in the Tasmanian colours there, the rider from Hobart Wheelers. Currently sitting in 8th place at the moment, so he would need some spectacular heroics to get himself up towards the podium, but never say it can't be done. So 2 laps until our first point sprint now. As Oliver Clark, the New Zealander, looks over at Logan Taplin. Our current Omnium leader is now leading the bunch here with a lap and a half to go until this first sprint of 6. There's the bell there. Taplin it is who will lead them in. Bailey McDonald, the rider from Viking Cycling Club in the ACT, coming up and challenging him on the outside. Bailey Nichols also there. Logan Taplin keeping things moving as he comes down towards the line. Bailey McDonald it is who gets the win. So 5 points there for Bailey McDonald from the ACT. That will move him up at least 1 place. So Bailey McDonald 5, Logan Taplin 3 points there. Bryce Nichols 2, Oliver Clark 1. as it's now Bryce Nichols and Oliver Clark who are pushing on here, knowing that they would need to probably gain a lap on the field, and particularly on Logan Taplin and Joshua Clark with an E, as Oliver Clark without an E, the tall rider wearing number 69, putting in a nice turn at the front there. Benjamin Cade keen to shut this one down. As I said before, the fewer riders you have in a bunch, the less likely they are to let you go. And folks seem pretty keen on keeping Oliver Clark, the New Zealander, on a pretty short leash. The Kiwi swings up the track there, conceding that he's not going to get away, at least not this time. So 5 laps now until our next sprint. Logan Taplin slightly increased his lead at that first sprint of 6. He managed to score himself a couple of points, while his main rival Joshua Clark, who's in the dark blue, didn't score any. Clark now very conspicuously following Taplin around very closely. They're sitting in 3rd and 4th wheel in the line at the moment, as Bryce Nichols from Castlemaine leads them through. He flicks over to Oliver Clark without an E. And the pace drops right off again here. Definitely a chance for everyone to gather their breath. Bryce Nichols has been unafraid to make a charge from further back. He's done it again here, the rider from Castlemaine. And from just up the road, Joshua Clark, the first to try and bring him back. So Logan Taplin now moving to the front of the field. 2 laps to go until our next sprint. Angus Gullick, the Tasmanian, now coming through. And then it's the Kiwi Oliver Clark, the tall red figure without an E in his surname. So coming up towards the bell for our next sprint now. Benjamin Cade making a good run down the outside. Logan Taplin has a bit of body contact there with Oliver Clark. Has to concede some ground. So Benjamin Cade looking good here as they come into the home straight. So Cade leading at the moment. And it might have just been Taplin ahead of Oliver Clark. We'll leave that one to the commissaires for 2nd and 3rd. So Benjamin Cade confirmed as the winner of that last sprint. Logan Taplin in 2nd. Oliver Clark in 3rd. So Logan Taplin now. Oh, actually, that's Bryce Nichols attacking off the front. Nichols, it is in the Victorian blue and white. Benjamin Cade in 2nd from Whyalla. Angus Gullick, the Tasmanian, in 3rd wheel at the moment. Then it is our leader, Logan Taplin. Logan Taplin just checks over his shoulder. Yep, Joshua Clark is still right there. Rider from Bendigo not giving the Hawthorn man much breathing room at all here. Pace going off again. Coming up to 3 laps to our next sprint with 33 to go now. So once more it is Bryce Nichols willing to add some aggression into the mix here. 2 laps to go to the next sprint. And the Victorian from Castlemaine has a dip off the front. Bailey McDonald it is trying to chase him down, the rider from the ACT. He's got Harrison Lace from South Coast Cycling Club right behind him. 1 lap to go as Logan Taplin now starting to move himself forward. Oliver Clark, the tall rider in the red, moving up. Joshua Clark with an E, starting to move up and around the outside. Logan Taplin, though, still looking strong as he comes out of turn 4. And it will be another 5 points for our overall leader. So Logan Taplin continues to expand his gap. And all of a sudden we've got 3 riders out the front. They are the 3 leaders overall of our men's B-grade Omnium with 3 sprints left. Logan Taplin at the front, Oliver Clark in 2nd place on the track but 3rd place in the standings. And then Joshua Clark just behind him in the navy blue from Bendigo. So our leading trio out the front now. They're being pursued by 1 lone rider, Angus Gullick, the Tasmanian. As there are 3 sprints left in this men's B-grade Omnium. So the way the field is starting to break up a little bit now, I think there are some riders who might be treating it more like a solo time trial to the finish rather than a sprint race. Taplin just checks over his shoulder as Oliver Clark lets Joshua Clark, with an E, chase down the overall leader of this event. Logan Taplin now with a lead of 12 points. He has 127 to his name. Joshua Clark, the rider from Bendigo, has 115 points. Oliver Clark in 3rd with 104. Then Benjamin Cade, 4th with 101 points. So as Joshua Clark and Logan Taplin now have half a lap's lead on the 4-rider peloton behind them. They've only got 10 metres off Oliver Clark, the Kiwi slowly making his way back on. It can be a very painfully and mentally anguishing effort when you are 10 metres off the back of a group and you're so close to catching them. They don't ever seem to want to slow down. You keep thinking to yourself, oh, they'll slow down soon and I'll get back across. So 1 lap till our next sprint. Logan Taplin just checking over his shoulder as Joshua Clark starts to move by the rider from Hawthorn. Taplin draws back level as they come into turn 3, coming out of turn 4. It's neck and neck. This will be close on the line. Ooh, very, very close indeed. We'll see how the commissaires award it. Oliver Clark definitely taking 3rd place there. Harrison Lace taking 4th. And Joshua Clark, the rider from Bendigo, taking the win. So he has closed his gap to Logan Taplin ever so slightly there. So 5 points to the rider from Bendigo. So with 2 sprints left, Logan Taplin on 130 points, Joshua Clark 120 in 2nd. Oliver Clark, the Kiwi, in 3rd with 106. Then Benjamin Cade, 101. He's now moved up a spot ahead of Harrison Lace, who is on an even 100. Bailey McDonald in 6th place and Angus Gullick in 7th. So Taplin and Clark continuing to put more time not only into Oliver Clark but into the rest of the field here. Their gap is now on the other side of half a lap. So some tired and weary legs out there amongst our men's B-grade Omnium field. Only 15 laps of this race left for them now. .13 laps to go. Logan Taplin has his head buried over his bars here, as he's now creating a gap ahead of Joshua Clark, with Oliver Clark a bit further back. So our first three riders on the track are in the same order that they are in the overall standings. Logan Clark leading as he comes up to 12 laps to go. A call of encouragement from the crowd there for Logan Taplin. Joshua Clark definitely not giving up the fight though. The rider from Bendigo is consistently holding Taplin at a gap of about 15 or 20 metres. Taplin just checking over his shoulder as they're now one lap to the next sprint. Logan Taplin continuing to check over his shoulder there. Generally the sign of a rider who's faltering, and they continually check over their shoulder. Clark is making the gap back up, and as they come up towards the line now, Clark may just get him on the line here. Indeed he does. So Joshua Clark getting 5 points for first place there. Despite his best efforts, Logan Taplin only coming away with 3. As further back, Harrison Lace gets 2 points for third. Oliver Clark now being reabsorbed by the main bunch, getting 1 from the field. So inside the last 10 laps of our men's B-grade Omnium. Some bowed heads among our riders here, some weary legs indeed. And there'll be some folks sleeping very well tonight, I would wager. So our 2 leaders now being reabsorbed by the main peloton, so all back together with 5 laps remaining. So the 6 brave warriors of our men's B-grade Omnium. 1 final sprint to decide the final standings. And now that they're all back together, it is possible for Joshua Clark to surpass Logan Taplin here if he wins this last sprint and Logan Taplin does not score. And so first and second place going to be shared between Logan Taplin and Joshua Clark. Third place will be between Oliver Clark, Harrison Lace and Benjamin Cade. So Cade it is making an attack. Logan Taplin has had about 30 seconds of recovery. Flicks the elbow there to Oliver Clark and says, right, I'm back to normal now. You come through and do a turn. Harrison Lace, who's been putting in some good laps here. The young South Australian possibly getting stronger towards the end of this event, or at least tiring less quickly than his rivals. Angus Gullick, the rider, in 6th place at the moment, leads them through 2 laps to go. So the Tasmanian out the front, the other riders sizing each other up, trying to get in position for that one last big sprint of the day. So the move now coming from down the track, Oliver Clark there. Logan Taplin has been the leader of this Omnium almost from the start here. He's being challenged by the rider from Bendigo, Joshua Clark. Oliver Clark, the Kiwi, leads them into turn 3. The big man in red looking strong as he comes up towards the line. Logan Taplin punches his fist there. He crosses the line in 3rd place, but that will be enough to see him take the overall win in this men's B-grade Omnium. So a round of applause for all of the riders who have taken part in our men's B-grade Omnium today. So our women's under-19 Omnium field positioning themselves ready for the start. So after the elimination race, currently in the lead of our under-19 women's Omnium National Championship, Sienna Monteith, rider 101 in the maroon of QAS, just holding on to the top of the track there. Billy Russell currently in 2nd place. She's in the colours of Butterfield Zip Track Racing on the bottom of the track. She's got 108 points. She's tied at the moment with Elsie Apps, the rider in the long sleeves from ARA Skip Capital, the light blue long sleeves and the black helmet with the pink shoulders. So a green and gold jersey on the line for our under-19 women. Who will be the one to pull it on at the end of this points race? So 60 laps to go, as with our last race. Sprints every 10 laps, double points for the last sprint of the day. And points awarded to the first 4 riders across at each sprint. 5 points for first, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. So Grace Hunter of Hamilton Wheelers in the purple helmet coming through for a turn. She hands it off to Isabel Prince in the black and yellow of Lidcombe Auburn. Neve Parslow, the rider who had such a spectacular tempo race, vacuuming up 16 points overall out of a possible 26. So 2 riders in the colours of ARA Skip Capital. Elsie Apps just on the front of the bunch at the moment in the black helmet. Her teammate Neve Parslow a little bit further back. Parslow currently sitting in 4th or 5th place, or equal 4th for Parslow. She is level at the moment with Bella Potts. As it is now Potts, the rider from Balmoral, the tall figure with the long purple sleeves coming forward. Just on her wheel, Lucy Johnston, the Tasmanian. Johnston currently sitting in 6th spot overall, but on 92 points. So definitely still plenty of room to move for a lot of the riders in this field. Lavinia Ward in the short-sleeved purple jersey of Balmoral Women's Development Initiative, even though she is from Metro Melbourne. Comes through for a quick turn. Finds that the pace at the front isn't quite to her liking, so she lifts the tempo again. So Sienna Monteith, our overall leader. It'll be interesting to see the tactics of Sienna Monteith here. Will she ride defensively and try and protect her overall lead? Try and prevent riders from potentially gaining a lap on this field? Or will she be out and on the hunt to increase her gap by getting more points at these intermediate sprints? So 2 laps left till our opening intermediate sprint. Lucy Johnston, the rider from Hobart, at the bottom of the track there as Neve Parslow from ARA Skip Capital moves up around the outside. So Neve Parslow really picking up the tempo now as they come through to the bell. So Neve Parslow first, Sienna Monteith second, Elsie Apps in third. Then it is Lavinia Ward and Billy Russell also within striking distance there. So Neve Parslow looking good, coming up towards the line. Sienna Monteith making a late surge. Sienna Monteith just gets there ahead of Elsie Apps. I wondered aloud if Sienna Monteith might be looking to either defend her lead or increase it potentially through the sprint. She's increased it there by winning that first sprint. Elsie Apps taking 3 points for second, 2 points for Neve Parslow in third, 1 point for Billy Russell in fourth. So we'll wait and see how those sprint results affect the overall standings. So Monteith now up to 119 points. Elsie Apps in second on 111. Billy Russell third on 109. Then a little bit of a gap to Neve Parslow in fourth. She's on an even 100. Bella Potts 98 in fifth. Lucy Johnston sixth on 92. So Sienna Monteith continuing to ride at the front of the bunch here, patrolling who's at the front, trying to ensure there are no breakaways that might potentially result in a rider gaining 20 points. She has a lead of 8 points over second placed Elsie Apps. And Elsie Apps right on the wheel of Sienna Monteith about 2/3 of the way down our main field. As Grace Hunter it is coming through for a turn. She hands off responsibilities to Neve Parslow. Lavinia Ward now coming through. Billy Russell wearing the jersey of Butterfield Zip Track Racing. Over the top of her previous skin shoot, Billy Russell did have a fall earlier, so I wonder if the jersey might be to cover up potentially a hole in her jersey. Not 100% sure on that one. So 3 laps until our next point sprint, which will be the second sprint of 6. As Nina Worrell in the black there, the lone Kiwi in the field from Counties Manukau Cycling. Right up at the top of the track as the pace has really eased now. One big blob of riders all together. So very nearly at club run pace as they come through 2 laps to go. Sienna Monteith now starting to wind up down the outside. Elsie Apps is following Sienna Monteith wherever she may go at the moment. So the rider from Townsville is going to lead them through with 1 lap to go until the next sprint. Lavinia Ward right there as well. Elsie Apps from Goulburn in second place. Bella Potts now moving down the outside for Balmoral. So Bella Potts now starting to come around the outside of Sienna Monteith. Elsie Apps may potentially get past Monteith as well. Neve Parslow might even have gotten around Monteith there. I think our overall leader Monteith will have at least gotten 1 point there for 4th place. She may have gotten 3rd. We will wait for confirmation. So Bella Potts 5 points, Elsie Apps 3 in that last sprint, 2 to Neve Parslow and 1 to Sienna Monteith. So that will have moved things a little closer together. After 2 sprints out of our 6, Sienna Monteith still leading with 120 points. Elsie Apps now up to 114. Billy Russell has 109. Bella Potts 103. Neve Parslow rounding out the top 5 with 102. So the pace slowing again. And our racing bunch, which sometimes I almost feel functions like a lung. It breathes in and out throughout the course of a race. And when you breathe in, the pace eases and everything clumps up together. You breathe out, you force all of the air out of your lungs. And the peloton goes back to one long line, as they are starting to do now. So Elsie Apps now choosing to lead Sienna Monteith rather than follow from behind. Monteith swings up the track and Apps reassumes her familiar position. She'll have to challenge Billy Russell for the wheel of Sienna Monteith at the moment. So 3 laps to go until our next sprint. Our overall leader Monteith also leading the bunch here. Billy Russell in second place. And Bella Potts has now decided to wind it up with 2 laps to go until the next sprint. The tall rider in the purple jersey of the Balmoral Women's Development Initiative, firing it up down the back straight. Neve Parslow chasing across. Sienna Monteith right there, as is Billy Russell and Elsie Apps. So 1 lap to go until our next sprint. Bella Potts looks like she's going to get overhauled here by Neve Parslow. Sienna Monteith looking good, sitting in 3rd. Still time for Billy Russell or Elsie Apps to try and get around. So Sienna Monteith shoulder to shoulder with Neve Parslow as they come up the home straight now. Elsie Apps moving quickly around the outside. I'm not sure she got her. Some very, very close sprints here. So we are now halfway through our points race in our Women's Under-19 Omnium National Championships. As Lucy Allen now goes on the attack, the rider in the bright orange of Illawarra. Still awaiting confirmation of results of that last sprint, our 3rd sprint of 6. So Lucy Allen has a good little gap here, and because she's slightly further down the standings, Sienna Monteith is not as concerned about bringing her back immediately. So in that last sprint, Elsie Apps 5, Sienna Monteith 5, a dead heat between Elsie Apps and Sienna Monteith in that last sprint. Billy Russell taking third, Niamh Parslow fourth. So even the commissaires couldn't split them in that last one. So status quo among our two top riders, Apps and Monteith, after that third sprint. That puts Monteith on 125, Apps on 119, Russell on 111 in third, Potts 103 in fourth, tied with Parslow also on 103 points. Lucy Allen, after a effort of a couple of laps to try and get away and maybe gain 20 points on this field, decides to pull the colours in and concede she's not getting away at the moment. So Bella Potts currently leading the Kiwi. Nina Worrell currently in first place in the all black. Isabel Prince from Lidcombe Auburn also in the mix there. So Lucy Allen flicks the elbow, lets Grace Hunter, the rider in the purple helmet and blue jersey of Hamilton Wheelers, come through for a turn. Lucy Johnston, the rider from Hobart. The call goes out that a rider was attacking there as Niamh Parslow it is making a surge. 2 laps to go until the next sprint. Monteith in second, Russell in third. Then it is Ward and then Apps a little bit further back than she has been from Monteith in the past few laps. 1 lap to go until the next sprint. So Niamh Parslow is going to lead it out in the colours of ARA Skip Capital. Sienna Monteith right there. Billy Russell now moving up along the outside of the Queenslander, as is Lavinia Ward. Elsie Apps also challenging Monteith around the outside. So as they come up towards the line, it looks like it will be Billy Russell who gets first place. And you could throw a blanket on the 4 finishers behind as to where they all ended up. So I definitely know that Billy Russell got 5 points there. Who got the 3, 2 and 1 is a much more difficult question. So it will be some combination of Monteith, Apps and Ward, I think. There we go. So Billy Russell gets 5 points for the win. Lavinia Ward 3 points for second. Elsie Apps 2 points for third. Sienna Monteith gets 1 point for fourth place. So that has brought the standings a little closer together. It's just 5 points now at the top. Sienna Monteith still leading with 126 points. Elsie Apps now up to 121 in second. Billy Russell now 116 in third. Bella Potts and Niamh Parslow still tied together on equal fourth with 103 points each. So 2 sprints left now. A maximum of 15 points available if you were to win both of them. But then there is always the spicy option of trying to gain a lap on the field. So Billy Russell currently sitting in third place overall, looking around the bottom of the track as it's now a surge from our overall leader, Sienna Monteith. So the Queenslander from Townsville lifts the pace as her fellow Queenslander Grace Hunter is the next rider to come through. Elsie Apps from Goulburn now on the front of the bunch. Billy Russell also right there. And pace eases once more. The cards reshuffle. Niamh Parslow now coming to the front of the field. The Queenslander also looking around at Nina Worrell, the Kiwi there in the black. As Bella Potts, another of the Queenslanders in this field, now coming to the fore. So some definite rocking and rolling of shoulders there. Riders definitely suffering this late into their Omnium. It's a warm day in Melbourne without being a scorcher, as is the rider from Hobart, Lucy Johnston, who's now firing up. 1 lap to go until the next sprint. The bell goes. Sienna Monteith now charging around the outside. Bella Potts in first place for now. So Bella Potts leading them down the back straight. Sienna Monteith right there. Billy Russell and Elsie Apps also quite close as they come up towards the line. It will be Bella Potts who takes first place. Sienna Monteith got second there and 3 points. Elsie Apps got 2 points for third, I think. And 1 point in the end for Billy Russell. So just one sprint left to go to decide the destination of the Under-19 Women's Omnium National Championship jersey. So with one sprint left, Sienna Monteith has 129 points. The only rider who can deny her that jersey is Elsie Apps. Elsie Apps, the rider in the black helmet and the long light blue sleeves of the ARA Skip Capital squad. In third place at the moment, Billy Russell with 117 points. She can potentially move up as high as second depending on other results. Bella Potts now up to fourth on her own with 108 points, and Niamh Parslow sitting fifth on 103. So just 7 laps to go in what's been a fascinating and constantly evolving Under-19 women's Omnium race here today. Some tired riders out there, and I think some very good sleep going to be had tonight by these competitors. It's a lot to do to go through 4 intense track cycling events of all different types in a single day. So 5 laps to go now as it's Niamh Parslow leading. She swings out of the way and it's Grace Hunter from Hamilton Wheelers. She lets Isabel Prince of Lidcombe Auburn come through and have a turn. Lucy Johnston, the Tasmanian. Her head's rocking from side to side and her shoulders are bobbing, but she's still keen to get the most out of herself in these last few laps. As if you cast your eye towards the back of the field, Sienna Monteith has her eyes on the only rider she needs to watch. Monteith is right on the wheel of Elsie Apps. So there are 2 scenarios that would give Apps the win over Monteith. One is that Apps finishes second and Monteith does not score as they come through 2 laps to go. And one is that Apps wins this last sprint and Monteith finishes no higher than third. Will that be how it unfolds? A lap and a half to go now as Lucy Allen is going to lead them in. Coming towards the end, it's been a great women's Under-19 Omnium National Championships. 1 lap left to decide it all, and Elsie Apps is going for it all down the outside. Sienna Monteith of Townsville, right on the wheel of the rider from Goulburn Cycling Club. Elsie Apps leading them into turn 3. Sienna Monteith defending beautifully, coming up towards the line. Elsie Apps will win the battle. Sienna Monteith will win the war. So Elsie Apps gets maximum points at that final sprint. Sienna Monteith, the rider in the maroon jersey of the Queensland Academy of Sport, takes second place in that last sprint and will be your women's under-19 Omnium national champion. Let's hear it for not just Sienna Monteith, folks, but for all the riders in this women's Omnium field. So our men's under-19 Omnium riders getting ready for the final race in their national championship. As we'll have to have a slight rejigging of the starting positions based on the current standings. The better your current standings, the further forward you start. Billy Van Hout just shuffling up the order a little bit. So off and rolling now, 80 laps for our under-19 men. So as with the women, sprints every 10 laps. With 5, 3, 2 and 1 for the first 4 finishes. Double points for the sprint at the end. And after his early elimination in the elimination race, unsurprising to see that Lockie Stewart has some itchy fingers and toes, wants to get well and truly above the action. He's a lot further down the standings than he is used to, Lockie Stewart, currently sitting in 9th. So if the rider from Alpine Cycling Club wants to give himself a chance of wearing this green and gold jersey, he's got quite a bit of work to do. Taking a look at the standings as we get started. Our current leader overall is William Brown, the rider of the South Australian Sports Institute. He's currently sitting on 110 points. In second place on 104, Lockie Walters from Queensland. Oliver Ward from South Australia in third place on 100. And it is Samuel Hilditch on 96, Max Nussbaum also in there in the high 90s. So action already moving quickly there as it's Hilditch, the Queenslander, making way for Oliver Ward. Oliver Ward, one of the riders in the red. He's wearing a black helmet and white socks. Rider number 68 there, one of the Kiwis in this field, Riley Crampton from Canterbury Track. in the bright red jersey with the black helmet. Lockie Stewart tried going from the gun. He's giving it another dip now. A very good rider alone is Lockie Stewart, a former age group time trial national champion, and his strong time trial recently propelled him to the B grade win overall at the Tour of Bright, a race widely seen as a fantastic proving ground for future stars of Australian cycling, especially on the road. Holds a very aerodynamic position, naturally does Lockie Stewart. As it looks like it's Liam Underwood, the rider in the blue of Guest Picks Racing from South Australia, who's taken up the task of closing the gap to Lockie Stewart. Quick flick of the shoulder from Lockie Walters, the rider who is currently in second place overall in this Omnium field. As we start, Lockie Stewart now has probably a third of a lap, I would say. He's got one lap until the first of our point sprints. As further behind, it's Oscar Schoff. Cooper Dunlop is in there. Two of the New Zealanders also in the mix. Daniel Grieve is in there, as is Riley Crampton. So coming up towards the line, Lockie Stewart will get 5 points for this first little move. Oscar Schoff will get second place, Cooper Dunlop third, and then Daniel Grieve from Otago in New Zealand will come across with fourth place and 1 point. Lockie Stewart not content to sit up here. The rider from Alpine Cycling Club in Bright is giving it another dip. So Stewart taking 5 points at that first sprint. Stewart now swinging up the track, conceding that he's going to be brought back by the main field, as Oliver Ward from Norwood Cycling Club, wearing the red and navy blue of Sassy, coming through. We now have an attack from the rider from the VIS. This is Ollie Girovec. So Ollie Girovec, the rider wearing the number that all the children want these days, 6'7". As it's now one of the riders from Counties Manukau Cycling. This looks quite a serious attack here from rider number 72. That's Remy Dalton. Unfortunately, one of his Counties Manukau Cycling teammates, Alex Bota, had a nasty crash at the tail end of the elimination race and was a non-starter here. Though actually, now that I look down in the field, he might actually be in there. He is indeed in there. Alex Border is in this field. He just has his number folded over, so it's hard to see. So Remy Dalton currently sitting in 12th place on 50 points. So if he were to gain a lap on the field here, he wouldn't quite be able to get himself up onto the first page of the result sheet, but he would lift himself up the rankings by at least 2 or 3 places. As in the chasing bunch behind, Cooper Dunlop, the Western Australian, flicks the shoulder. The grey jersey of Alasdair Norris is there. Alec Guglielmucci in the white helmet from Sassy also in the mix. As our leading group of 5 looks like it will be brought back by a charging bunch. Cooper Dunlop likes to race aggressively and is continuing to do so here. 1 lap till the next point sprint for our current leader, Remy Dalton. The main bunch not too far away from getting that same bell for the second intermediate sprint. Lockie Stewart won the first intermediate sprint. He'll like his chances of winning the sprint from the bunch. He won't catch Remy Dalton though. The Kiwi gets himself 5 points in our second sprint. Lockie Stewart really with the pace on here as he comes up towards the line. He'll take 3 points for second. Oliver Ward challenging the Kiwi Riley Crampton there for third and fourth. So Remy Dalton getting 5 points for that sprint. Lockie Stewart 3, Riley Crampton 2, and Oliver Ward 1. As we are now inside 60 laps to go in our men's under-19 Omnium points race. So after that second sprint, William Brown still leading on 110. He maintains a 6-point gap over the Queenslander Lockie Walters, who is on 104. The other South Australian in that leading bunch, Oliver Ward, is on 101. Samuel Hilditch, 4th on 98. Max Nussbaum, 5th on 96. As Nussbaum it is, who's now trying to gain some space on the main field. Nussbaum and Hilditch combined for a heroic effort to try and gain a lap on the field here last year. They did manage to do it, and they vaulted themselves both up well into contention overall. Hilditch ended up on the podium. So rider number 68, Riley Crampton, the Kiwi who was part of the winning duo in the Madison 2 days ago. Thinks about making a solo move, but then thinks better of it. An easing of the tempo now, as we are at 53.5 laps to go. Liam Underwood from Guest Picks racing the rider in the navy towards the front of the field, as Alistair Norris in the grey of Royal Bikes. You'll see them in action a little bit later this summer in the Pro Velo Super League. Two laps to the next sprint now, as it's Norris on the front. The sassy riders who are currently in first and third in this Omnium, Oliver Ward and William Brown, are ominously placed. Lockie Stewart also well and truly up in the mix. Lockie Walters not far away from the action either, and neither is Samuel Hilditch. So 1 lap to go, and it's rider number 79, Oliver Ward, who has decided to lead it out from the front. It's Hilditch in second. As it is Lockie Walters now challenging down the outside. Lockie Walters is going to come up to the shoulder of William Brown here, and he's going to get by him. So Lockie Walters gets 5 points at that sprint. Oliver Ward gets 3 points for second. I think Hilditch, Walters' QAS teammate, got 2 points for third. So the results of that sprint: Lockie Walters 5 points, Oliver Ward 3, Samuel Hilditch 2, and Zach Douglas Savage it was with 1 point. Max Nussbaum and Ollie Jirovec now trying to get away. Ollie Jirovec from Brunswick Cycling Club. Max Nussbaum now a Bendigo member. He formerly was with Brunswick. So two riders who'll be happy riding together and happy riding alone. I'd be stunned if they hadn't ridden a team pursuit together as youngsters. So they've got a third of a lap on the main field. So Max Nussbaum currently on 96 points. Ollie Jirovec on 94. So if they were to gain a lap on this field, they would vault themselves into first and second place in the race for this overall Omnium title. As I look down the field there, Oliver Ward from Norwood now taking up the mantle of chasing from the main bunch. Lockie Stewart also there. Oscar Schoff just defers a little bit. Lets Alex Borta, the Kiwi in the black, come through. So Nussbaum and Jirovec have a little bit less of a spring in their step than they did about a minute ago, but they're still making progress. As so Alex Borta it is, just ahead of Oliver Ward. Remy Dalton also there. Lockie Walters is not letting the sassy boys get too far away. Nearly half a lap for our two leaders here, Nussbaum and Jirovec. 42 laps to go. So Jirovec and Nussbaum, even if they don't get all the way across for a 20-lap gain, should be able to at least fight it out for the next sprint. But as I say that, the bunch is starting to close quickly. So 1 lap until this next point sprint. Max Nussbaum on the front, Jirovec in second. That looked like it might have been Alex Borta. A very, very fast finish coming down from one of the riders from McCarthy QCF. I think this might be Zach Douglas Savage. checks over his shoulder. So it is rider number 62 getting the win there. That was indeed Zach Douglas Savage getting 5 points. So we'll wait and see how that shuffles up the overall results as we are now halfway through. So Zach Douglas Savage got the win there. Ollie Jirovac second. Oliver Ward 2 points. And Max Nussman surviving for 1 point. Max Nussman must think that that was quite a lot of effort to get 1 point in the bank, but 1 point he has. So that now means that at the top of our standings, William Brown has a 1 point lead over Lockie Walters. Brown on 110, Walters on 109, Oliver Ward on 106 and scoring well. Samuel Hilditch now up to an even 100. Max Nussman and Ollie Jirovac now on 97 points each in 5th place. So still any number of riders who could win it at this point. 4 sprints left to decide the destination of the green and gold jersey. And no shortage of takers for those who want to challenge for it. Lockie Stewart's Omnium probably hasn't gone as he might have wanted. One of the first riders eliminated as Max Nussman has decided to have another go. Max Nussman has decided that once wasn't enough. He wants to try it twice and see if it's just as nice. Checks over his shoulder. The tall figure of Oscar Schoff in the light blue is chasing across. Riley Crampton, the Kiwi, in the bright red jersey with the black helmet also there. Another of the Kiwis from Counties Manukau in the all black chasing across as well. Whoa, a big fall in the group behind. Oh, Sam Hudson going down there and Cooper Dunlop. Oh, that was a nasty one. As on the deck, Remy Dalton from Counties Manukau. The call goes out to Max Nussman to keep going for now. The race has not been declared neutralised just yet. It may well be given the number of injured riders. So at least for now, the race is still carrying on. Good to see Sam Hudson from Brunswick, one of the fallers, is up to his feet. And it looks like he's going to go and get assessed and may not take any further part. There's 2 Kiwis out in front now. So they will divvy up 5 and 3 points between them. And the battle between the others a little further back could be quite interesting. Oliver Ward has been scoring consistently and is in position to pick up some more points here. Crampton will get 5 points. Borta will get 3. I think Oliver Ward might have gotten 2 points there. So Sam Hudson, the Brunswick rider, has picked himself up off the mat. He seems keen to resume. I'm not sure if his machine is going to cooperate with him. Cooper Dunlop is walking away but looking quite sore and sorry. Generally, it's the last rider who falls who tends to cop the worst of it, and Cooper Dunlop certainly seemed to live up to that truism there. So after that last sprint, William Brown at 110. Lachlan Walters 109. Oliver Ward 108. Samuel Hilditch 100. So the top 3 places in this under-19 men's Omnium currently separated by 2 points. Don't go anywhere, folks. This race is going to be absolutely spectacular all the way to the finish here. So our main bunch reshuffling again. So 2 riders from Sassy currently in 1st and 3rd. Then it is 2 riders from QAS, Walters and Hilditch, in 2nd and 4th. So South Australia in positions 1 and 3 at the moment. Queensland in positions 2 and 4. And there's still the joker on the table of possibly being able to gain a lap, as Riley Crampton now trying to do that. He's currently sitting in 13th place. Gaining a lap would get him up to 10th. Now, because he would only be up to 10th if he were to gain that lap, the riders who are going to be fighting it out for the overall podium probably won't be too concerned about Riley Crampton. So the New Zealander looks like he's making good progress at gaining a lap here and may well be successful. Another attempt. This is Alex Borta yet again, and once again Max Nussbaum is right on his wheel. Oscar Schoff, the tall figure in the light blue, quick to get across. I think the other riders in the field might have cottoned on to the strategy of Max Nussbaum here. Max is a rider who likes to try and get away solo. He certainly tried to do that in this equivalent race last year, where he was able to gain 2 laps on the field. He'd settle for 1 right now. So our leading 2, Crampton and Borta. 1 lap to go as it's Walters trailing Ward here as they head down the back straight. The 2 Kiwis will divide up, 5 points and 3. Oliver Ward now being challenged around the outside by Lockie Walters. Walters charging late, but he won't get around Ward. So Oliver Ward will move up. So I think those 2 will now be level. And if I was okay at maths at school, I think we might now have 3 riders all on 110 points. So Riley Crampton gets 3 points, Oliver gets 5 points, Oliver Ward 3, Lockie Walters 2, William Brown 1. So we now have 3 riders all level on 111 points. Lockie Walters on 111, Oliver Ward on 111, William Brown on 111, 2 sprints left. 3 riders, all dead level. They've been battling all day. And at the moment, you couldn't fit a playing card between any of their scores. 1-1-1 for Lockie Walters, 1-1-1 for Oliver Ward, 1-1-1 for William Brown. So we've had a long day of racing, and between those 3 riders, it's going to come down to the final 2 sprints. So Thomas Faringa here has joined forces with Riley Crampton at the front of the field. He's also got, I think that's Felix Crossman, number 63, in the white of McCarthy Holmes. As our leaders come through, 15 laps to go. Looks like they're about to make the catch on the bunch, and that would mean that the front of the race will be deemed to be reset to the front of the main peloton. Call is made that Riley Crampton has gained a lap. That'll boost him up the standings by a few places. As Alec Guglielmucci, one of the sassy riders who isn't in contention for the overall, goes out the front now along with Lockie Stewart. So Stewart and Guglielmucci out the front now. It's the sassy riders with the black helmets that riders need to be watching out for. As leading the charge from behind, Thomas Faringa it is now, just ahead of Riley Crampton. So the 2 Kiwis with Samuel Hilditch, the Queenslander, on the white bike there. So Hilditch currently sitting in 4th place with 100 points. Still mathematically possible that he could win this title overall. "12 laps to go. The tension is rising. So the bell goes for our penultimate sprint. Lockie Stewart and Alec Guglielmucci still out the front. Max Nussbaum driving from behind. Now it looks like William Brown now from Sassy just ahead of his teammate Oliver Ward, but Lockie Walters also there. The 3 riders who are challenging for this overall title. You couldn't throw a blanket over him in the second last sprint. Lockie Walters it was who got 3rd place there and 2 points. One of the Sassy riders got 4th and 1 point. I think that may have been William Brown. That will mean that Lockie Walters, the rider from Queensland, is going to lead this Under-19 Men's Omnium National Championship by 1 point with 1 sprint left. So confirmation of the results there for that penultimate sprint. Lockie Stewart 5 points, Alec Guglielmucci 3, Lockie Walters 2, Oliver Ward 1. And that means we now have Lockie Walters 113, Oliver Ward 112, William Brown 111. One of those 3 riders is going to be wearing a green and gold jersey to later tonight, but who will it be? My heart is pounding out of my chest and I can't even be on the track with these riders here. Riley Crampton leading the field here, just ahead of Zach Douglas Savage in the white. Samuel Hilditch in 3rd wheel. Then Liam Underwood it is in 4th. Unsurprisingly, Ward, Brown and Walters all riding in the same part of the main field, towards the front but not on it. So Riley Crampton now back out the front of the main field, I believe. Riley Crampton, the only rider to successfully gain a lap on the field so far. He's still off the first page of the result sheet, and if he were to gain another lap, he would get himself on it, but he wouldn't challenge the likes of Ward, Brown and Walters. 4 laps to go for our solo leader. Alec Guglielmucci near the front there. He'll be looking to put in a big turn and try and get his sassy teammates up into a position to overturn the lead of Lachie Walters now. 3 laps to go, just 3 laps left in a scintillating under-19 men's Omnium final. The points race is going to go right down to the wire. It's all going to be decided by this final sprint, folks. So at the front, almost a lulling of the pace as they come in towards 2 laps to go. So it is Ward and Brown on the front. Where is Walters? He's about 5 wheels back at the moment, but trying to move up quickly. Lockie Stewart moving up around the outside. Samuel Hilditch also there. So Samuel Hilditch, the QAS rider, making the move now. They come in towards the bell. 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go. It's William Brown challenging there with Oliver Ward. Lachie Walters now coming up around the outside of William Brown. Lachie Walters, the Queenslander, moving up around the outside. Both of his Queensland teammate and the South Australians, they come up to the line. Oh, it's close on the line. That is so close on the line. A big fist pump there from William Brown. He thinks he got it. He appeared out of nowhere, William Brown. Such a fast closing speed. It's all going to come down to that final sprint. The men's under-19 Omnium National Championship might be decided by less than a tyre width. There's nothing left to do now but look at the scoreboard and await the commissaire's results. Whoever is first in that sprint, Oliver Ward, William Brown, Lachie Walters, they will be our new Omnium National Champion. The crowd sits in hushed silence. A few muted claps, but everyone's waiting to see the big result. All the riders have their eyes pinned to the scoreboard. Confirmation, Samuel Hilditch wins. William Brown takes second place. Lachie Walters, 4 points for third. Oliver Ward, 2 points for fourth. So we will flash the final results up the screen. William Brown will win it on a countback. William Brown is your new under-19 Omnium National Championship, finishing on 117 points. Winning it on a countback ahead of a disappointed Lachie Walters. Both riders finishing with 117 points, separated only on a countback by the result of that final sprint. Wow. For the second year in a row, the points rates at the men's under-19 Omnium National Championship has left both the riders and the crowd in utter disbelief. So confirmation of the results. In first place, William Brown from the South Australian Sports Institute, 117 points. Winning on a countback from the rider from the Queensland Academy of Sport, Lachie Walters. Third place, Oliver Ward, also of the South Australian Sports Institute, on 114. Samuel Hilditch from QAS taking fourth with 110. Ollie Jirovic from Brunswick, fifth with 98. Max Nussbaum from Bendigo and District Cycling Club, sixth with 97. Zach Douglas Savage of Balmoral, seventh with 84 points. Alex Botta, the first New Zealander on the scorecard, finishes eighth with 81 points. Whew. Wow. Well, our elite women's Omnium National Championship are coming up to the finish line now. They're getting ready to get started. And based on the show that the under-19 men have just put on, If they can match that, this will be some race. So our women's Omnium riders getting ready to start their points race. Off and rolling now. An 80-lap race, 20 kilometres for our elite women. So as they set off, we'll run you through the standings through 3 events. Currently leading is the Tasmania Georgia Baker. She is on 108 points. In second place from the Victorian Institute of Sport, Alyssa Polides. Kira Will, third on 98 points. The first of the overseas riders is in fourth place. That's Tsuyaka Uchino from Japan. Maeve Plouffe, the South Australian, in fifth with 92 points. Sophie Edwards in sixth with 88. So those are the riders sitting towards the top of the overall standings at the moment. So Georgia Baker, the woman to beat. She's on the back of the main field. She's currently trailing her main rival, Alyssa Polides. Both Baker and Polides last year would have been teammates on the Liverlula Jayco squad. Baker still with that team. Alyssa Polides currently on the search for a ticket back to the World Tour. Tsuyaka Uchino now back at the front of the bunch. One of the riders who fell yesterday, colliding with her teammate Mizuki Ikeda. Good to see that she is feeling back up to strength, sitting currently in fourth place as our women's Omnium final starts. So the bunch settling into their tempo here. So the first of our point sprints now 3 laps away. As I notice, the South Australian rider Ali Anderson has not taken to the start, number 51. She did fall earlier and was sporting a bandage on her arm, so hopefully everything's all right. So coming into 1 lap to go until our first sprint of this elite women's points race. Riley McMullen it is leading it out. Tsuyaka Uchino challenging her around the outside. Sophie Edwards on the inside. One of the riders from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. That may well be Kira Will up towards the front. Tsuyaka Uchino looking good as they come up towards the line. So Uchino will get the first 5 points. 3 points I think it may have been for Sophie Edwards. Kira Will also there. And fourth place, our sole QAS jersey in the maroon there, that's Emily Sanders. So Sanders just off the first page of the results on 70 points at the moment. She will have helped her cause a little bit, thereby grabbing 1 point. So confirmation of the results from that first sprint. Tsuyaka Uchino from Japan grabbing first place. Sophie Edwards second with 3 points. Kira Will third with 2 points. And Emily Sanders 1 point. So a quick check of the live chat on the AusCycling YouTube live stream, showing that folks were getting very, very excited indeed about the closing stages of the men's under-19 Omnium National Championship race. And I'm sure there'll be just as many folks tuned in to our elite women. So 66 laps to go, as it is rider number 44 there, Maho Kakita, the Japanese rider who I believe is the lowest of the 3 riders from that nation on the standings at the moment. Kakita currently sitting in 14th place on 38 points. Claudia Marks, the rider who is currently supporting everyone at the bottom of the standings. Not quite as much through any fault of her own. She was a faller earlier on and had to DNF one of the races. I think that was the tempo race where she fell. Unfortunately, that meant that she had her point score reset, so she had to start all over again. But hopefully the defending Austral champion can be in tip-top shape by the time the big race rolls around tomorrow. We will have our qualifying handicap racing in the morning. We also get some of the juniors on in the morning, which is always great fun. The juniors, they're off school, holidays are coming, get to hang out with your friends, watch some great track racing, do some great track racing yourself, and have plenty of people cheering you on as well. What's not to love? So 1 lap until our next sprint, as it is Nicole Duncan of the New South Wales Institute of Sport leading. Alyssa Pilates, our second place rider overall, now gliding up to her hip as they come into turn 3. Tsuyaka Uchino well placed. Georgia Baker trying to sneak up the inside and gain herself a point or 2. 5 points there it was for Pilates. Second place will be shared between Nicole Duncan and Tsuyaka Uchino. They will split second and third. I think Georgia Baker might have just snuck her front wheel in for 4th place there, but we will await confirmation. So confirmation of that result at 60 laps to go. Alyssa Pilates with 5 points for the win. Nicole Duncan 3 points for second. Tsuyaka Uchino 2 points for third. And 1 point it was for Georgia Baker. So Georgia Baker's lead has shrunk slightly. She's now on 107 points. Alyssa Pilates now up to 105. Tsuyaka Uchino, the Japanese champion, up to 103 points. Kira Will, the rider, now on an even 100. So Georgia Baker and Tsuyaka Uchino, both well towards the front of this field. Alyssa Pilates maybe 10 wheels back. So just 7 points separating our top 4 placings at the moment. And there's definitely more than 7 points available in the remaining sprints here. So like our under-19 men's national championship, this one is going to go right down to the wire. Maddie Wasserback, the rider from Sassy, now at the front. She goes on the move. Pilates is there. Claudia Marks also there. A couple of the riders from the South Australian Sports Institute in the mix here, as is Isla Carr, the yellow sleeves of the Western Australian. Odette Lynch is in there. So Odette Lynch now taking it up for Sassy. Maddie Wasserback in there. Alyssa Polides is in there. Isla Carr is in there. Claudia Marks is in there. But Georgia Baker leading the peloton across to them now. One lap left to our next sprint, as it is Kira Will leading from first position there in the colours of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Our two leaders in first and second overall, Baker and Polides. Polides in second, Baker in third. One of the Japanese riders now challenging from behind. So it will be Kira Will taking first place. That will move her score up a little bit closer to Alyssa Polides, who took second. And I think the Japanese rider there, it might have been Mizuki Ikeda. Indeed it was. Gets 2 points and Georgia Baker gets 1. So as with our under-19 men's race, the gaps at the top of the leaderboard getting smushed together as Polides and Baker are now level on 108 points, 105 points, and third place for Kira Will. Tsuyaka Uchino still in fourth place with 103. So we now have a tie for first place between Polides and Baker. Tsuyaka Uchino still well and truly within striking distance in fourth, as is Kira Will. So the energy continuing to increase around the Velodrome here at Disc, coming towards the end of what's been a scintillating third day of racing in this year's Austral Wheel Race Carnival. We've still got the big event happening tomorrow, the handicap race, the oldest track race in the world, the Austral Wheel Race, going all the way back to 1887 when it was first run on penny farthings at the MCG. Times have moved on a little bit since then, especially because the grand prize is no longer a grand piano. Georgia Baker now at the front of our women's field. One of our co-leaders, along with Alyssa Polides, who's now moving up to the wheel of the Tasmanian. Tsuyaka Uchino also towards the front of the field here. As it is Liani van der Berg at the bottom of the track, just ahead of Isla Carr now. This points race approaching halfway, and the gaps have only gotten smaller at the top since we started. The ACT colours of Claudia Marks, Aussie World Championship representative and last year's Austral winner, now increasing the tempo at the front. She's now got Mizuki Ikeda and Mako Kakita right in her wheel. So one lap left until our next sprint. Amelia Sykes also there. Maeve Plouffe in the black, starting to make herself known. She's been fairly quiet in this points race so far, Maeve Plouffe, but that may well be about to change. So Maho Kakita and Mizuki Ikeda coming up towards the line. The Japanese riders, I think, will share first and second. A late charge there from Sophie Edwards. And Maeve Plouffe coming across in fourth place there. So Maeve Plouffe currently sitting in fifth spot overall. So that will move her from 92 points to 93. Still a little bit of a gap between her and our tied leaders at the top of the field. But still time for her to make up ground in the standings. So results of that last sprint: Maho Kakita from Japan, 5 points. Her teammate Mizuki Ikeda, 3 points. Sophie Edwards, 2. And Maeve Plouffe, 1. So the first two spots going to riders from Japan, the second two going to riders from South Australia. The music kicking up a little bit in the background, providing a little bit of extra motivation, a little bit of a mental refresh for some what must be very tired legs by this point. So we're through the halfway mark now for our Elite Women's Points Race, the final event of our Elite Women's Omnium National Championship. Well, a move coming now from one of the riders from Sassy at the top of the track. That looks like it might well be Odette Lynch. Coming down and opening up the gas. It is Odette Lynch. She's just ahead of her Sassy teammate number 53 there, Ava Schmidtke. Schmidtke, the rider who had a problem with her bike shortly before the elimination race. Seems to be in perfect working order now, as she's at the head of the field with her teammate Odette Lynch off the front. Georgia Baker now, our co-leader, driving the pace. Not too far away from her is Alyssa Pilates. So Pilates and Baker still sharing the overall lead of this Omnium on 108 points each. There are 4-point sprints left. Remember, the last sprint is worth double points. So Odette Lynch now with as much space as any solo rider has been given so far. She's got 2 laps to cash it in at this next point sprint. Odette Lynch has been having a pretty good Omnium so far. Be interesting to see if that 5 points she's about to pick up will make much difference. Odette Lynch currently sitting in 12th spot. So this will move her a little closer to 11th if she holds on for 5 points. As behind, Riley McMullen starting to wind it up. Nicole Duncan starting to move along the outside, exchanging a shoulder there with Sophie Edwards. Emily Sanders also there, but our 2 co-leaders not really in the mix for this sprint. So Odette Lynch gets 5 points for first place. Sophie Edwards will get 3 points for second. Emily Sanders 2 points for third. And Tsuyaka Uchino, the only rider in the top 5 to get a point in that last sprint. That will move her from 103 to 104, meaning that her deficit to third place is now just 1 point. The music's pumping here at Disc. The whoosh of the riders as they go past again. Things just going through a little bit of a reset now. One of the Japanese riders coming through quite low on the track there. That was Mako Kakita. Tsuyaka Uchino now on the front of this field. Emily Sanders, the sole rider from the Queensland Academy of Sport, in the maroon now. A little bit of a gap there. One of the riders from Counties Manukau in New Zealand. That'll be Elena Worrell in the all black. Fitting for a rider from New Zealand. Isla Carr, the sole rider from the WAIS in this field, now stretching her legs at the front. And it looks like an attack is winding up from further back. And it looks like that's Maeve Plouffe, who's seen Isla Carr on the move and decides she wants to go as well. Mizuki Ikeda chasing from behind, as is one of the riders from Sassy. That may well be Ava Schmidtke. So Maeve Plouffe comes through 24 laps to go. Alyssa Pilates leading the charging peloton. Claudia Marks also there. Georgia Baker, who's tied with Pilates for the overall lead, now coming through for a turn. Maeve Plouffe is not right up in the mix, but if she were to take a lap here, she would move into the overall lead. So that explains why the likes of Baker, Pilates and Tsuyaka Uchino are so keen to shut this down. They know the quality of a rider like Maeve Plouffe. They don't want to give her any additional breathing room. 2 laps until the next point sprint. Just 3 sprints left in our Elite Women's Omnium National Championship now. As Maeve Plouffe has nearly been brought back to heel. The gap is maybe 20 metres. Still not out of the realm of possibility that Maeve Plouffe might survive and get 5 points at least for this effort to pay off the watts that she's put in. As the charge comes from behind now, Sophie Edwards leads it out. Emily Sanders also there. Pilates and Baker right on each other's wheel there, as is one of the riders from New South Wales coming around the outside. I suspect that's Kira Will coming up towards the line. Emily Sanders will grab it. Alyssa Pilates second. And then it might have been Baker, Will and Suyaka Uchino fighting it out for third and fourth spots there. So if my maths is right, that'll move Alyssa Pilates into the solo lead of this race by 1 point. Awaiting confirmation of the results of that last sprint now. Suyaka Uchino in the meantime, keeping things rolling on the front of the bunch. Alyssa Pilates and Georgia Baker right there. Georgia Baker not thinking for a nanosecond that she would rather lead the front of this bunch rather than hold the wheel of Alyssa Pilates. So confirmation of the results of that last sprint. Sanders 5, Pilates 3, Will 2 and Baker 1. So that means Alyssa Pilates now leads by 2 points. Pilates on 111, Georgia Baker on 109, Kira Will 107, Suyaka Uchino on 104. As we cast our eyes to the front, Riley McMullen now on the attack. Odette Lynch with her as well. Odette Lynch having a very good points race here so far. A lot of riders really tire out towards the end of a long, hard day like this one. Odette Lynch clearly still feeling good, or at least less bad than some of the others. So a second Japanese rider there. So that will make it Ikeda and Kakita, Japanese riders out the front in our leading 4. And then the main bunch going from behind as an attack now winds up from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. It's not Anna Dubia, this will be Kira Will or Nicole Duncan. It is Kira Will, so she's the big threat from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. An alarm bell starting to ring in that main bunch as Alyssa Pilates and Georgia Baker. Rivals at the moment, but they're teaming up to chase down the threat here of Kira Will. So our 4 riders out front, very likely to divide up the second last sprint of the day between them. Alyssa Pilates would be very happy for them to stay out the front all the way until the end of this race. None of the 4 riders who are out the front are a threat to her overall lead at the moment. But if they were to gain a lap on the whole field, then they would suddenly become a problem. Not just because they would gain 20 points, but because the front of the race would reset. 1 lap to go to our penultimate sprint for our 2 Japanese riders, Kakita and Ikeda. Riley McMullen also in there in the dark colours, just trying to move around the outside there. Odette Lynch in the red of Sassy in third at the moment. So as they come up towards the line, it is number 44. That is Kakita, who took the sprint win there. And they have now rejoined the main bunch. So although Alyssa Pilates might have been secretly hoping that that 4 would stay out unimpeded, it means the front of the bunch has now reset. And just like our under-19 men's race, there's 1 sprint left and it all to play for. So Kakita getting 5 points in that last sprint, 2 to Riley McMullen. Sorry, 3 to Riley McMullen for second, 2 to Odette Lynch for third, 1 for Mizuki Ikeda in fourth. So Kakita, Ikeda, Lynch and McMullen all gaining a lap there. So that will boost them up the standings a bit, but they won't be troubling the riders who will be fighting it out for the podium. So with 1 sprint left, Alyssa Pilates lead. She's on 111 points. Georgia Baker second on 109. Kira Will third on 107. Suyaka Uchino on 104. Any of those 4 riders could end up winning this Omnium overall. So Pilates, Will and Baker in the fight for the Australian National Champions jersey. 6.5 laps left. Maybe 3 minutes of racing at the very most. Closer to 2 is much more likely. The pace easing here. Someone's going to have to commit early. Someone's going to have to give it a go. It's Maya Wolfenden from New Zealand who's giving it a try down the inside. We'll see if that tempts out the big fish. One of the Japanese riders coming up to her wheel. Georgia Baker, who need to score points in this last sprint if she wants to win this Omnium overall. leading the main field. Alyssa Pilates is 5 wheels back in that main field. So Pilates perhaps a little further back than she would like to be, but she's right on the wheel of Kira Will. Is Will, in the mind of Pilates, a bigger danger than Georgia Baker? Mind games. Pilates can't be everywhere at once. She can't simultaneously be on the wheel of both Baker and Will. As moving up towards the front, coming into 3.5 laps to go now. The tension rising again. Who will choose greatness in this moment? Claudia Marks now, moving forward off the front of the bunch. Last year's Austral winner is no threat to the overall standing, so the field just lets her go. But if she stays out in front, she will take 10 points off the board and reduce the number of possible scenarios for the destination of the overall green and gold jersey. Nicole Duncan now leading the field. Where are our main contenders? Georgia Baker is about 5 wheels down. Alyssa Pilates moving up the outside. So 1 lap left now for Claudia Marks. She's looking good at the front. Nicole Duncan and Sophie Edwards fighting it out in second and third at the moment. Maeve Plouffe is also there. Emily Sanders is also there. Georgia Baker has a lot of work to do if she wants to beat Alyssa Pilates. Claudia Marks will come over and take the win in the last sprint. Sophie Edwards second, Maeve Plouffe third, Emily Sanders fourth. And that means that Alyssa Pilates will be your new Elite Women's Omnium National Champion. So a fantastic round of applause there for the rider from Melbourne in the blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport. Has ridden a fantastic Omnium all throughout today. Was smart when she needed to be, was aggressive when she needed to be. And in the end, she's going to take home the green and gold jersey in the Elite Women's Omnium. So the final provisional results, Alyssa Pilates will go at your winner with 111 points. Georgia Baker second on 109. Kira Will third with 107. Suyaka Uchino, a very creditable fourth place, 104. And Sophie Edwards getting herself to the ton there in that last sprint, 100 place. She'll finish in fifth. So one last event left on a spectacular third day of racing here at the Omnium National Championships, the men's elite points race. We need a couple of holders in the main straight. If anyone's got a couple of hands free, come on down. We've got a couple of riders who need a bit of assistance. I can see a couple of folks jogging over now. Thanks very much. Folks who come over and help riders in need are at least 83% more likely to meet a cool dog and find $20 in their jeans. That's my experience. All right, we are off in our elite men's points race. 100 laps, 25 kilometres total. And we've seen some truly fantastic battles that have gone all the way down to the last sprint in each of our UCI points races so far. How will things shake out now? So at the start of our final event, our overall leader on 110 points is Kazushige Kuboki. Perhaps unsurprising that Kuboki is doing quite so well, given that he was the silver medalist in this event, the Omnium, at the recent Track World Championships. So he's leading on 110 points. Then it's a gap of 6 points to two riders who are tied. Liam Walsh, the defending national champion, he's on 104, as is Will Holmes. Will Holmes, the only rider in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute who is in this field. Then last year's Austral champion Noah Blannon is currently in fourth on 98 points. Oscar Gallagher equal fifth on 94 with Tom Cornish. The youngster Alex Hughes, who was battling it out for the under-19 title this year, is in sixth place at the moment, despite crashing in one of the earlier races today. So he's put some really good performances down. Blake Quick currently in 8th with 82 points. Kurt Ether in 9th. And Shinsuke Imamura from Japan currently in 10th place. He's on 60 points. So a 100-lap race, as with our previous points races, sprints every 10 laps. 5 points for first, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. Double points for the last sprint of the day. Ooh, my voice is starting to go. I've been up here calling for too long. Sound like I'm 15 again. So Noah Blannon, one of the riders who'll be in the mix overall, takes a swing off the front of the peloton, as does Oscar Gallagher. Both of those riders well inside the top 10. So coming in towards our first point sprint of this points race now. The bell just about to sound, and Blake Quick on the front of the field, as there's number 20, Shinsuke Imamura, the Japanese rider, stretching things out at the front. Blake Quick right there on his wheel. Tom Cornish not too far away, and neither is Sam Washington, the rider in the yellow of WAIS. They go over the line there. Blake Quick in first place there. Shinsuke Imamura in third place. Joshua Duffy, it was, in second. And Samuel Washington, the rider from WA, getting fourth place and 1 point. Oscar Gallagher. Smaller than you typically find for a track rider is Oscar Gallagher, but no less powerful. Recently crowned Victorian national champion, Victorian state champion. Victoria is a nation, depending on your state of mind. Recently crowned Victorian state champion in the 4,000 metre individual pursuit. So we've got three riders sneaking off the front now. Noah Blannon is the rider in the maroon of QAS at the front. Kian Watts in the white and blue of the Israel Premier Tech Development Team, the New Zealander. And Oscar Gallagher, nicknamed the Giggler. He's in third wheel at the moment, having a good old laugh because he's got a good draft off Kian Watts. As coming across to them, Shunsuke Imamura from Japan, and the big tall figure in the blue, that is Olympic team pursuit gold medalist Connor Leahy. So Connor Leahy, the big Western Australian, joining the fun at the front, as the main bunch being led across by our overall leader Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider deciding that this move is a little bit too dangerous to let go this far from the end of the race, especially because it contains Noah Blannon, who is not that far behind Kuboki in the overall standings, just 12 points behind him, in fact. Blannon having a very good Austral wheel race carnival so far, justifying why the handicappers have slashed his mark to defend his title at the Austral tomorrow. And as soon as Blannon is brought to heel by Kuboki, the pace eases. Waiting for someone to wind it up here. This looks like James Moriarty, who is going to give it a go. So Moriarty now putting his head down. He's got Imamura on his wheel. Connolly right there as well. And one of the riders there from QAS also towards the front. I can see Noah Blannon is among the mix there. 1 lap to go until our next point sprint. Tom Cornish now leading down the back straight. Will Holmes, one of our riders who's well up in the overall standings, challenging Kazushige Kuboki. Kuboki now charging around the outside, coming up towards the finish line. He will cross the line. He will get 5 points there. So our overall leader, Kazushige Kuboki from Japan, extends his lead. Tom Cornish gets 3 points for second. Oscar Gallagher in third place gets 2. Will Holmes gets 1 point. As it is now, our defending champion, Liam Walsh, in that distinctive aero position. Walsh had absolute magic in his legs last year to win this Omnium national title convincingly. He's had a much rougher go of it this year. You might notice the bandages on his right calf. He was a heavy faller yesterday alongside Shunsuke Imamura during the points race. A couple of riders from behind have recognised the danger, including Will Holmes. So Kazushige Kuboki leads this Omnium overall in terms of points, but obviously representing Japan, he's not eligible to win the Australian National Championship jersey. So our leading Australian at the moment is Will Holmes. He is on 105 points, 1 point ahead of Liam Walsh. As we see both Walsh and Holmes in that leading group of 7 now. Holmes in the bright red in the middle of that pack. Walsh second from the back in the maroon of QAS. So extensive racing experience this year for both Holmes and Walsh. Liam Walsh races for Caish Body Wrap on the road. He won stage 3 of the Czech Tour earlier this year. Will Holmes has been plying his trade with the Hagens-Berman Jayco development team. So that's the feeder squad for the Jayco Alula Pro team. So the big figure of Caish Body Wrap, that's Edward Marks, my apologies. Edward Marks on the front there as one of the Kiwis. Joshua Grieve from Otago briefly comes to the front for a turn. Connolly is used to leading people around for a living. So the big team pursuiter comes forward and lays down some watts. Well, that's actually Edward Marks there. He looks almost exactly the same and is wearing the same coloured helmet and shoes and socks as Connolly. Samuel Washington from the WAIS now. Much easier to spot in that bright yellow jersey. 1 lap to go until our next sprint. Kazushige Kuboki, our overall leader, currently in second spot, looking over his shoulder, making sure he's not going to get boxed in. So Washington leading them into turn 3. Kuboki now stretching his toes, really putting on a nice little burst there to take 5 more points. Washington getting third. I think 2 points there for Will Holmes. So the South Australian will increase his lead in the Australian classification, the race for the overall Aussie National Champions jersey, and Connor Lay, it was, getting 4th place in that sprint and 1 point to his name. Connor Lay quite a way down the standings because he was actually the first rider eliminated in our elimination race early on, which came as a shock both to many of us watching and I think to the man himself. Oscar Gallagher now going down the back straight. The young rider from the Victorian Institute of Sport. Recently crowned state individual pursuit champion, so happy riding alone. Noah Blannon chasing across. It's Alex Hughes who is the first to get to him, but Noah Blannon is right there. He's following around, that must be Kazushige Kuboki, I would be sure. So 2 QAS riders out the front. The youngster Alex Hughes, who was racing with the juniors last year, getting his first taste of Senior Omnium National Championship racing here, and he's right in the deep end among the very best. So a rider of whom great things are predicted for Alex Hughes, the Queenslander who is the under-19 road race national champion. Another move coming from behind. This looks like the crouch of Liam Walsh here. It is Walsh, just ahead of Shunsuke Imamura. Blake Quick of Ruhai Insurance, the rider who until this year was riding with the Jayco Alula Pro team. So Liam Walsh tucks the head down. He's got some work to do to defend his national championship, does Liam Walsh. He's 3 points behind Will Holmes at the moment. So the Queenslander with a bit of ground to make up, but he looks over his shoulder, sees the bunch closing in, and swings up the track. He will try again, but this attempt was not successful. So one of the riders from Canterbury track, this looks like Hamish Keast, now on the move, rider number 9 in the bright red. He's got both riders from Japan trailing him. So it's Shunsuke Imamura in second wheel as they come into the last lap before our next sprint. So it looks like the first 2 points are going to go to the international riders Keast and Imamura. Imamura just moving past Keast there, as Blake Quick takes 2 points for third from the pack. Will Holmes gets 1. So Will Holmes gradually eking out his lead over Liam Walsh. 1 point at a time for Liam Holmes, or William Holmes, I should say. So Shinsuke Imamura getting 5 points there. Hamish Keast 3, Blake Quick 2, and Will Holmes 1. 5 riders now in a group off the front. Blake Quick gives way to Will Holmes. Shunsuke Imamura is the Japanese rider there. So Kazushige Kuboki, the other Japanese rider in this field, is leading the main chasing bunch across to our leading 5. They're almost caught up to them as the 2 Kiwis exchange there. Hamish Keast flicks his elbow and his fellow New Zealander Kian Watts comes through. So our leading 5 are now down to 4 as Keast pulls the colours in. 6 laps to go until our next sprint, as it's Imamura, then it's Blake Quick, Kian Watts, and then Will Holmes. Unsurprising to see Liam Walsh among the riders looking to bring this move back. The presence of Holmes in that front break of 4 is really threatening Walsh's overall challenge to defend his national title in the Omnium. Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider, is currently leading this event overall on 120 points. He's not eligible to win the Australian National Championship, so the fight for the Aussie jersey currently being led by William Holmes, who's on 108. Liam Walsh on 104 at the moment. So our leading 4 riders all swapping off nice and smoothly here. When there's 4 spots in a sprint that will offer points and 4 riders out front, you tend to find they work very well together. Everyone has an incentive to cooperate. Everyone knows they will get something out of it if they continue to put in the effort. So the likes of Quick, Watts and Imamura will be hoping to catch the bunch and maybe even catch the bunch after the next point sprint to get them points for the next sprint as well as 20 for gaining a lap. Will Holmes would be glad with either. He's happy just defending his lead from the front at the moment as they're 1 lap to our next sprint, as our race is now approaching the halfway point. The South Australian Will Holmes leading them into turn 3. Shunsuke Imamura challenging him around the right-hand side. Imamura will come through and take 5 points. A little shake of the head there from Will Holmes, who led the last 2 laps only to get pipped at the line. I'm not sure Holmes appreciated that from Imamura, as Blake Quick now makes the junction with the main peloton. So our leading group of 4 not only took the 4 slots at that last sprint, Imamura 5, Holmes 3, Quick 2 and Watts 1. They've now also all gained a lap on the field, so that will be 20 points to each of their tallies. That will be enough to put Will Holmes in the lead of this Omnium outright, as well as in first place for the Australian Omnium National Championship. So confirmation of riders gaining a lap. Blake Quick, Kian Watts, Shunsuke Imamura and Will Holmes. So after those riders have gained a lap and another sprint has been held, Will Holmes now leads this Omnium with 131 points to his total. Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider, who was second at the Omnium World Championships this year in Santiago, currently in second on 120. Blake Quick now up to third, over and above Liam Walsh. So Blake Quick now sitting in the bronze medal position. Liam Walsh still in fourth place on 104, Quick on 111. Noah Blannon sitting in fifth place at the moment. He's just shy of 100 points. He currently has 98. Tom Cornish in sixth on 97. Oscar Gallagher eighth with 96. So past the halfway point in our final elite men's, our final points race of the day, the elite men's Omnium National Championship decider. Kian Watts just flicks his elbow there. Kian Watts has a very shiny faceplate on the front of his stem. It almost looks like he's riding with a front light when the downlights here at disc catch it at the right angle. So one of the riders from New Zealand there, that's number 11, Joshua Grieve from Otago, coming through for a brief turn. It'd been great to have international representation from far and wide. We had a number of the riders in the Malaysian team contesting our UCI sprints yesterday. As we're now coming into one lap to go until our next sprint. Noah Blannon now firing it up, and Liam Walsh right in his wheel. So Noah Blannon doing a great turn to try and get Liam Walsh back up towards the happy side of the point standings. So Noah Blannon now leading them as they come up towards the line. He eases off ever so slightly to let Walsh take 5 points there. So Blannon gets 3 for second. And I think that will be Kazushige Kuboki who got 2 points for third. It was indeed, and Tom Cornish got 1 point for fourth. So all riders in the top 10 benefiting from that last sprint there. And they suddenly find themselves with a gap of 60 or 70 metres on the main peloton. So an update on how that last sprint has changed the overall standings. Will Holmes still leads this Omnium outright on 131 points. Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider, up to second on 122. Blake Quick on 111. Liam Walsh now up to 109, so he's really closed the gap to the bronze medal position of Blake Quick. So Liam Walsh currently fourth on 109. Noah Blannon now on the right side of 100 points. He's on 101. Tom Cornish now up to 98. So Hamish Keast, the rider in the red there, deciding to fire up a longer range effort. Edward Marks also there, as is Noah Blannon and Shunsuke Imamura. Blannon the best placed of these 4 riders in this front move overall. Well, it's actually Alex Hughes. Alex Hughes it is. The young rider from Queensland, wearing exactly the same colour helmet as Liam Walsh and Noah Blannon. So Hughes now leading them as they come through 33 laps to go. Hamish Keast in second. The big figure of Edward Marks in the blue of Case body wrap is third, now up to second. And Shunsuke Imamura, the lower place of the 2 Japanese riders, also in that front 4. As I mentioned before, a group of 4 riders in a race like this have good incentives to work together. The highest placed among them is Shunsuke Imamura. He's just managed to get onto the front page of the results sheet. He's currently sitting in 8th overall with 93 points. So Imamura would benefit from this front 4 staying out for as long as possible, as it's now Tom Cornish trying to chase down. His position in the overall is being threatened by Imamura at the moment. So coming up towards the line, And it will be Hughes who eases past Edward Marks there. So Hughes takes 5 points. Hughes just doing the job for his teammate and leader Liam Walsh by coming through and claiming maximum points where he can, possibly to deny them from Shunsuke Imamura. So Alex Hughes 5 points in that last sprint. Edward Marks 3 points for second. Shunsuke Imamura 2 for third, and Hamish Keast 1 point for fourth. So 2 Australians, a Kiwi and a Japanese rider in our first 4. 28 laps to go. 3 sprints left, and still all to play for in this Elite Men's Omnium National Championship. So our 4 riders leading strongly as they go through 26 laps to go. They're closing in on gaining a lap here. If they were to gain a lap, Shunsuke Imamura's total would go from 95 to 115. It would not be enough to take the lead of this overall Omnium, but it would put him on the podium, I reckon. It would indeed. He would overtake Blake Quick. He would be into third. Blake Quick on his 111 would be down to fourth if this leading 4 were to make the junction. So Will Holmes, our overall leader, comes through as an attack goes down the inside now from Kazushige Kuboki. The silver medalist in this discipline at the World Championships this year has Liam Walsh chasing him hard as they come into turn 3. Still 4 laps to go until our next sprint. And what looked like it would almost be a certainty for our 4 riders to chase across is now looking a much more daunting task. Shunsuke Imamura flicks the elbow there for Alex Hughes, as now Blake Quick is getting amongst the action. So our leaders come through 22 laps to go. So 2 Australians, Edward Marks and Alex Hughes. At the front there, Shunsuke Imamura. And then the New Zealander in the bright red, and that's Hamish Keast from Canterbury. So 1 lap to go. Third last sprint on the way here. Our 4 riders out front. Shunsuke Imamura will be the most concerned about getting himself some points here. He's currently on 95. A sprint victory here would get him to an even 100, but Alex Hughes has other ideas. So Alex Hughes comes through and takes 5 points, denies Imamura the chance to get maximum there. So Alex Hughes another 5 points. That may well move him onto the front page of the result sheet. Alex Hughes 5 points there. Shunsuke Imamura 3, Edward Marks 2, and 1 to the New Zealander Hamish Keast. So after 8 sprints out of 10, Will Holmes still leads this Omnium overall on 131 points. Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider, on 122 is second. Blake Quick is third with 111. Liam Walsh fourth with 109. Noah Blannon fifth with 107. As is now Connor Leahy, the big powerhouse from Case Body Wrap, trying to forge his way clear alone. Kian Watts trying to come across to him, the New Zealander on the Israel Premier Tech Development Squad. Another man on a Pro Team Development Squad, Will Holmes, right behind him. A bit of switching, chopping and changing here. Has lifted the pace and then eased it in the main peloton. Our chasing 4 have gotten so close and then so far away to gaining a lap. Hamish Keast looks like he might be the first one to make the junction now, as it is now Blake Quick and Will Holmes out the front. Kazushige Kuboki has recognised the danger of Holmes being out so far from the finish. Kian Watts and Liam Walsh also trying to come across. So 2 sprints left in this Elite Men's Omnium National Championship. Will Holmes riding extremely strongly, the rider in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute. He's out the front with Blake Quick, as deemed to have gained a lap now. Edward Marks, Hamish Keast, Alex Hughes and Shunsuke Imamura. So that will vault Imamura all the way up the standings now. So that now puts Imamura up to 4th. So Holmes leading on 131. Kuboki on 122. Imamura now, I think, in a tie for third. He is in a tie for third along with Alex Hughes. So Alex Hughes and Shunsuke Imamura now both up to 118 points. Hughes ahead on countback after winning that most recent sprint. So still 2 sprints left. Will Holmes can certify his win in this Omnium National Championship if he gets the result in this penultimate sprint here. If he takes the win in this second last sprint, his gap will be too big to close. So Will Holmes wants to make certain of this Omnium Sprint Championship win. The South Australian powering clear down the back straight. He can see the green and gold jersey in front of him. He's close to putting it on. He'll come through and he'll take 5 points. Blake Quick will take 3 points from behind. Kian Watts 2. And I think that might be Shinsuke Imamura who had 1. So Will Holmes 5 points. Blake Quick 3. Kian Watts 2. Shinsuke Imamura 1. So all Will Holmes will need to do is finish with the main bunch now, and he will be assured of victory in this Men's Elite Omnium National Championship, but the podium spots still very much up for grabs. Currently second and third being held by the Japanese riders Kazushige Kuboki and Shunsuke Imamura. So it's at the front of the race, just going down the back straight now. It's Blake Quick, Will Holmes and Kazushige Kuboki. Alex Hughes in 4th place at the moment has put in a fabulous effort here in his first senior men's elite Omnium national title. I'm sure we will be hearing that name called quite a bit in the future. 7 laps to go now. So 6 laps left now between Will Holmes, a K.5 between the South Australian and a green and gold jersey on the track. Blake Quick out the front there, as is Kazushige Kuboki. Kuboki currently in 2nd place. He's not able to catch Holmes and overhaul him, but he will be looking to at least guarantee 2nd place overall in this Omnium. Shunsuke Imamura not too far away. He's near the front of that chasing pack. And looks like that might be Noah Blannon trying to come across now. He might have Edward Marks on his hammer. So 4 laps left now. Blake Quick leading them through. Then it is Will Holmes. Then it is Alex Hughes, the young rider from Queensland, not just content to finish in the top 10. He wants a spot on the podium for himself. The young man from QAS up the front there. He'll have to overhaul one or possibly both of the Japanese riders in order to get there. He's on the wheel of the Tasmanian Jonas Shelverton now. The 2 Japanese riders gaining a bit of a gap there. So Kuboki and Imamura currently sitting 2nd and 3rd. If they're able to hold up this 2-up time trial to the end, they will guarantee those 2 spots on the podium. Edward Marks trying to lead Alex Hughes across. You can tell Alex Hughes is starting to fade in terms of effort, but he doesn't have much longer to push. So coming in towards the bell now, 1 lap to go. Will Holmes has got to be feeling good. He's going to go out the winner of this Men's Elite Omnium National title, but who will join him on the podium? Noah Blannon and Alex Hughes attacking down the back straight, as it's the Japanese rider Kazushige Kuboki. Kuboki coming in towards the finish now. He will take the last sprint win. Oscar Gallagher just ahead of Noah Blannon there. And when it is all said and done, the Men's Elite Omnium national title will be heading the way of Will Holmes from Norwood Cycling Club in South Australia and the South Australian Sports Institute. So a big smile and a fist bump there from Will Holmes, as Kazushige Kuboki it was who went out the winner of that last sprint. Oscar Gallagher 6 points for 2nd. Noah Blannon 4 points for 3rd. Alex Hughes 2 points for 4th. And it means that Will Holmes will go out the winner on 136 points. Kazushige Kuboki gets a silver medal in this Australian Omnium National Championship to match his World Championship silver medal. And in his very first run at the Elite Omnium National Championships, Alex Hughes from the Gold Coast Cycling Club will be on the podium in 3rd place. Warm and richly deserved applause, not just for our overall winner, Will Holmes, but for all of our competitors here in our men's elite Omnium. An absolutely cracking day of track racing from all and sundry. We'll be back with you very shortly for some podium presentations. Don't go too far away. Okay, cycling fans, we are ready to make our presentations for our Omnium National Championships. Our first presentation will be the Women's Under-19 Omnium. Presentations to be made by AusCycling Head of Track, Louise Jones. Finishing in third place today, the winner of the bronze medal from Brunswick Cycling Club, Billy Russell. In second place today, the winner of the silver medal from Goulburn Cycling Club, Elsie Apps. And your winner today, the recipient of the gold medal and the national championship jersey from Townsville Cycling Club, Sienna Monteith. Congratulations to our podium finishers in the Women's Under-19 Omnium National Championships. Now, we are just waiting for all of the results from the lapped riders in the Under-19 men's race to be finalised. So our next presentation will be the Elite Women and their Omnium National Championship title. Just waiting for a couple of our participants to be 100% ready before we make our podium presentations for Elite Women. I think the call's gone out now and folks are on the way. So the podium presentations for our Elite Women's Omnium National Championships will now take place. Presentations to be made by dual Commonwealth gold medalist and AusCycling National Event Director Louise Jones. In third place today, from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club, Kira Will. In second place today, the winner of the silver medal from Northern District Cycling Club, Georgia Baker. And first place today, the winner of the gold medal and your new Women's Elite Omnium National Champion from Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club, Alyssa Polites. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers in the Elite Women's Omnium National Championship. So the podium presentations for the Elite Men's Omnium National Championship will now take place. Louise Jones again on hand to make the presentations. In third place today, winner of the bronze medal from Gold Coast Cycling Club, Alex Hughes. In second place today, winner of the silver medal from Japan, Kazushige Kuboki. And first place today, the winner of the gold medal, recipient of the National Championship jersey, your new Men's Elite Omnium National Champion from Norwood Cycling Club, William Holmes. Congratulations to all of the podium finishers in our Men's Elite Omnium National Championship. So after the confirmation of the final results for the men's under-19 podium, the presentation for that race will now take place. In third place today, recipient of the bronze medal from Norwood Cycling Club, Oliver Ward. In second place today, recipient of the silver medal from Hamilton Wheelers Cycling Club, Lachlan Walters. And first place today, recipient of the gold medal and your new men's under-19 Omnium National Championship from Port Adelaide Cycling Club, William Brown. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers in our men's under-19 Omnium National Championship. Okay, that concludes our presentations for today's racing. Thanks very much to all who came along and made it possible. From our wonderful commissaires, all of the riders, all the support staff, the helpers, the folks who were watching along in the crowd, and of course the broadcast crew who brought all the action to the AusCycling YouTube stream. Before you head back home, be sure to check it out. There's some absolutely fabulous racing in there. We'll be back tomorrow for the final day of our 2025 Austral Wheel Race Carnival, where we'll have the big one, the Austral Wheel Race for 2025. We look forward to you joining us then.